a computer mouse appeared. A camera was visible, and it was audible that this was the third attempt to survive in a world teeming with zombies. The guy, with his mouth slightly open, said that this time they needed to stock up on useful weapons, and decided to open the supply box. The man clenched his jaw, and the young man exclaimed that a baseball bat was a good start, and he also had a good feeling. The player, sitting at the table, said that pistols do not have an infinite magazine, and plus they make a lot of noise, which attracts zombies, and asked what he would choose if he found himself in a world full of zombies, and also answered himself that he would choose a bat. Suddenly, the guy's eyes widened. Stretching his legs up, the young man thanked one of the viewers for a donation of 1,001. A moment later, the legs of the chair fell. The player abruptly hit the floor. A second later, the streamer sat back down on the chair and clarified whether he liked his reaction. The only one asked what he was doing and explained that he had just died, which surprised the guy and apologized as he looked at the screen. Lowering his eyebrows, the young man exclaimed that he had a weapon anyway, and had saved at the checkpoint, and also received a donation, so he would say that everything was fine. Looking at the screen, the player realized that he needed to respawn. Johnson smiled when he read the question about whether it would be fun if he remained his only viewer. The protagonist, with wide eyes, told his name and added that he was a streamer. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist asked the only one not to say that. Putting his palm on his chest, the guy said that he could still continue because the observer was here, and explained that he only had one viewer. Suddenly, he was told that he would then be chosen, which made the young man's pupils dilate, and he did not understand why he would be chosen. The streamer raised the corners of his lips in satisfaction and thanked them for choosing him. A moment later, Chansu opened his jaw in surprise and asked what that was. The main character looked ahead thoughtfully. A second later, sweat started running down the protagonist's face. Pulling back the curtains, the guy asked if his viewer had heard it and if something had exploded outside. The young man's eyes widened in bewilderment. Looking at the burning city, the streamer wondered what the hell was going on. People were running down the street, and Chansa said that it was something strange. It seemed as if the monitor suddenly went out. Putting his hand on the system unit, the protagonist asked if the computer was turned off. Through the sweat on his face, the protagonist did not understand whether he should go out now to find out what was going on outside. After some time, the guy went outside. The young man shook his head in bewilderment. Noticing the girl, the streamer turned to her. The woman turned around in fear. She suddenly rushed from her place. You could see how the girl quickly ran forward. Chansu opened his mouth, and in the chat they wrote that he looked like he would only be shown in a 3-second cutscene, and why did he even choose such a ridiculous player? A bright light was reflected in the protagonist's pupil. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the protagonist could not understand what kind of chat window this was, and asked them to stop parodying him, to which the viewers laughed. The guy waved his palm and wondered if they were reacting to his words, and whether this was a real chat window, or if he was hallucinating, and also whether he really had gone crazy, and said that he could not touch it. A chat window appeared, in which the observers were laughing at him, and one of them said that someone was coming. A scary stranger's leg was visible. The young man, his eyes bulging, exclaimed that it was impossible. The monster opened his mouth wide, and the commentator said that he would die 30 seconds after the start of the stream, and therefore it was necessary to look for another player, because this one was very boring. Jiangsu, raising the corners of his lips, wondered if this was a real zombie. A moment later, the monster rushed at the protagonist. The protagonist abruptly pushed him away with his foot. It seemed as if the monster fell to the ground. The guy turned around in bewilderment. A second later, the zombie rushed towards him, and the viewers laughed at this situation. The young man quickly entered the code for the entrance to the house. It was visible how the door opened. The streamer's pupils dilated sharply. Suddenly, many fragments appeared. Suddenly, the monster broke the window. His face was stained with blood. Jiangsu quickly climbed the stairs and screamed loudly, and also thought that first he needed to get to the house. A sign was visible on which it was written that this was the 7th floor. The protagonist turned around in fear and muttered that the enemy was very close. Moving his feet, the protagonist realized that he needed to increase the distance between them as much as possible. A moment later, the exit to the roof appeared. The guy was tugging at the door's hand. The young man, clenching his jaw, exclaimed that this was bad. The zombie was approaching the streamer, and observers wrote that he needed to pull it towards himself. A second later, the door opened, and commentators reported that it might be rusty. The streamer quickly ran around the corner. Looking at the fan, Chansa said that this would help him buy time. Standing on the roof, the protagonist wondered if the incomprehensible explosion was caused by the zombie, and thought that it was fun while it remained a game, and decided to forget about the mysterious chat window. Bending down, the protagonist muttered that first they needed to deal with the monster on the stairs, and then somehow get to the room, and added that he would fall with one blow if he came face to face with it. Through the sweat on his face, the guy thought that he needed to find something that could be used as a weapon. The young man turned around abruptly and did not understand who was behind him. Suddenly, a huge zombie appeared. The streamer opened his mouth in surprise. The monster opened its jaw, and Chansu recognized it as the homeowner. Opening his mouth wide, the protagonist shouted that everything was happening too fast. The protagonist stumbled, causing one of the viewers to laugh. The guy squeezed, and the observer wrote that the weakling was finished. A small chest was visible, and the commentator asked if there was a box of supplies there. It seemed like the monster was trying to bite the young man. The streamer, putting out his elbow, exclaimed that he should get away from him. A second later, Chansu kicked the zombie with his foot. A moment later, the monster fell to the ground. The enemy opened his jaw and screamed loudly. The protagonist looked back and said that he really talks too much. Dodging the blow, the guy said that he should lower the rent. You could see how the zombie tripped over the railing. Suddenly, the monster fell from the roof. The monster quickly rushed down. The young man frowned, and the viewers wrote that he was lucky, and wondered if he had lured him to the edge on purpose. The streamer sat down on the floor and exhaled heavily. Suddenly, several zombies appeared, trying to get onto the roof. Through the sweat on his face, Jansu said if they were making fun of him, and noticed that there were 3 of them. The protagonist stood in front of his opponents, and the observers called him a rookie hooligan. Suddenly, the protagonist tripped over a box. The guy turned around abruptly. The young man, his eyes bulging, remembered the question of whether it was a box with supplies, and thought that someone had definitely said something like that. The streamer smiled, and one of the commentators said that he finally understood something. A moment later, Jansu opened the chest. The monsters opened their jaws in surprise. A baseball bat was visible, to which the viewers said that this was not bad. A second later, the monsters broke down the door. The main character tightly clutched the weapon, and the observers wished him luck. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist told his name, and added that he was a streamer. The guy smiled menacingly. Swinging the bat, the young man explained that for him, the end of this world is just a game. A moment later, the streamer missed. It seemed like Jansu was swinging the bat in different directions. The protagonist, opening his mouth wide, shouted for them to stay away from him. You could see the protagonist standing in a circle of monsters, and the viewers grinned and wrote that he didn't have a single chance. The guy, baring his teeth, realized that he couldn't swing the bat as he wanted. Suddenly, a zombie appeared behind him. The young man's eyes widened and he decided to run away. Suddenly, the streamer threw the bat, and the observer said that this was a fucking stand-up comedy. Jansu, having fallen to the floor, thought that he was bad at controlling the weapon and would not be able to separate the 3. A second later, the protagonist broke the bat in 2. The monsters opened their jaws. The protagonist swung sharply. It seemed like the guy pierced 3 opponents. The wooden weapon went through the zombie's neck and mouth. Sweat was pouring down the young man's face, and one of the commentators was very surprised. After some time, the streamer's room appeared, and a viewer asked if this was his house. Jansu was seen opening the closet, and the observers wrote that he was not as bad as they thought. Taking the phone in his hand, the protagonist muttered that it, like the computer, did not work normally. Looking at the screen, the protagonist thought that everything was much more serious than he had assumed, to which the commentator asked what he was planning to do. The guy, with his mouth open, answered that he was going home to his parents, and the viewer said that he did not think he would get a car. Suddenly, keys appeared in the young man's hand. After some time, a narrow alley was visible. The streamer was riding his motorcycle fast, and viewers wrote that he did something weird before going out, to which he said to himself that these idiots were discussing everything as if it concerned them. With his eyebrows lowered, Jansu thought that the city center was in complete chaos, and wondered if his parents were okay. The speedometer was visible, and the protagonist realized that the tank was almost empty, so he needed to hurry. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widened in confusion. A moment later, the guy began to brake. The young man suddenly fell off the motorcycle and screamed in pain. The streamer clenched his fist, and the observers clarified whether there was a tongue there just now. Jansu, baring his teeth, did not understand what kind of tongue was like a skewer. Suddenly, a hellish frog appeared in front of him. The protagonist, through the sweat on his face, wondered if there was anything else like zombies here, and added that this frog was a real monster, to which one of the commentators said that he should watch where he was going. A second later, the enemy stuck out his tongue. Suddenly, the monster tried to strike, causing the protagonist to scream. Clenching his jaw, the guy did not understand whether he should avoid direct routes now. It was visible how the young man quickly rushed from the spot. The streamer sharply dodged the enemy's blow. Moving his legs, Chansa decided that he needed to go deeper into the alley. Running between the houses, the protagonist muttered that the more often he turns, the greater the chance of escaping an attack with his tongue. The protagonist's briefcase appeared, and he said to himself that the thing in his backpack should help. Taking out a lighter, the guy said that he hastily assembled it, just in case, but was not going to use it right now. The paws of the hellish frog were visible. Suddenly, the young man took out a bottle. Baring his teeth, the streamer shouted that the toad should come, to which the viewers wrote that he was crazy and brave. A moment later, Chansa dodged the enemy's jump. A second later, the protagonist set fire to a rag. It seemed as if the burning bottle was quickly cutting through the air. Suddenly, a fiery projectile hit the monster's body. Grasping the bottle with his fingers, the streamer said that he thought so, that one was not enough. The fiery cocktail smashed on the frog's head, to which it screamed, and the observer assumed that it worked. Grinning evilly, the protagonist thought that he understood the weakness of this monster, and it seemed to him that this would help to deal with it, when suddenly the viewers noticed that the streamer took out another fiery cocktail, and did not understand how many of them he had in total. Frowning, the guy said that this was the last one, and then thought that it was risky, but he needed to do it if he wanted to get rid of the frog. The young man opened his mouth wide and shouted for the stupid toad to get it. The monster's tongue flew past the protagonist's head, and he decided that he needed to act now. The protagonist swung the bottle and screamed for his opponent to try it. The frog's mouth became covered in fire, and the streamer shouted for it to die. The huge toad fell to the ground. The guy's eyes widened and he sighed heavily, and the spectators were surprised by what was happening and said that if he hadn't dodged the last attack, he would already be dead, and they had never seen such a fearless hero. The burnt toad lay on the ground, and the young man asked if that was all, to which the viewer asked in return if that was enough. The viewer said that this is not all, and at the beginning of the game everything is not so good, but it is fun, to which Jansa looked away and thought about the fact that he is risking his life for the sake of the game, and monsters appear out of nowhere, and he himself does not understand at all whether it is real or not. Grasping the strap of the backpack with his hand, the protagonist declared that he will not die a stupid death. Suddenly, a hologram appeared in the air, which contained a message that a new achievement called Multiple Provocations was received, and the protagonist did not understand what it was. The commentators asked if the streamer received skills, and then congratulated him on his first abilities, to which he frowned in bewilderment and asked them again, after which he realized that this was really a game. Opening his mouth, the guy decided to open the skills window, when suddenly a description of the provocation ability appeared on the hologram. Pressing his finger on the screen, the young man thought about the skill telling him to climb into the tiger's den, although this is the perfect opportunity to attract attention to himself as a streamer. The protagonist decided to close the skill window, and the system screen suddenly began to disappear. Closing his lips, the protagonist thought about putting this headache aside for now, and first of all, making sure that his parents are okay. Approaching the motorcycle, the streamer realized that this scooter was destroyed thanks to the frog, and then decided that he was almost there, so he would get there somehow. The clouds in the sky turned red, and the guy said that he hoped that his parents were safe. The young man's eyes widened, not understanding what happened here. The house was half destroyed, and onlookers asked if they mistook it for a cookie, because it looked like someone took a bite out of it, and someone suggested that it could have been a tornado. Bursting into the building, Chansu began to loudly call for his mom and dad, shouting that he had come home. With his mouth wide open, the protagonist asked where they were. Taking a step forward, the protagonist loudly called for his mom again. Opening the door, the guy called out to his dad. Stopping, the young man muttered that no one was there. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist screamed indignantly, and the viewers asked if they had already been eaten, and the other said that it was too much, so it would be better to say that they had gone to America. Covering his mouth with his hand, the protagonist remembered that his parents wrote everything down, and they had to leave at least some trace. There was a notebook on the shelf under the TV. Small stickers hung on the closet. There was a board on the wall, and the guy did not understand whether there was really nothing. With his eyes widened, the young man decided to look around his room. A moment later, the streamer took a small sheet of paper in his hand. It said that they were leaving with the soldiers from the 7th Division Detachment, and hoped to meet again. The young man's eyes widened in surprise. Noticing the inscription about the division, the streamer asked if they had left with the soldiers. Raising the corners of his lips, Jansu thought about the 7th Division. The protagonist's jaw dropped in alarm, and the commentators did not understand whether they had abandoned their son or whether the boy was crying. Opening his mouth, the protagonist muttered that this was something strange. Squeezing the paper in his hand, the streamer said that he knew his father, and he would not have left first, and something was wrong with this note. The young man's eyes widened, thinking that he understood everything. Lowering the corners of his lips, Jansu thought that if this was a game, then the main task in it was to find the protagonist, and assumed that the plot was written precisely with this in mind. Throwing his backpack over his shoulder, the protagonist decided that this meant he should be patient, and the key was in the division. Opening the box, the protagonist noticed that there was some tuna left. The streamer was holding cans in his hands, and the viewers noticed that the guy suddenly started looting the kitchen, although his parents were missing, and did not understand why he was too calm. Frowning, the young man said that he needed to get some food and get ready to go out, and then suggested that he had nothing else to do here. The protagonist approached the table. The protagonist, widening his eyes in bewilderment, said that there should be no zombies in the house. At the same second, the streamer grabbed the handle of a kitchen knife. Walking across the room, the guy remained silent. Suddenly, the young man looked away in fear. Pushing off the floor with his foot, the protagonist realized that it was outside. The protagonist ran, gritting his teeth. A dirty hand appeared from the darkness. The zombie pulled the streamer down. The guy tightly grabbed the knife handle with his fingers. Having stuck the blade into the palm of the undead, the young man shouted, "Why doesn't he let go of him?" A moment later, Chansu abruptly closed the window. Pressing his back against the wall, the protagonist sighed heavily, when suddenly the provocation skill timer appeared. With his eyes widened, the protagonist did not understand whether this ability worked because of the zombie. The system screen with the description of the skill appeared, and the streamer said that there is a time limit of 10 minutes, and then decided that this means that the more monsters hunt him, the more buffs he gets. Grasping the handle of the hammer with his fingers, the guy said that it was cool, and wanted to test the ability. The clouds in the sky turned red. Suddenly, the door began to shake from knocking. An evil monster appeared in the passage. Gritting his teeth, the young man screamed, who allowed the damn zombie to knock, when suddenly the provocation skill gained the second level. Drops of blood began to fly off the hammer. The main character's eyes bulged in fury. The protagonist abruptly slammed the door. Clenching his jaw, the streamer screamed that now it's next, and the provocation skill increased to the third level. The guy hit his opponent on the head and screamed that it was a pot, and the commentators noted that this is exactly what happens when you come to visit without a gift. The zombie opened his mouth wide from the blow, and the young man screamed that now it's next, and the provocation ability gained the fourth level. Blood flew everywhere, and Jansu loudly called out for the next opponent, and his skill increased to level 5. A scream was heard from the half-open door, and the ability increased again. The protagonist tiredly opened his mouth. Lowering the bloody hammer down, the protagonist thought about the complete mess at the entrance, and then mentally apologized to his mom and dad. Looking at his hand, the streamer wondered if there were only 7 of them, and the skill would be active for another minute, after which he said that this ability was definitely useful. Lowering his head, the guy thought about the fact that the sound was coming from the kitchen, which meant there were more zombies. Taking a step forward, the young man said that he would finish in a minute. The viewers did not understand whether it was a can of tuna, and then asked to see which of it was edible, while the protagonist entered the kitchen and did not understand where the monster was. The tin can on the table began to shake. The protagonist looked down in alarm. There was a stranger under the table, screaming loudly, and Jiangsu didn't understand if it was a person. The survivor was cooking food in a frying pan. The stranger's back appeared, and the commentators didn't understand what was happening. The protagonist was sitting at the table, and the viewers were saying that the streamer was completely crazy, because he was going to eat what this person was going to cook for him. Opening his mouth, the protagonist called the survivor his brother, but wondered if he could call him that. Remembering the evil zombies, the guy said that he had fought with so many people today, and was dying of hunger, so he would eat everything. Lowering his eyebrows, the young man said that it was not so easy to get rid of him, and then noted that if the stranger threatened or got in his way, he would deal with him mercilessly. The protagonist held a spoon in his bloody hand. The stranger put the dish on the table and offered the savior something to eat. The protagonist's eyes widened, and the observers said they were waiting impatiently, and did not understand what was wrong with his mood. Sitting on a chair, the survivor asked if the guy would eat, and said that although he looked like that, he actually worked as a cook in a restaurant. After a while there were not enough couriers, so he took on the delivery himself, but he was suddenly attacked by zombies. Chewing food, the streamer asked if the man knew how much he had to suffer because of the zombies he brought here, to which he apologized. Falling to his knees, the survivor apologized for hiding in his house and begged him not to kick him out, because there were undead outside, after which he offered to cook him food, because he cooked very tasty. Closing his eyes, Chansa said that in any case he would eat and move on, and then noted that it was quite tasty, and the survivor asked where exactly he would go. Sitting at the table, the protagonist answered that he needed information, and the interlocutor offered him to go with him. Smiling, the man said that Myeongseo Elementary School was right across from their restaurant, and he heard that there was an evacuation point there, and then asked if the guy would be able to get information in a place where there were a lot of people, because his colleagues could also be there. The survivor suggested that it would be much safer for him to go with his savior, to which he thought about the fact that he knew where Myeongseo Elementary School was. The stranger folded his arms, and the protagonist thought about the fact that this was also the first person he managed to meet, and if this was a game, then the survivor could be a game character who would give him hints and guide him through the story. The streamer clarified whether his interlocutor's name was Manga, to which he began to smile widely and answered in the affirmative, and the guy offered to get to school together. Taking hold of the back of the chair, the young man said that it was very tasty and asked to get ready. The protagonist asked with his mouth slightly open if they had anything to ride and if the man had come here on a bike, to which he replied that he had fallen when he was attacked and abandoned. The protagonist lowered his eyebrows and said that they had a bike and would ride it, but they would have to take something with them. Mingyu opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that in that case he would check out what was going on outside, and his savior agreed and explained that there shouldn't be any zombies around. The streamer was putting a bloody hammer in his backpack. The guy was looking down. Suddenly, the young man's eyes widened in fear. With his mouth wide open, Jang-soo heard a loud scream and called out to his partner. The protagonist took a few steps forward. The huge monster was holding the man near its mouth, and he was screaming in fear and asking for help. The streamer lowered his eyebrows and didn't understand what the hell it was, and the commentator noted that the zombie had a big head. The stranger approached the monster's teeth, and the guy thought that this monster was an order of magnitude stronger than zombies and frogs, and the observer realized who broke the house. Frowning, the young man did not understand how to fight it, and the viewer asked if he was going to fight it, after which he suggested just not paying attention. Mingyu clenched his teeth, and the observer said that if the guy tried to help him, they would both die. Jiangsu rushed forward and thought that he knew it. A small passage appeared. The protagonist was riding a bicycle and noticed that his partner was no longer screaming. The protagonist turned his head back. The monster's eyes widened, and the provocation skill timer appeared. The streamer pressed his foot on the pedal and cried out indignantly. The monster extended its hand forward, and the guy screamed that he did not understand why the opponent was so fast. Gritting his teeth, the young man thought that he did not know how to fight this thing, and at this rate he would be caught. The protagonist noticed a bike ahead of him. The bike was lying on the ground, and the protagonist realized that it was Mingyu's bike. Zombies were walking around the street, and the commentators were asking if the streamer wanted to say that he was going to ride it. The bike wheel suddenly stopped. Reaching out for the bike, the guy thought that the key must be inside, since he fell off while moving. Grasping the handle with his fingers, the young man realized that the engine was running. The zombie surrounded the protagonist, and the commentators noted that he had succeeded, asking to see how brave he was and how long he was going to run. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought about how this bastard was not leaving him alone, and he needed to get rid of the enemy. Grasping the handle of the bike with his fingers, the streamer asked, "Didn't he say that it was not that easy to get rid of him?" The huge monster opened his mouth wide, and the guy offered to argue. The fence of the elementary school was visible. The policeman held out his hand and politely asked everyone to go inside the school, as there would soon be barricades. The man raised his eyebrows in alarm and shouted that Mingyu had not returned yet. The corners of his mouth turned down, suggesting that the restaurant employee was probably already dead, and asked them to just forget about him and go inside. The man grabbed the policeman by the clothes and shouted how he knew, as this guy had worked with them for a long time, and then shouted that he could be right around the corner, so they should wait a little longer. The old man with a bandaged head put his hand on the man's shoulder and said that it was better to go inside now, as waiting there would not change anything. The bike sped forward. A backpack was dragged along the road behind it. The people turned around in confusion. The motorcycle stopped, and everyone was silent. The man raised his eyebrows in alarm and exclaimed that he knew who it was. The protagonist's bike emitted a bright glow. An incomprehensible object appeared on the protagonist's motorcycle. People opened their mouths in alarm, not understanding whether it was a corpse. The streamer looked away. The finger of the huge monster fell to the ground, and the commentators said that this guy was incredibly greedy for attention, and the finger was not some kind of trophy, and then asked to look at how they were all looking. The man raised his eyebrows in fear and asked where Mingyu was, because this was his bike, to which the guy wondered if this man knew him. The young man said that the restaurant employee was dead, to which his partner widened his eyes and asked the stranger again. Turning his head, the young man replied that everything was so, and now he was a little busy, and asked who was in charge here. The policeman opened his mouth in confusion and asked the man who had arrived. Suddenly, someone took a few steps forward. Shoulder straps with 3 stars were visible on the officer's shoulder. The man lowered his eyebrows and introduced himself as the head of the Transportation Security Department, then added that he was their boss here, but he was in charge. Young-soo lowered his hands and introduced himself, to which Seo-jun admitted that the guy surprised them, and then asked if the finger belonged to the big-headed monster. Frowning, the protagonist noted that they already knew about it, while thinking that it was good that he took it with him, and the policeman said that he wished he didn't know, because several of his colleagues died because of this monster, and all that was left was to watch from the sidelines. The man lowered his jaw and asked what happened to the monster. Young-soo smirked and said that he had dealt with it. Seo-jun asked the protagonist again with the corners of his mouth turned down, and the others said that it was impossible and didn't understand how he managed to defeat that monster. The protagonist wrapped his fingers around the handle of the bike and offered to make a bet. The big-headed monster opened his mouth wide and the streamer said that he didn't know if he would survive if he tried to kill him, and the commentators didn't understand what kind of sudden bet this was and asked to look at how scared he was. Looking away, the guy said that he had already put something on the line. Grinning, the young man said that it was his life. The huge monster rushed after the hero. The evil monster was destroying everything around. The undead creature's eyes bulged. Suddenly, the ground under the evil spirit's feet began to crumble into pieces. The protagonist raced on his bike and thought that his opponent was just blindly chasing him. Opening his mouth wide, the protagonist shouted that if he succeeded, the viewers should do him any favor in return, and the commentator asked him again. The big-headed monster ran after the streamer, and the spectators said that nothing would happen to them, and the rest agreed, but if he amused them, then they did not mind. The spectator clarified whether the streamer would survive or win, to which he grinned and replied that he could just die. The needle on the speedometer of the motorcycle went off the scale, and the commentators said that he had male strength, and about the bet they were in business, the only one agreed and began to wait impatiently. Suddenly, Chansu frowned. The protagonist looked at the speedometer and realized that it finally worked. The bike was approaching the tunnel. The big-headed monster ran after the streamer. The protagonist smiled and said that the guys would have to keep their promise. The huge monster's eyes bulged. Suddenly, drops of blood began to fly around. The undead began to fall on their backs. The protagonist smirked and asked if he could tell them more later. Standing in front of the police officer, the streamer said that he had just arrived. Seo-jun lowered his eyebrows and explained that they would first check him for infection. The men widened their eyes and exclaimed that they needed to let him in quickly, since he had killed that monster, and just like a real hunter, so they needed to let him in. The head of the Transportation Security Department held his hand out to the side and asked the young man to go there. The police were examining the protagonist's body, and the commentators were saying that this was their hero and asking if the big-headed monster had died of natural causes, since if he died while running, it meant that it was of natural causes, when suddenly he was told that everything was fine and he could go through. Someone extended their hand forward and asked the protagonist to wait. The man raised his eyebrows in alarm and asked if Manga had really died. The streamer lowered his head and said that he had already told him that the restaurant employee was dead, and then asked if he knew him. The guy lowered his eyebrows in disappointment, and said that he was the owner of the Chinese restaurant where Mingyu worked. Scratching the back of his head, Jiansa said that they were supposed to come together, but they couldn't because of that monster, and the interlocutor was interested in the bike. Grasping the survivor's hand with his palms, the protagonist said that he didn't steal it, so there was no need to worry. Smiling slightly, the protagonist said that he would never forget the last dish that the guy cooked for him, and the commentators said that the streamer was an actor who threatened the guy while eating. Observers assumed that Mingyu would kick down the door of hell and come for him, while the eyes of the man opposite the protagonist filled with tears. Pulling his leg back, the young man said that he would go. The streamer turned away from the interlocutor. Chansu stepped onto the stairs with his foot. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the protagonist saw a system message that the tutorial had been completed, and from that moment on, the player could increase their chances of survival using the stats window. The protagonist's eyes widened in confusion, and the AI wished the only survivor good luck. Turning his head back, the streamer didn't understand if this was all a tutorial, when suddenly the commentators said that the hero was scared, and now the game had begun. The guy was walking down the hallway of the building, and the viewer exclaimed that he had goosebumps. The observer noticed that the young man quickly completed the tutorial, when suddenly he opened the doors and said that he wanted to talk to the one. No one understood who they were talking about, and the protagonist stood in the middle of the classroom and said that there was a limit on messages. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist asked if his one fan had agreed to do him a favor when he got rid of the big-headed monster. A memory appeared where the main viewer agreed to this bet, and the streamer noted that he saw everything with his own eyes, and the main observer clarified if he wanted to talk to him. The protagonist answered affirmatively with his arms folded, and then asked if now was the right time to tell him something, while the other observers wondered if the streamer was ignoring everyone else, because they also had rights, when suddenly the one asked everyone to calm down for a second, because their hero had a lot of questions. The protagonist, with his mouth open in confusion, said that he did not understand anything, and the viewers did not understand if he saw nothing and just threw it without telling him anything, and someone thought the streamer was just stupid. Putting a finger to his chin, Johnson muttered that this was probably a streamer's instinct. The main character was sitting on the desk, and the observers were saying that they couldn't believe that they had missed such a funny fact, and were asking if the protagonist knew anything while running around the playing field, and if he even knew what the reward was for clearing it, because if you clear the game, the world will be rebuilt at his discretion. The player, with his mouth slightly open, didn't understand what this meant, and the one replied that the reward was exactly what they had just said, but now he was worried about the world he was in. The main fan said that the streamer was in the world he lived in, and this was reality, and their game system had simply changed it by applying his exit, to which the guy, putting his hands on his feet, noted that this was really a game, and the one asked him to remember that he was only one player in this game. The commentator said that this happened because they only like to watch one person, and he was chosen as the protagonist, and only he can communicate with them, to which the young man's eyes widened in surprise. The observer stated that no one else knew the truth about this world, since they became NPCs to fit into the game, to which the protagonist lowered his head and muttered that Manga was also an NPC, to which he was told that this was true and most of them were extras. Johnson looked at the system screen, and the commentator asked him not to worry, since they were no different from the viewers he knew, but if he couldn't beat the game, then the world would remain like this. A drop of sweat appeared on the protagonist's chin, and the guy turned to his big brother, and then clarified who he was. Looking away, the protagonist didn't understand if he had managed to become someone like God. The streamer looked at his reflection in the mirror. His own silhouette was visible in his eyes, when suddenly the commentator said that this was a funny question. The guy's eyes widened in alarm, and the one asked if the characters in all the games he had played before had asked him this. The protagonist's surprised eyes reflected the chat window as the one wrote that he liked him, how illogical he was, and promised not to betray him. The boy rubbed his neck with his palm. The commentator wanted him to try his best, and he muttered that they gave the unemployed guy a rather difficult job. Johnson's eyes widened when he remembered that he could use the information window. The voice request changed the window, and the player learned that the police chief at the elementary school needed protection, because if he died, the city's safety would drop sharply that night. A crowd was gathering around the school building. The gates closed. The boy walked along the fence, looking at what was happening. The policemen, together with the school staff, were installing metal shields along the fence. The cafeteria staff brought boxes of food, asking if they could leave them right there, and the policemen agreed. The crowd was excited, children were crying, old people were comforting each other. The police were giving orders. As the streamer continued to watch, he estimated that there were about 150 people there, and he couldn't understand how the police chief could be in danger in such a huge crowd. One of the police officers announced that people should come here because they were starting to hand out food. One of them turned to the protagonist. The young man took a step up, and when the man noticed that he was not going to the food, but to the main building, he replied that he was not hungry. The officer standing at the entrance looked at the man and asked if he had any problems. Looking firmly at the police officer, the streamer replied that he needed to see the police chief. The man's face changed, and he asked if he had understood him correctly. The hero folded his arms when the police officer looked away, and asked what was the matter, but he evasively replied that he could not tell. The young man's face showed disbelief. The chat also wrote that it was suspicious, and he concluded that something was happening in the main building. Pointing his finger at the radio, the protagonist noted that if the duty officer told him, he could help, and once again asked to contact the head of the transport security department. The man really took the radio and asked the chief for permission. After which he turned around and conveyed that the chief told him to ask a question. The guy is here to defeat monsters, and heard confirmation. The policeman scratched the back of his head and confirmed that they really needed capable people, but there was indeed one problem. The streamer was shocked when he was told that the police chief was missing and had not yet returned from a sortie, so they decided to organize a search. The confused hero realized that this was already a problem and asked why they had not started looking for him earlier, to which the duty officer replied that right now they were too busy saving those who managed to get out, and there were only 30 police officers left, which was too few. The young man asked if the interlocutor would mind if they looked at the place where the police chief howled, and he clarified whether he meant the temporary office. The player took a step towards the police officer and asked if they had hidden anything from him anymore, because from now on they would work together better. Coming close to the officer on duty, he added that every second counted. The officer frowned when the interlocutor noted that since they were searching together, he needed all the information, and he admitted that he was right. The hero went up to the temporary office. It was dark inside, and the guy was alone here. Looking around, the protagonist told his viewers that he was looking for some clues and asked for help, but the chat began to refuse. The streamer noticed a map on the board, and another one was lying on the table, attracting attention. The young man paid attention to the mark and realized that it was a clue, because the marked place was not far from here. The moment the player leaned over the map, a shadow flashed behind the door. Jansu turned around abruptly and asked who was there. The stranger behind the door replied that he heard the guy looking for the police chief. The door opened and the player tensed up. Another police officer entered the door and explained that he heard something. He was told that the boy could get rid of a couple of strong guys. The man extended his hand to the player and introduced himself as Police Inspector Kensho. In response, the young man gave his name. They shook hands. The streamer's hand was squeezed so tightly that he looked at the interlocutor with a puzzled expression. Looking straight into the eyes of the young man, the policeman asked if he found anything. The young man grimaced, and while the chat called for a counterattack, he wondered what was wrong with this guy. At that moment, a scream was heard. Fear was reflected on the hero's face, while the policeman remained calm. The protagonist ran out the door to see the terrified officer on duty, who, when asked what was going on, screamed that the infected had appeared out of nowhere. A girl was walking among the crowd, her head up, drool running down her face. Another zombie rushed at the woman. The living were running away from the dead, screaming hysterically. One of the policemen stared blankly ahead. He too was infected. Looking at the running people with horror, the protagonist froze while people started writing in the chat that he had screwed up. He swore, snatching a hammer from his bosom. The guy moved through the crowd, deciding to at least help. The terrified police officers grabbed their pistols and began to demand that the civilians step back, since they could not otherwise use their weapons. Hitting an infected man in the face with a hammer, the streamer screamed for them to use something like clubs instead of guns. Turning to the frightened officer, he repeated that they should grab their batons if they couldn't shoot. Mr. Jang jumped out from behind the police officer, holding a frying pan, and loudly told the player that he would help as well. One of his cooks extended his hand, and objected that it was too dangerous. But the restaurant owner hit the nearest zombie on the head with all his might, and replied that these monsters had killed their Mingyu. The streamer continued to hit the faces of the dead. The man looked at the protagonist in confusion, not understanding why he was just hitting them but not killing them. Looking at what was happening with wide eyes, the restaurant owner assumed that the young man was trying to make the most of the time. So he hit the nearest infected with a frying pan again, deciding to finish off those who were still standing. The police also joined in with batons, while Jansu continued to hit, and the restaurant owner did not lag behind either. The civilians rushed to the gate, demanding that it be opened and let them leave, not understanding the purpose of the checks, while the police officer tried to calm them down. Gritting his teeth, the young man realized that the police were involved, and the zombies had not broken in from the outside, and cursed. The streamer turned and asked what kind of sick bastard let the zombies in. The guy's pupils narrowed. The chat began to guess the identity of the villain, and he only confirmed the idea that there was a crazy cop in this school. Putting the hammer in his bosom, the player informed the viewers that he was not happy with this headache, but he just needed to find the police chief. Putting a hand on Mr. Chang's shoulder, the protagonist asked him to keep an eye on the police. If they did anything suspicious while he was gone, the restaurant owner asked where he was going, to which the guy replied that he did not have time to persuade, but asked under no circumstances to join the search party that was looking for the police chief. The man looked at the guy in confusion, while he was saying that he was doing this to pay Mingyu back and asked him to listen to him if he wanted to survive. After which the player rushed to the exit, and at that time Kensho shouted where he was going. Did he really decide to run away after agreeing to work with them? Another policeman blocked the streamer's road, begging him to stay. But he only waved him off, demanding that they keep an eye on what was happening here. Looking after the young man with displeasure, the inspector clicked his tongue. Jansu went to the Chinese restaurant. He jumped on the first moped he saw, and when asked in the chat where he was going, he replied that the zombies at school would soon be caught. Even if he stayed, the police would only hinder him. Resolutely looking ahead, the guy added that he was heading to that point on the map in the temporary office. The leaves swayed in the wind. Having illuminated the area with a headlight, the main character headed towards the building. The windows were dark. The protagonist looked inside and thought it was empty. Reaching his hand to the ground, the young man noticed footprints and figured there had been at least dozens of people here. As the hero knelt down, The thought occurred to him that they could have been animals, while the chat asked why he was looking around the ground and urged him not to be so boring. The player straightened up and told the viewers that he was wondering why he hadn't found a supply crate anymore. His eyes showed confusion when the chat remembered that he hated supply crates, and he objected that he didn't. Stretching out his hands, the boy angrily asked what the commentators meant. He wasn't a child who hated something just because it existed, to which he was told that supply crates needed to be bought. He needed money. He hesitated when the chat reminded him of the trial yen he had used to open one box, asking if there was even paid content here. The protagonist opened his mouth, and the chat said to click on the chat and scroll to the beginning. Jansu scrolled through the chat window and clicked on the $sign. He read that the sponsor chat had been disabled. The streamer's eyes widened in disbelief until he was advised to turn it on, and as soon as a notification about this came, the one immediately donated 1 yen to him. The young man looked at the notifications in shock, until he received a couple more donations. The player fell to his knees and screamed why the subscribers were hiding such important information from him, while they laughed at his face. The protagonist turned the door handle, and the chat asked if he was upset. The protagonist opened the door, not immediately responding to the laughter of the subscribers. The streamer threw up his hands and said that this could not upset him. He did not hold a grudge, but the commentators did not believe him. Closing his eyes, the guy asked to stop teasing him, and he himself realized that they did not explain anything to him from the very beginning. Looking at the situation, the player thought that the viewers could hide something else, and asked out loud what kind of house this was. Could the police chief be kept here? A zombie pressed himself against the window glass. The hero screamed in fear when the provocation worked. Sharply turning to the window, he cursed at the infected who frightened him. Gritting his teeth, the young man asked where he was from, and added that he thought so. These were zombie tracks. The viewers laughed at his reaction. The dead continued to approach the house, and the provocation grew. The infected turned around as the hero kicked the closest one down, and shouted that they were idiots for thinking that huddling together would give them an advantage. He used his hammer to hit the next one, then another, dodged the third one after a warning, and glared at his opponents. The streamer smiled triumphantly when he saw his physical abilities grow, and yelled that the dead were messing with the wrong guy. The guy continued to hit his enemies. Suddenly, a jeep drove up to the house, knocking down the infected in its path. Jansu turned to the car, and loudly asked if this was the crazy cop from elementary school, and demanded that the scoundrel get out of the car. A silhouette was visible behind the car window. The inspector clenched his teeth, mentally trying to figure out what kind of brat this was, if he could deal with this one, with such a frail body. Looking at how the boy was throwing the infected around, the man was sure that the zombie was no match for him, and wondered who this guy even was. Pressing the gas pedal, Kensho declared that he knew how this could all end, so he would finish the guy himself. Jansu turned towards the car in fear. The inspector, smiling triumphantly, squeezed the steering wheel. Having stopped the jeep near the lying one, the scoundrel decided to see how pathetic this brat was. But under the wheels of the car lay an infected one. The glass was hit with a fist, while the policeman tried to figure out where the daredevil had gone. The inspector screamed when the player pounded on the window with his fist, demanding to open it. The guy broke the glass with his elbow, while the policeman loudly asked who this impudent man was. The protagonist tried to grab the man by the hand, but he demanded to let him go. The player had to fall down to avoid being shot, after which the jeep squealed with tires and tore away. The car rushed at full speed. The inspector was even more scared when he saw that the young man was running after him. The speedometer needle pointed to 80, and the villain did not understand how the pursuer ran so fast. With a hammer in his hands, the streamer rushed forward, while the commentators called him crazy. Gritting his teeth, the policeman called him crazy, loudly asking if the brat would really go all the way. Several containers appeared ahead. The car drove right between them. Continuing to advance, the young man loudly called the scoundrel by name. With a crazy look, the man pressed the button on the remote control, and shouted that the boy really thought that he would get out, and said goodbye to him. A crowd of zombies ran out of the nearest container. The infected instantly surrounded the protagonist, while in the chat they persuaded him to run if he was not confident in his strength. The inspector turned around and shouted that even if the brat regretted it, it was too late. After which he simply drove away. Smiling madly, the player told his subscribers that he would defeat his opponents in 2 minutes, because his physical abilities had increased by 500%. The hammer flew straight into the dead man's mouth. The guy knocked him down with a strong blow. After that, he knocked down another opponent, and the next one got hit in the face. Another enemy got a kick in the stomach, and the guy's eyes froze with determination. Chansa looked up at the fallen enemy. But the zombies continued to advance, and the protagonist realized that there were too many opponents, and the skill time was running out. The young man saw that the villain's jeep was standing still. Pushing the dead, he rushed to the car. Trying to run faster, the streamer decided to deal with that villain first. At that moment, the inspector was holding the radio and giving the order to immediately transfer the police chief from the school. The player grabbed the villain by the shoulder and demanded to repeat where the police chief was. The man tried to grab the gun, but the kid grabbed his hand while he was trying to figure out how it happened. The cop tried to grab the other gun, but the player was warned by the audience. He grabbed the cop by the other hand, asking if the villain really thought he could win. Staring at the brat in fear, the inspector yelled, "What is he?" Smiling widely, the protagonist replied that he was a streamer and his brothers really loved him. With his foot, the guy kicked the inspector out of the driver's seat. Brushing his hair out of his face, the young man told the poisoned opponent that he was making things difficult. When the player picked up the handcuffs, the chat began to offer to put them on him himself. The protagonist rolled her eyes and joked that at this rate, the guys would tell him to put them on his ankles. Then he noticed that the zombies were approaching. Handcuffing the inspector's hand to the handle above the door, the streamer said that first they should get out of here. The infected turned around. The jeep scattered them. Grinning, the young man muttered how he hadn't guessed earlier. It was written that the police chief was in the elementary school building. Rushing at full speed, Chansu admitted that he didn't need to come here. Suddenly, surprise was reflected on his face. A white teddy bear was walking right along the road. The hero asked in fear what it was. The car stopped, knocking the bear off its paws. The toy fell. Looking at the bear in shock, the player asked if the viewers had seen a plush toy that also walked. But then the bear also stood up on its paws. The headlights illuminated the plush animal standing in the middle of the road. The streamer, with his mouth slightly open, looked at the bear. After which the toy turned around and ran away. Glancing sideways at the inspector, the boy asked what kind of thing it was and if it was a monster, to which the one replied that it was just Mishka, and he was different from ordinary monsters. The protagonist's eyes widened when he read that the kid was showing where the supply boxes were, and he concluded out loud that there was a supply box nearby. At that moment, the cop stirred. The player looked at the groaning man, while the chat was asking if he would go after Mishka. Taking out a stun gun, the hero offered the brothers a choice, either politely ask Kensho to go back to sleep, or send him to sleep with a stun gun, and ones flew into the chat. The young man turned on the device and said that the second option won, and the commentators were outraged that the vote was rigged. The inspector opened one eye and called the boy a son of a bitch. The man passed out and the streamer got out of the car, announcing that he was now going after the teddy bear. The plush animal ran along the road, and the guy following it found a chest, and called it his second supply box. Looking at the treasure, the hero noted that 5 yen was a bit expensive, and judging by the shield emblem on it, it was unlikely that there was a weapon. He nervously looked at the chest, while subscribers suggested getting back to the car. Opening the chest, the streamer sent everything to hell. Holding his loot in his hands, the player noted that it was an ordinary flashlight. With an annoyed look, Chansu turned on the toy and asked how it could be an item of protection, and when the viewers began to laugh, he decided that it was a waste of money. But he still put it in his pocket, muttering that it did not matter, he just needed to go back to school and look for the police chief. He expressed the hope that the guy from their restaurant was okay. There were corpses covered with sheets near the school building, and the police wondered out loud how the zombies had broken into the area, whether they hadn't checked the people coming in properly. One of the cops was helping a wounded man up, while the officers on duty behind him were indignant that it didn't matter now, that there was already a complete mess. The head of the department appeared behind the chatterboxes and said that the problem wasn't in the check, after all, he was responsible for it. With his hands on his hips, Sazhong convinced the employees that the situation was already under control, so there was no need to worry too much, it was better to calm the civilians down, and one of the officers on duty promised to do everything in their power. Another policeman approached from behind, and after the head of the department advised them to think that it was just bad luck, he said that he should have looked into it. The man looked at him suspiciously. Stepping aside, the policeman asked the officer on duty about Kensho's call, and he replied that the police chief needed to be transferred to another place. The chief of the department grimaced, he didn't understand in his mind why, because of that brat? The protagonist drove up to the school gate with a huge finger tied to the moped, while the villain was thinking that that guy seemed suspicious from the beginning. The chief of the department quietly asked to tell him that he would take care of the chief. Mr. Chan's mouth opened in shock when the cop noticed that the three of them were in the same boat. Shock froze on his face, the man realized that there were 3 villains, and realized that something was going on here. When the police dispersed, the restaurant owner ran away, he decided to tell Jungsu. At that moment, one of the patrolmen widened his eyes and asked, "Wasn't that the jeep that Inspector Kensho took?" The cops rushed to the car, wondering when he managed to get back. Inside the car, the inspector himself was lying unconscious. The restaurant owner quickly ran up the steps, thinking only about telling Jungsu that those villains from the police were completely crazy. With a panicked expression on his face, he continued to run. He needed to report everything to the young man as quickly as possible. Suddenly, a hand appeared in front of his face. Pulling up his hood, the player asked what the guy was doing here, while he was happy that the man he was looking for had returned. The streamer's clothes were fluttering on a rope somewhere in the city. Looking at the restaurant owner, the young man asked if he found out anything, noticing how fast he ran. The man grabbed the hero by the shoulders, shouting that he knew everything, and the protagonist tried to calm him down. Looking angrily at the boy, Mr. Jang shouted that the head of the department Sazhon was in the basement, and one of the guards of the main building was also involved. The boy's eyes widened. Soon he was already looking behind the basement door, hearing the head of the department call someone stubborn. Rubbing his shoulder, the cop suggested making it easier. And holding out a taser towards the beaten policeman, he called him boss. The player rested his foot on the floor, while subscribers noticed that the taser was the same as the inspector had. He looked intently inside, not paying attention to the stupid comments of other viewers. After which the young man rushed into the room, and the villain turned around. With both feet, the protagonist flew straight into the enemy, thanking his brothers. After which he himself fell to the floor, causing one of the subscribers to donate him a yen. The man tried to get to his feet, cursing loudly. He pulled the gun out of the holster. A shot rang out, but the next moment the head of the department clenched his teeth when the barrel in his hand was pointed at the ceiling. Looking the villain in the face, Chansa clarified what he asked. Hitting the policeman in the chin with his knee with all his might, the hero shouted that he was the humanity that he had lost. Grabbing his hand, the guy demanded that he give up the gun. Clicks were heard throughout the room. The cop clenched his teeth when the opponent noticed that he had run out of bullets. The man glanced sideways at the gun, and the streamer swung his fist. Having hit the villain in the jaw, the main character shouted that this was Manga. Then he hit him again, adding that this was the police chief. The third blow came from below, and the player said that this was for working his ass off. The protagonist looked at the groaning police chief and offered to see what this scoundrel did to the poor guy. He extended his hand to the villain and demanded to give him the keys to the handcuffs. The man rose up, groping behind his back for a taser. But the next moment, the player himself shocked him. With a wry smile, the young man declared it a coincidence, because he also had such a thing. Pushing the policeman to the wall, the streamer asked to say hello to Kensho. Raising his head, the player noticed that it was high time for the villain's accomplice to appear, while the viewers were offering to finish off this guy. Putting the gun in his pocket, the hero announced that it was time for the final cleanup. He headed away from the defeated enemy. Keeping the entrance to the basement at gunpoint, the guy hid behind the door while question marks flew into the chat. A bullet flew into the head of a security guard, who looked inside screaming that he heard gunshots. The hero coldly watched him fall dead. Looking at the dead man with fury, he called him a fucking traitor. Subscribers had different opinions about this event. The head of the department was able to sit down again, and while the player was accepting donations, he asked how the brat dared to kill a police officer, thinking that this brat was crazy. With a crazy face, the protagonist turned to the villain and offered to end it, and the commentators supported him. The young man went to the officer and clarified that he definitely had no objection to being shot. The man looked at the barrel of the gun with fear, asking to wait, but in response he heard an agreement to hurry. Poking the gun at the cop, Chansa listed the options for where to shoot. Real fear was reflected in the villain's eyes when the barrel rested against his forehead. Smiling, the player noticed how scared he was by one shot, and asked if the villain knew how many times they tried to shoot him. The hero's face reflected real pleasure when another donation came, and he thanked his dear brothers. The man opened his mouth in fear and screamed. A puddle spread under the officer sitting on the floor, which greatly amused the commentators. Putting the gun in his pocket, the main character asked, did the villain have to wet himself? Mr. Chin and the police officers who were talking to him opened their mouths. A player came out of the school doors, dragging the police chief on himself. Handing the chief over to his subordinates, the guy told them to go down to the basement, where they would find the scoundrels who kidnapped the chief, and added that they were all tied up. The young man watched as the police officers carried the chief away. He looked at the sky and breathed a sigh of relief, assuming that this was over. Smiling, the player called the information window. A blue square was reflected in his eyes, and he read that it was dangerous for the player to stay in one place for a long time. In the restroom, the protagonist lay on the futon, muttering that he was very tired, and noted that in just one day, life had become so comfortable. The police were giving the player additional portions, and the commentators were offering the streamer to settle here. The guy looked up and called up the information window. Putting his hands behind his head, he wondered out loud how long was long, and the subscribers assumed that this was some kind of warning to be on guard. The protagonist looked at the chat in surprise and asked what would happen if he stayed here for a long time, but the commentators did not answer him. The young man frowned and assumed that he had already been given all the clues, and although these viewers were certainly useful, he could not completely rely on them. Throwing a backpack over his shoulders, the player stood up. He was asked where he was going. Jiangsu reached the jeep when he was called from behind. The police chief approached the hero and asked him not to tell him that he was going to leave now. The streamer turned to the man and asked if it was a problem, to which he replied that if he was going to leave, he would have given him all the necessary supplies. Smiling, the police officer added that in the end, the hero saved him. The player's face reflected indignation. He asked again if they really decided to just expel the villains. He folded his arms over his chest and asked if this was normal, since they were talking about traitors who wanted to kill the boss. The officer looked down and admitted that killing right in front of people who considered them allies was a bit difficult. Grinning, the young man offered an idea and asked permission to do it himself. The chief's eyes widened. He even asked the guy again. With a crazy face, the protagonist picked up speed in a jeep, while the terrified police chief looked back. The tied-up traitors ran after the car, and Si-jun yelled at the crazy brat to stop. The car began to slow down, just as the villain asked. Several zombies rushed after the running men, and the hero clarified whether he really needed to stop, and he received 1 donation. The zombies reached the villains, clinging to the former inspector with their teeth. The speed of the car increased sharply again when the player suggested speeding up a little. The tires squealed. Looking out of the window of the jeep, the guy saw the torn ends of bloody ropes. The face of the police chief reflected horror when his savior said that it seemed that the traitors had failed while they were on the way to their exile. Smiling warmly, the officer thanked the young man for everything he had done. The streamer scratched the back of his head and replied that everything was fine, and he would be grateful if he was prepared with supplies in advance, and they promised to give him a car and asked him to say goodbye to everyone before leaving. A bright light came on in the jeep. Squinting one eye, Chansa looked at the flashlight. Then he turned it off and asked why he needed this thing at all. He continued to look at the flashlight, while subscribers wrote that this guy would definitely find a use for it, no matter what. Sighing tiredly, the young man decided to rest a little, and closed his eyes. But after a while, he opened them again. Grabbing his shoulder, the streamer looked around, trying to understand what kind of ominous cold air was this and how long he slept. The air conditioner was turned off. In the rearview mirror, the main character saw a figure in a cloak. Mentally assuming that this was an omen, he asked out loud if it was a person. A skeleton in tattered clothes was approaching the car, and in the chat they began to write that he showed up, although he looked creepy. With eyes huge with horror, the player noticed that the figure was floating in the air above the asphalt. The hero pulled the handbrake. The car barely fit into the turn, while the guy was shouting curses. Clutching the steering wheel, he begged. While some viewers laughed at what was happening, others wrote for the guy to get out of there. The car flew out of the gate, and the poor police officers ran away. Gritting his teeth, the streamer realized that he did not have time to say goodbye. Clutching the steering wheel, he shouted at the subscribers that they at least warned him about this, asked them to be conscientious, to which he was told that they kicked him out of the chat for spoilers, and they are not crazy idiots. Looking around the empty street, the protagonist decided that he left. Did the monster really disappear when he broke away from it at a certain distance? But at that moment, a creepy figure touched the car window. Glass fragments left cuts on the hero's face. He screamed and decided that the creature was teleporting, so he stepped on the gas. With panic in his eyes, Chosen shouted that he had been through so many horror films that he could not be intimidated, but the commentators immediately realized that he was lying. The boy's eyes widened as the chat advised him to get away. But the creepy figure jumped out right in front of the car. The jeep crashed into a pole. The player cursed as he pulled away from the airbag. The monster was approaching the smoking car. The boy got out of the car. Shooting straight at the bony one, the protagonist loudly asked if he really thought he had nothing. And he ran away when he realized it didn't work. Soon the boy stopped in the middle of the corridor, breathing heavily, and the chat asked if he was really going to die from such an insignificant thing. The streamer looked up. The creature appeared right in front of him again. Opening its jaws, the figure let out a terrible scream. But the boy turned on the flashlight right in the monster's face, screaming that he was waiting for this moment. The monster covered himself with his hands from the light. The hero smiled, shooting at the enemy, and added that he knew it, those 5 yen were not wasted. The player jumped out the window, happy that it worked, and offered the monster to catch him if he could, At that moment a donation came in as a sign of condolence. Jumping on his bike, he asked, "What do you mean condolences?" But due to a flat tire, he fell and grabbed his leg, blaming the chat for bad advice, to which subscribers were outraged. The guy abruptly raised the flashlight to the monster's face, reacting to the warning in the chat. Rushing to run, he made several shots on the go. The figure howled again. It raised its hands up, as if unable to run further. The hero looked at the pursuer in surprise, trying to understand why he stopped. Then he looked down. Near his feet there was a border beyond which the black smoke from the monster did not leak. The player squinted. The enemy was pounding an invisible wall, and the streamer realized that they were on the edge of his territory. Gritting his teeth, the young man started shooting again and shouted that this was the last step in the life of the bony one. The monster began to dissolve. Putting his thumb down, Chansa wished the dumb noob to return to hell. After which, as if mown down, he fell on the asphalt. The gun fell from his hands. Breathing heavily, the player muttered that he thought he was going to die. But suddenly something else caught his attention, and the protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. A light flashed in the distance. Suddenly it went out, and immediately lit up again. The protagonist stood around the corner, while observers said that this could be a trap. Loading cartridges into the gun, the guy decided to check everything first. Putting the weapon in front of him, the young man realized that it was Morse code. Someone was walking, holding a flashlight in their hands. The gun in the hero's hands was already at the ready. He jumped out from around the corner, shouting for the stranger to stop. Suddenly, his eyes widened. There was a name written on the badge. The boy, raising his hands, shouted that he was not a bad person, and Jungsun noted that this person was wearing a school uniform. With his eyes widened, this guy asked if the protagonist was a policeman, and the observers said that apparently this person was even dumber than the hero. Pointing the gun at him, the young man asked if he was alone here, to which an affirmative answer followed, and immediately after the protagonist's word that he should give him the flashlight. With his eyes widened, the hero asked if the stranger had gone deaf, because he really wanted to get a bullet in the forehead. With his mouth wide open, Min-chul shouted that he did not want anything like that. Snatching the flashlight, the hero ordered him to also give him the backpack, and the observers were surprised by such assertiveness of the player. Grabbing the bag with both hands, the schoolboy said that he had emergency supplies inside and added that he could just leave, but the protagonist again ordered him to give up the backpack. There were some meager supplies on the ground and the hero listed them, also explaining that he had almost the same. Gritting his teeth, Min-chul asked if he could go, since he had nothing else to take and only wanted to ask for help. Night fell over the city and the protagonist's words were heard that this schoolboy should also give him his clothes, but he could not believe the boy's words. All the clothes were lying on the ground and the hero said that it was probably true, that he had nothing else. While getting dressed, the schoolboy answered affirmatively and asked if the protagonist could help him now. The boy stared at him intently. Looking at the boy getting dressed, Chansa asked how a boy like him got here with his bare hands, because how could he have gotten this far alone and without any visible injuries? Opening his mouth, the hero asked if he was some kind of bait and if there was anyone else with him. Turning away, the boy asked his observers to watch the man's expression, but they did not quite understand his intentions. Picking up the flashlight, the young man said that they should go their separate ways, but he would keep this flashlight. The hero stopped, listening to the schoolboy's cry about how he had suffered a lot to get to this place and that all his friends had died instead of him. Crying, he said that he was a coward, because his comrades had died covering him. Looking ahead, the hero listened to the observer's words that the man was most likely not lying, since he looked extremely upset. Turning around, the young man asked if this was true, to which the affirmative answer followed. The schoolboy listened with wide eyes to the protagonist's words that he could now go with him, but immediately asked if he was serious. Looking at him, Jungsa asked if it sounded like a joke and also explained that he could not pass by the younger one who was asking for help. The protagonist was peeking around the corner. Suddenly, he abruptly turned his gaze to the side, hearing his partner scream. Min-chul was running away from the monster, screaming that they should run. Running away, the hero asked his comrade where he managed to pick up such a monster, and also added that there was still a hellish frog waiting for them ahead. Frowning, the schoolboy shouted that they needed to run into the left alley. With wide eyes, the hero asked again. Running up to the turn, the partner shouted that they now needed to turn right. Behind them was already this giant creature and they heard the schoolboy's cry that there would be a place for pipeline repair work ahead. Turning around, he explained that they needed to run along the very edge and the stakes were completely unacceptable. Smiling, the hero told him to speak for himself. Running up to the pit, the young man realized that his companion had memorized this entire route perfectly. The monster was clicking its teeth behind their backs. Suddenly, one of its legs fell into this pit. It began to fall, uttering shrill screams. The creature's head hit the building. The body fell into the pit, and the hero screamed that everything worked out and it hit as it should. Suddenly, the young man noticed something, opening his mouth wide. In the distance, the tongue of another monster was visible. The schoolboy turned around, hearing the protagonist cry that they needed to dodge immediately after the signal. A paw of the monster appeared from around the corner. The hero frowned. They ducked immediately after the boy's scream. Min-cho looked back. The frog's tongue had pierced the big monster's head. The boy watched the scene with a smile. The frog still had its mouth open. The big-headed one grabbed the monster's tongue. Starting to run away again, the boy asked his companion if he was okay and also explained that they should run away while they had the chance. Pointing somewhere, his partner explained that they needed to run there, because there was a bike rental place there. Grinning, the boy realized why this man had managed to survive all this time and praised him. The hero frowned. They were sitting on a two-seater bicycle and Jang-soo asked if his partner was confident in this vehicle. The latter explained that he didn't think that only such a person could survive. With wide eyes, the schoolboy asked if the boy was pedaling. The latter sarcastically said that he was trying his best, but he couldn't do it. An alley was visible and a guy's voice was heard saying that they were only a little bit away from their destination, since he had managed to study several places after receiving the map and the building they needed was well equipped and should be safe. Looking ahead, his partner asked if he could ask him a question, to which the boy answered affirmatively. His eyes widened after his comrade's words about Division 7.5. Without turning around, the schoolboy explained that he had recently returned to pick up a friend, but found only a note in his house saying that he had been taken by this division. Frowning, the hero said that he had already heard of such a detachment, but he did not know who they were, while his partner noted that it could be some kind of army. Looking ahead, the guy realized that this had all happened like with his father, but he still could not understand why only a small group of people were honored to be saved and for what purpose. A building was visible ahead, and the hero's words were heard that they were there. There were words engraved on the wall that there were drivers of a certain company here. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed something behind him. Looking to the side, he was surprised to see a real army jeep. Suddenly, something exploded on the side of the car. They stopped not far from it. The young man knocked on the window and the observer asked if this man was a zombie. The soldier opened his eyes a little. The guy opened the mesh that served as a window, realizing that this was an ordinary person. Pulling him out of the car, the player also read that the soldier's name was Yongin, and that he was a private soldier. Sitting in the car, the young man said that this man could have taken at least K2 with him and also noted that the car was completely broken, and suddenly the soldier asked who they were. Taking out a knife, the soldier said that he had nothing and told the guy to get lost. Kicking the weapon away with his foot, the young man asked what was in his hands at the time. Covering his face with his hands, Yongin explained that he could take it if he wanted and asked him not to touch it himself. Bending down to take the knife, the protagonist explained that he would have to decide for himself. Holding the blade to the soldier's face, the protagonist asked if the man was a deserter and what he was doing in such a place, because he really didn't just betray his comrades and run away alone. Raising his hands, the soldier explained that all his comrades had died, so he had to run away alone, and the protagonist noted that his violent reaction made him even more suspicious. With wide eyes, the comrade asked if the man was a soldier. Looking up, the guy answered in the affirmative and explained that you can tell right away. Suddenly, his gaze turned to the soldier. He grabbed him by the clothes while he was screaming to be let go. The hero grabbed his dog tag, which was hanging around his neck. Holding it in his hands, the protagonist ordered the soldier to state his personal number. With his mouth wide open, the soldier asked again. With wide eyes, Chong-soo ordered him again to state his personal number, because he should have memorized it by now. The man's eyes were wide. Opening his mouth, he started rattling off numbers. Frowning, the young man said that everything matched, and now he had managed to earn a couple of trust points. Bowing his head, the guy also explained that he had one more question about whether he knew anything about Division 7.5. With his eyes wide open, the soldier answered negatively, and the hero realized that he was of no use. Standing nearby, his partner noted that they had been standing there for too long, and they should hardly be delayed outside for so long, but suddenly the soldier asked them to stop. The protagonist climbed onto the hood of the car and offered to just climb over, but his comrade asked if they really weren't going to do anything with this man. The soldier was sitting on the ground and the hero explained that he didn't look like he was of any use, but the schoolboy said that he could still be of some use. Suddenly, they turned around, hearing the soldier's screams. With his mouth wide open, he was screaming that he had a crack in his leg and that he wouldn't survive alone. Frowning, the hero noted that the soldier had recently asked him not to touch him. Still sitting on the ground, The man explained that he thought they could harm him, while observers said that such actions were quite in the spirit of Chansu. Jumping over the fence, he said that they were offending him. Looking out the window, the guy asked his partner to check if the gate opened manually, since there was most likely no electricity. Opening his mouth, the young man also added that the soldier would not be able to go alone, so his comrade should help him. Smiling, the schoolboy answered affirmatively. They were in the middle of the taxi depot parking lot, and the guy realized that there were only 4 cars here. Approaching the entrance, the young man could not understand why the gate was closed if all the cars had left. Taking hold of the door handle, he also said that they had better not let their guard down. Entering inside, his partner asked why this was so, and the hero explained that there might be someone inside. Once inside, the soldier noted that it was extremely quiet here. There were papers with the recruitment on the floor. A sign for the medical center was visible. Standing near the entrance to the room, the protagonist asked them to stay here and said that he should check the upper floors. His comrade grabbed him by the sleeve. With wide eyes, he asked if the hero would abandon him. Turning around, the young man said that he was not sure of the answer yet. Chansu, climbing the stairs, asked the observers what they thought about the idea of leaving his companion here and leaving. The hero went up to the machines. While the spectators were talking about the schoolboy's good orientation, the guy noted that there were also machines here, and he would somehow manage to last here, and besides, it would be safer than dragging around together. Bowing his head, he listened to the observer's words about his partner being too kind, and it was dangerous to leave him alone. Suddenly, his eyes widened after he heard some words. There was a door ahead of him, from behind which these words were coming. The guy took hold of the handle. In front of him were many communication devices, from which words were coming that Jeju was safe. With his mouth wide open, the young man did not understand what was happening here, because the electricity was still turned off. His eyes widened after hearing the words from the radio that the division he was looking for told them to run to Jeju, and first they needed to get on a train to Taejeon. Raising his head, he called up the information window. A notification appeared in front of him that it was dangerous to stay in one area for a long time. Another window also appeared with a message that they needed to get to the train station to leave the city. The protagonist ran out of the room, listening to the words of the observers about whether the player would finally be able to leave this place. Descending the stairs, he called for his partner. Entering the medical center, the young man asked the soldier where his comrade had disappeared to. The soldier explained with his mouth open that they had heard a sound from the basement, and Min Chul had decided to go down and check everything out. The hero asked with his eyes wide open that his comrade had decided to go down there alone, and that the man had just sat and waited. The soldier tried to object with his mouth wide open. The young man ran out the door while the man asked him not to leave him alone. Standing in front of the table, the guy was trying to find the keys to the taxi so he could get out of here. Looking at a certain resume, he realized that there was definitely someone else in this building besides them, and that the lights had most likely been turned off on purpose. Gritting his teeth, he realized that he couldn't find the keys. Suddenly, his eyes widened. The young man was running somewhere. Breathing heavily, he looked down. The soldier was lying on the floor in front of him, and the hero asked what happened to him, and the soldier explained that he had simply fallen. Still standing over him, the guy didn't believe his words at first, but the soldier simply asked him to help him get to his feet. Lifting the man by the collar, the protagonist noted that there was no peace for him, because he had to rush here with all his might, because it seemed that some kind of creature had crawled out, but the soldier explained that the sound from the basement was repeated again and he wanted to check. Suddenly, their eyes widened. They looked at the descent into the basement, from which strange sounds were coming. Someone was climbing the stairs. A man was holding a schoolboy hostage while the hero asked the hero to just leave, because it was too dangerous here. The protagonist, frowning, looked at him. Holding a knife in front of him, he said that this man should let his friend go. Sweat was running down the man's face. Grinning, the bandit said that this boy had snuck into his company, and it would not be possible to just let him go. Holding the knife in front of him, he shouted that they were all vile thieves, because he couldn't answer all the calls from the clients. Frowning, the guy realized where all the keys had gone. With wide eyes, the soldier said that most likely this bandit was not himself and therefore could cut their comrade, but the protagonist asked the man why it was necessary to let him go alone. Smiling, the guy asked what thieves they were talking about. Raising his hand to his chest, he explained that he came to get a job as a driver, because all the calls that came in could be given to him, and the observers could not understand what was going on. Continuing to smile, the young man said that he saw the boss on the news, and if he gave him a chance to get behind the wheel, then he would definitely have the opportunity to become an outstanding driver. The taxi company director put his hand to his chin and said that an interview would really do no harm, because he really did not have enough drivers and needed to quickly select new ones. The man asked, his eyes wide open, where the protagonist's application was. The guy's mouth dropped open and he realized that he had nothing at all. The boss, still with his eyes wide open, explained that there could be no interview without an application and no other way. Smiling, the hero explained that it was in the office and whispered to the soldier to go to the next office and find an application or something similar on the table. The protagonist closed his eyes and asked the boss not to worry, because his friend had already gone to get the documents. Looking up, the director said that even despite the unrest in the world, a driver had still been found for him. Holding the paper in his hands, the soldier said that he had found it. Covering his mouth with his hand, he told the boy that he had chosen the person most similar to him. The man brought the paper close to his face. The schoolboy's eyes widened. Calling him with his hand, the boy asked him to walk slowly towards him. Suddenly, Min-chul rushed forward, pushing the taxi company director away. The hero snatched the crutch from the soldier's hands. The protagonist hit the man in the chest with the crutch. Having dropped him to the ground, the boy told his partner to hold him by the top and Yeo-jin to hold his legs and tried to find the car keys. The soldier already had the key in his hands. They ran out to the parking lot. Sitting behind the wheel, the soldier asked if he really had to drive, but the protagonist noted that he had a crack in his left leg and that he should start the car already. Bowing his head, he explained that their destination was the train station, but the soldier asked why they needed to go there, because he was really still working. With his mouth wide open, Jang-soo ordered him to start driving. Some people were running into the taxi parking lot. They all ran with their eyes wide open in fear. The boy's eyes were also wide open. A multi-legged creature was following these people. The boy grabbed the seat and said that he believed in the soldier, and it was time for him to start moving. Sweat appeared on Min-chul's face. Looking at the monster, he couldn't understand where it came from. Looking up, the protagonist realized that it was a crawler. Making a scared face, Yeonjun couldn't understand what kind of monster was attacking this time. The monster let out a loud roar. Words were heard from the moving car that these creatures were all ugly. With his mouth open, Jang-soo said that at this rate, they would quickly catch up. Opening the door, the fat man shouted that they were thieves. The streamer began to sweat. The voices from the car were saying to turn towards the boss. The man was shouting with his mouth wide open that it was his taxi. The boss looked ahead. Looking at the crawler, someone from the car was shouting to go to the main gate. The crawler crashed head-on into the building. The taxi drove away from the parking area. Holding the steering wheel, the soldier was unhappy with the fact that Young-soo used that man. Raising his head, the boy said that he had to do it. Looking back, Yejin listened to Min-chul's words about their ally having no other choice. Looking at the floor, the young man said that the protagonist did everything to save them. The protagonist saw something ahead. Looking at the road, the young man thought that he was familiar with this line. As soon as the car crossed the line, the system showed a message that the guys passed the fork point. Looking up, Jang-soo looked at the notifications that from now on, viewers would have access to the mission setting function, which allowed them to purchase various effects and assign them as a reward for successfully completing a mission. Looking at his friend, the protagonist asked if the others could see the messages, to which he received a response from the system that they did not even know about this conversation. Looking at the screen, the protagonist asked Hyungnama what that was, to which he received a response that Hyung would level him up. Turning his head, the young man said that he was grateful for that. The boy looked back. With his mouth open, the boy screamed that the monster was still chasing them. Looking forward, the streamer asked to accelerate. The monster continued to chase the car. Looking sideways, Jang-soo suggested that running in a straight line allows the crawler to increase speed. Looking at Min-chul, the boy asked him to remember this track. Biting his nails, the young man tried to remember this road. The boy's eyes widened. Pointing his finger, he said that they needed to go up the hill, to which the soldier said that it would reduce their speed. With his mouth wide open, the boy shouted that if they didn't want to die, they needed to go there. Making a surprised face, the protagonist told the driver to go where Min-chul said. Words came from the car that there would be a descent further on. Turning his head, the protagonist noticed that they had started to pick up speed, and so they reached the descent. With his eyes wide open, Yeonjin saw something ahead. Looking at the road, the boy shouted that there was a section with a landslide. Sweating, the boy shouted that they needed to go to the cliff, because crawlers don't know how to brake. Frowning, Jang-soo saw comments that this was the end of his journey. Lowering his head, the protagonist thought that he had made the wrong choice. The protagonist's eyes widened as he saw a notification that a man nicknamed Exhausted had set a mission for him with an effect as a reward, which was to lean out of the window and provoke a monster, for which the vehicle would be protected from skidding for 15 seconds after completing the task. Leaning out of the window, the boy shouted at the monster that even a snail moves faster. The monster opened its mouth. Turning his head, Min-chul asked his partner what he was doing. Looking back, Yun-jin assumed that the streamer had gone crazy. Clenching his fist, Jong-soo begged for this trick to work. Smiling, the boy saw a notification that the effect had been activated. The soldier saw a sign that pointed to the right. Turning the steering wheel, he shouted at the passengers to hold on tight. The car turned to the side. Sitting in the car, the guys let out a scream. A moment later, the crawler flew off the cliff. The monster looked at its victims. The car stopped at the edge of the abyss. Young-jin was surprised that they hadn't flipped over while bending over. Min-chul raised his head. Smiling, the protagonist thanked the exhausted one. The streamer's voice could be heard from the car. Frowning, the young man thought about how the Mujong highway should be clogged with traffic. Looking at the large building, the boy said that he didn't see a single soul here. Looking at the residential buildings, the boy suggested hiding the car somewhere nearby. Sweating, the soldier realized that there were zombies in front of them. Grabbing the door handle, Jong-soo said that he would distract their attention while his allies went to the station. Turning his head, Min-chul asked his comrade if he was confident in his abilities. Holding a knife in his hand, the young man said that he could handle it alone. Hearing the streamer scream, the monsters looked in his direction. Taking a fighting stance, the protagonist used the provocation effect. Looking at the zombie, the protagonist noticed that its accumulated boost was 1.4 points. Looking ahead, the young man thought about the fact that this indicator was initially equal to 1, but for each half-human, a certain number of points are added. Picking up the dagger, Chonsa decided that it was necessary to pump up this skill properly. The knife pierced the throat of the creature. A second later, it fell to the ground. After that, the streamer picked up the knife again. A moment later, the young man struck the second dead man. Looking away, the boy told the last monster not to worry. Striking the infected in the head, the guy said that he had not forgotten about him. Standing among the corpses, the young man saw comments about how much stronger he had become. Wiping the blood from his face, the young man asked subscribers not to stir up his dark past. Looking at the sky, the guy was glad that his strength and reflexes had increased significantly. Moving forward, the protagonist thought that this was not enough to unlock the potential of the accumulation skill. Fighting off the monster, the man shouted for help. Hiding behind the wall, the young man thought about the fact that the man's screams included the name Changkook, who was the mayor. Opening his mouth, Jung-soo asked Henema if he should intervene, after which he saw that everyone except the exhausted one was against it. Grabbing his weapon, the boy decided that he had to save the person in danger. Covering himself with his hand from the zombie, the mayor's assistant shouted for someone to help him. A moment later, the infected fell to the ground. Sitting on the floor, the man listened to the boy's words about hearing the name Changkook. The protagonist looked at the saved one. Yeon-hun gritted his teeth and said that this son of a bitch abandoned him. The protagonist turned around and asked if the interlocutor was talking about Mayor Changkook, and he replied that they were heading to the train station, but because of the monsters, he suggested looking for another way. Recalling those events, the man added that the mayor got angry because he opposed him and sent him to check if it was safe here or not. When all this happened to the world, the scoundrel simply went crazy. The department employee lowered his angry gaze, and when the young man asked if he understood correctly that the mayor was also heading to the train station, he replied that most likely it was so. With his crowd of guards, he would not die so easily. Looking at the interlocutor in surprise, the player was surprised that the employees were even obliged to do such a thing. Remembering how the mayor got into the car, the man replied that not all, but there were many unfamiliar faces. Most likely, they were hired from outside. The guy rubbed his chin with his finger, thinking that it sounded like the mayor was important to someone in power, and he thanked the department employee out loud for his help. When the survivors reached the station building, the streamer noticed that Yeon-hun's companions were nowhere to be seen, to which he expressed hope that they were already inside. Putting his foot on the stairs, Jong-soo asked if his companion was ready to go inside. Turning to him, the hero said his name. The man's face became shocked when he repeated the name of the rescuer. As they began to climb the stairs, the department employee noticed something. He pointed his finger at the figure of a girl standing at the top of the stairs. The rescued one extended his hand to her, while the young man took a closer look and tried to call out. The player covered his face with his hand and said that the man was crazy to decide to call her. The girl really did not look alive, and the guy added that a little girl had no business being alone in such a place. Blood was dripping from the monster's sharp teeth, and it seems that the subscribers have already understood everything. Clutching a knife in his hands, the protagonist asked the viewers how dangerous this creature was, and asked to assign some mission with rewards as soon as possible. His mouth opened in surprise when he read that the exhausted one drained 100 yen on him. The hero's eyes reflected numbers when he was told that for the commentators 1 yen was as valuable as 10,000 won for him in times of famine, and the young man realized that it was really very expensive. The department employee glanced sideways at the standing guy. He removed his hand from the man's face and asked him to be quiet, since this thing did not look like a person. Suddenly, the monster turned around at the sound in the station building. Then, with a wild screech, it rushed inside. Horror was reflected on the man's face. He took a step back and said that he would not go there. He rushed down, shouting that he would rather go back, to which the streamer thought the man was stupid. The department employee fell at the bottom of the stairs right next to the feet of another monster. Looking up with panicked eyes, he barely had time to say that there was another one here. The creature opened its mouth in satisfaction. The young man watched in horror as the man he had saved was torn to pieces. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought that he shouldn't have gone down until the chat called this thing Silent Girl and said that it was blind but responded to sound. The player's eyes widened in fear when he heard some noise above. The killer Yinhan was climbing up from the other side when the new master set a new mission, and it was to freeze when Silent Girl passed him. Sweat was running down the boy's face. The monster was level with the hero. He tried not to move at all. Jansu closed his eyes when he was afraid that he was noticed. But the enemy passed by. The guy fell to the floor, glad that the girl was gone, while the notification reported the end of the mission. The streamer went down to the body, noting how cruelly the poor guy was beaten. He reached out for the man's wallet, to which the viewers were indignant. But the guy just pulled out a business card, saying what he found. Then he walked away, while the commentators were amazed at his intelligence. But at that moment, the dead man rose to his feet. The hero immediately pulled out a knife. Cursing, he realized that these creatures are capable of infecting victims with a zombie virus. Driving the blade into the zombie's head, the young man realized that he had become even more enraged. The streamer went up the stairs. Looking around, he begged the monsters not to appear again. The player moved forward, trying to figure out where the two had gone. And soon he saw another Silent Girl, and heard the voices of his comrades behind the door where the monster was entering. The hero's face reflected painful thoughts. After which he simply turned around and told the subscribers that he would probably go back, seeing no benefit in saving them, and they began to be indignant. But when the guy saw a mission to save his comrades from the toilet with a reward of 20 yen, he stopped. Glancing back, the protagonist assumed that the viewers had decided to compensate him for his losses. Jansa entered a nearby restaurant, and when the chat was surprised that he had decided to eat, he asked who they thought he was. In the kitchen, he found several timers, and drew the attention of his subscribers to this. With a crazy smile, the young man grabbed the device and declared that this was the so-called explosive clock strategy, and the commentators thought that he had gone crazy. Yanjin and Minchel were hiding in the booths from two crazy girls. They had nowhere else to run. They turned to the door when they saw their comrade enter. With a grin, the guy showed the timer. The monsters reacted to the new target. The hero rushed to the exit. And when the monsters ran out after him, he threw the beeping timer in the opposite direction. After which he tore the second one off the strap of his backpack, realizing that it was not yet time. The blind monsters ran towards the sound. When the last one disappeared over the edge of the stairs, the streamer breathed a sigh of relief. The boy got off the stall when the player told them to get down quietly, and muttered that he thought he wouldn't survive. While the guys got out of the toilet, the protagonist watched to make sure the monsters didn't return, and when asked by the chat, he said that using the skill from the reward was too dangerous. Gritting his teeth, he remembered that the main condition was touching, and this was no joke. As long as he touched them, he would immediately be torn to shreds. The soldier rested his hand on the door frame, and admitted that he broke his crutch. The player turned around, and asked the boy to help Yanjin, and reminded him to speak more quietly. The three of them moved towards the platform when the streamer received a notification about the mission's completion. The protagonist glanced at the guys when he heard a cough. The soldier was barely holding on to the schoolboy when they were reminded to be quiet. But then the streamer's eyes widened, realizing what was wrong with this guy. The man's eyes were bloodshot, and sweat was running down his face. The boy looked at him with concern, and it dawned on the player that the soldier's leg was not broken at all. Looking down, the young man asked if the soldier understood the state he was in now, but the soldier replied that he did not understand what he was talking about. The hero's mind's eye flashed with Yinhin's face after the infection. Gritting his teeth, Jiangsu cursed in his mind. He had spent so much energy for the survival of this guy. Grabbing the boy by the shoulder, the hero dragged him away. The soldier was left alone in the empty hall, and the young man apologized to him. Tears welled up in the boy's eyes. He shouted his friend's name, but the soldier breathed out in response that nothing could be done, and the infected one would have to be left. Looking behind the reception desk, the streamer thought about what to do next. There was no one, and apparently he would have to hold out until the mayor arrived, but it was dangerous to stay here. The guy slapped his companion on the shoulder and said that they needed to get out of here. Suddenly, the soldier pointed somewhere to the side with his last strength. Turning in that direction, the player opened his mouth. Surprise appeared in his eyes. Yinhan continued pointing in that direction, although he could no longer utter anything except growling. The young man saw a glowing board that showed that the train was about to arrive. The protagonist looked at the board in shock when he realized that the train was really on the move, and there was only a minute left before departure. Meanwhile, the soldier grabbed his shoulder. The young man reminded himself of his name. Dragging the schoolboy along with him, the player promised to remember him. Gritting his teeth, he thought that he would remember him until the very end, and that when he cleared this game, he would repay him at any cost. Stopping at the edge of the platform, the streamer asked the boy to listen to him carefully, if, of course, he wanted to stay alive. Turning to his companion, the hero said that the train would arrive packed with all sorts of evil spirits, so it was worth keeping an ear out. The boy looked at him sadly. At this time, the loudspeaker announced that the arriving train was passing through the station. The boy looked in surprise at the working radio broadcast, and so the train began to move. Noticing an open trash can, Chansa told the schoolbus to quickly climb into it. The train entered the station without slowing down, and a huge monster ran after it, accompanied by a crowd of zombies. The player looked out of the trash can and realized that the train had taken all possible opponents with it. Seeing off the train with his eyes, the player was surprised. The train was supposed to make a stop, but for some reason it left. But the old Manga train stopped near the platform, and subscribers were surprised that the high-speed transport was used as bait to push the locomotive. The streamer closed the container with a lid, and assuming that they were waiting for the mayor, told Minchell to stay here for now, and he was indignant that he did not want to sit here all his life. Heading to the locomotive, the young man asked not to be scared. He would not leave without him. The player quietly crept up to the train. A girl looked out of the driver's cabin. She cursed. Taking off her cap, she asked out loud why there was no Changkuk here, or whatever his name was. The guy sat down near the rails. He recognized this girl. He remembered that he once read an interview about a typist who twisted a pickpocket on the spot. Current typists are strong even in hand-to-hand combat. Her name was John Soyan. The girl lit a cigarette, thinking out loud that these bastards from the 7th Division couldn't have staged a prank on the radio. They promised to take them to a bomb shelter if she did as she was told. She had spent so much effort to get out of the hangar. Who were they anyway? Looking tensely at the typist, the hero remembered that she was completely different in the interview, and decided to get on this train anyway. Noticing that the boy looked out of the trash can, and the player realized that there were two of them, and if something happened, they could knock the woman out, but they needed the driver. He decided to try to negotiate. The schoolboy gestured that there was only one enemy, and it was possible to attack. But the young man climbed onto the platform, and the girl noticed him. Only the streamer had to slow down Min Chul so that he stopped, and where did he even get this pipe? The girl began to panic. While in the chat they noted that the boy had become bolder. The typist grinned and asked if they really decided to take away her locomotive, or did they think that she was lucky to get here alone? But the young man handed her a business card, asked her to stop and take a look at this first. The girl opened her mouth when she saw the name, and admitted that by the appearance of the protagonist, it was impossible to say that he was the mayor's man. Without looking at the interlocutor, the guy lied that it happened and he had a message for her. Everyone in the chat immediately understood. Holding out his hand to the typist, Chansa said that the mayor was dead. The girl's gaze was filled with horror. Her face expressed panic. She loudly asked if it was true, and the hero calmly assured that monsters attacked the head of the city on the way, and as far as she could see, they were the only ones left alive. Looking at the interlocutor in bewilderment, the woman admitted that this complicated the matter. She turned sharply towards the sound, and noticed that they had been hanging around here for too long, and the player said that they needed to get out of here quickly before the monsters came running, to save themselves at least. Clutching her cap to her chest, the girl screamed that she had an agreement to deliver the mayor. Looking at the typist seriously, and said that he was the only one who had information from the city government, he asked to take him to his destination and promised to do his best to convince the military. With the death of the mayor, this agreement was no longer valid. They needed to help each other. Putting his cap back on, the woman cursed. She threw the rest of her cigarette to the side. Climbing into the locomotive, she told her to follow her. If she took at least one, they would give her a place in the bomb shelter. Taking hold of the handrail, Jiansu asked to take the boy too. She looked at the schoolboy and noticed that the little one did not look like a civil servant. Minchio looked at the woman with puppy eyes. While the streamer asked if she really offered to leave him alone in this terrible place, he was still a schoolboy, and she had to agree. but in return she demanded this pipe. The old train moved. The boy grabbed the handrail and the hero looked ahead, glad that they barely managed to drive away. At that moment, Yang Injin ran out onto the platform. He had completely turned into a zombie, and the young man thought with gratitude that he would definitely survive. But after the dead man, several living people came down the stairs, trying to stop the train. In the man's frightened face, the protagonist recognized the mayor of Changkuk. The mayor, accompanied by 2 guards, ran along the platform after the train. The driver looked out of the cabin to see who was yelling. The man was reaching out to the train. He demanded that the locomotive stop, because she had come for him, and the girl was surprised. She had been told that the mayor had died. The guy pointed to the platform and calmly said that it was too late and that she should take control, and when she objected, he suggested looking at those things behind her. They were following the sound. One of the silent girls was gnawing on a fallen guard, and the player said that they needed to pick up speed or the monsters would catch up with them. The woman clenched her teeth in anger when she heard that if she tried to slow down, she would die too. She covered her eyes with her cap when the streamer told her to get back into the driver's cabin. The door slammed behind the girl. The face of the mayor reflected despair. He screamed that these sons of bitches had no right to abandon him, or did they need a secret code? But he was caught by Young Jin the moment he said the password the end. The protagonist froze, memorizing this information. The creature that became a soldier knocked the mayor down onto the concrete. Watching this, the player asked his subscribers if this could be considered a lucky outcome, and received the answer that it could very well be. Glancing at the schoolboy, he told him to go inside. In the cabin, the young man folded his arms across his chest when the typist said that he had to explain himself to her if he didn't want to be thrown off the train, and he asked what exactly. Looking away, the hero repeated that the mayor was dead and wasn't at the station. Soyeon glanced sideways at the interlocutor and asked who he thought she was, to which she heard the answer that there was no reason to get rid of the mayor, they just weren't together in the first place. The woman grabbed the impudent man by the lapels, yelled that he was a shameless bastard and demanded to know who he was, and he gave his name. Looking angrily at the young man, she asked if he had lied about working in the administration, then whose business card was it? The typist suspected him of Yinhen's death. She demanded to know who he was. The streamer raised his hands in a conciliatory manner and replied that he was just a passenger on the train, and for the record, he only showed his business card, but did not call himself by his name. The girl swung her hand at the liar and screamed that she knew he was up to something, and threatened to throw them both out of the window. But Jungsu reminded them that they were ordinary passengers, otherwise she herself would not have let them on the train. They had to get on it at all costs. The typist clenched her teeth when the young man asked if she thought about how he got this business card. The mayor sent Yinhen to certain death, and although he failed to protect him, he tried his best to bring an employee of the department with him, and this time he did not lie. Looking at the woman with despair, the player continued that his life was at stake. He had no other choice. He asked him to think for himself, that they needed to get out of there. He did not leave the mayor to die. It was for the lives of everyone on board. Soyeon threw the liar at the boy and accused him of deception, calling both of them real stowaways. The cap fell to the floor near the typist's feet, when suddenly the young man said that he remembered what she said in the interview. Raising himself on his elbows, he reminded that there are passengers with certain circumstances, and they were just such passengers. The girl was shocked and asked how he knew her name. Then she blushed, not understanding why he read her interview when there were only a couple of lines. The guy looked at his interlocutor in confusion, not understanding what had confused her so much. Seo-yeon clutched her head when the player added that it impressed him so much that he remembered it, and on the quote "to make the world a little warmer," she yelled at him to shut up. Covering her face with her cap, she muttered that the interview didn't have that many views. How did he even find it? And the protagonist concluded that it was easy to read, and the right path was an unpopular page that highlighted good deeds that happened on the fringes of society. Lowering her head in embarrassment, the typist wondered if maybe this kid wasn't so bad for reading her interview, or maybe he was a slacker who read everything out of boredom. Putting her hands on the control panel, she agreed that there was nothing to be done. They had to try to work together. The protagonist stood up and asked if the train was really heading to Taejun, and the woman noted that he was well informed. The guy frowned and remembered that the typist had mentioned the 7.5 Division, so he asked if she knew anything about this army, to which she replied that she knew nothing. If they had already decided to save them, they would have saved them. Why set strange conditions? She turned to the interlocutor and asked if it seemed strange to him that nothing was known about this division. No one had encountered them personally. There was only a signal on the emergency communication channel, after which she was indignant. Why were they on first-name terms with each other? She was 27, she was older. The streamer folded his arms across his chest and agreed to adhere to the limits. After all, he was 2 years younger. Pressing his back to the door, the young man admitted that Soyeon was right. There was indeed a lot of suspicion in this. But then why did this mysterious division need a mayor? The typist looked away and said that the mayor of the city needed to be brought in because the executive power had collapsed, saying that the military alone wouldn't do. All she got was a short signal, and that was all she knew. The protagonist rubbed his chin with his fingers and thought that perhaps their influence was much stronger than he had assumed. He wanted to know how many civilians were under their command, and he noted out loud that the woman had given him a valuable find. He would also not remain in debt, that she had put them on the train. The girl glanced at him sideways and said that it would be so. At this time, Minchul looked out the window, and his face turned pale. He called his friend. The protagonist also looked outside. Silent Girl was standing on the train platform, and the chat began to worry about the moment the train stopped. The typist turned around and opened her mouth, but Jong-soo pressed his finger to his lips. Staring intently at the monster, the young man realized that the rumble of the wheels confused the girl, so she did not notice their presence, and tried to figure out what to do, whether it was worth trying to deal with her right away. At that moment, the creature turned to the entrance to the cabin. The protagonist covered the typist's mouth, and all three looked intently at the door. While the main character was pressing his hands to the door, he received a notification about a new mission, and thought with annoyance that the new master had again given a difficult mission to kill this girl in 5 minutes. Squinting, the guy noted that 5 minutes was somehow too fast. In case of a mistake he could die, to which the subscribers replied that they thought it was a trifle for him. The player closed his eyes and slowly exhaled. And he smiled happily when the exhausted one gave him a quest to kill Silent Girl within an hour. The young man was glad of his return. The streamer stared at the chat in surprise when the exhausted one first demanded that the new master leave, and the latter in turn accused the opponent of spending money and now handing out stupid missions. The protagonist looked at the second window when the exhausted one said that the competitor's mission was too dangerous for the player. The hero's face acquired a puzzled expression when the donors continued to quarrel. The guy couldn't understand the reason why these two were fighting, because once upon a time there was only one viewer for Chansu, and now he was faced with their battle for the first time. Throwing open the door, he decided to send everything to hell. The others opened their mouths in fear when the streamer went straight to meet the monster. Looking gloomily at the girl, the protagonist realized that the light steps were indeed drowned out by the general noise, and called up the skill window. He pressed his finger on the skill to deafen the one he touched. His gaze carefully followed the enemy. The boy's finger touched the girl's shoulder. Immediately after that, he fell face down on the platform. The monster rushed towards him, but flew past right to the edge of the train. Smiling happily when the enemy fell over the railing, the streamer declared that the lady had made a mistake. The guy looked over the edge to make sure that the monster was finished. The girl clung to the stairs, although her legs were already missing. The hero screamed, realizing how tenacious this mob was, while half of her body was torn off. He began to kick the monster in the head and scream for it to go away, to which the commentators reminded that she couldn't hear him anyway. Silent Girl's fingers tried to grab the protagonist's hand, but he grabbed a knife. The hand came loose under the demand to get lost. The monster fell to the ground. The player watched her with hatred. A mixture of horror and shock was reflected in his eyes. And only after that the young man allowed himself to fall to his knees, reacting to the pain in his palm, to which the chat noted that there was always something wrong with this player. Breathing heavily, the streamer looked at his palm, and realized that he touched this creature, while the mission was completed. The protagonist took hold of the door handle, and having received a second notification, said that he eliminated it in 5 minutes, clearing the double mission. Inside the guy met Min Chul, who worriedly asked if everything was okay, and when he asked what he was talking about, he replied that he screamed very loudly, and the hero realized that he was heard. The typist turned to the one who entered, and admitted that he was cooler than she thought. The player grinned and asked what he meant by succumbed, to which the girl replied that she did not expect that he would have the courage to go and deal with her, and also that he screamed so well. The guy groaned and pressed his palm to his forehead, so much so that his companion even decided that he was hurt. The streamer suddenly raised his head when he heard that they had picked up a radio signal while he was gone, and asked if it was really from the 7th Division. At the moment when the hero was knocking the monster off the train, the military got in touch and heard his screams. Jansa tensed up and asked what they said, and the girl answered that if they went straight ahead, there would be a checkpoint at a half station ahead, where they would need to get off the train. They would be checked for deviations and transferred to Taejun. The guy narrowed his eyes and asked about the mayor. The typist extended her hand and said that the original agreement was to deliver the mayor safe and sound to Taejun, but she said that the mayor was not there, so the conditions changed. They also said to leave the train to the mechanic. The hero covered his face with his hand, and the interlocutor asked what was going on. Squinting one eye, the young man replied that too many things were wrong. The train continued moving forward. The protagonist opened the information window and read that people at the stop were robbing and, if possible, advised not to stop, and that there was another checkpoint guarded by a small group of people between the stop and the Taejeon train station. Rubbing his chin with his finger, the player decided that it would be better not to stop at the stop, and asked his subscribers out loud for a spoiler: how many Soyeon could take down in a fight. The typist looked at the young man while the commentators were deciding to give advice, and asked why he had gone silent. The streamer removed his finger from his chin and asked what would happen if they simply passed the stop. The woman's gaze became surprised. She could not understand why they were passing by, to which she heard that there was a chance that it was unsafe there, and that he was not sure that they could be trusted. Rubbing his face with his palm, the guy said that he could name several reasons, but first of all, there was no need to give up the train. They did not even say that it was broken, and most importantly, it seemed suspicious to him that they changed the conditions immediately after they found out that the mayor was not with them. The typist folded her arms over her chest and admitted that the interlocutor was right. The stop could be abandoned at any moment. If they were locked there, it was possible to say goodbye to life. With a serious look, the streamer continued that she, in fact, did not trust the division either. She herself said that she barely got out of the closed hangar, and given the current world situation, places such as stops and checkpoints that carry out the transfer of the army were unlikely to operate in normal mode. The girl adjusted her cap when she heard the suggestion that there was a high probability that if the train stopped, they would have to fight to the death, and was forced to agree with the player again that she needed to get to Taejeon, and she was ready to break through with a fight if an inevitable clash occurred. Folding his arms across his chest, the young man asked if there was a section between the stop and the train station in Taejeon that could block the train's movement, and the interlocutor confirmed that, as far as she remembered, there was an unfinished branch just past the stop. When asked about this, the answer was that if someone moved the lever, the train would turn onto the unfinished tracks, and due to the lack of rails, an accident would be inevitable. The protagonist grinned and suggested that this must be what the second checkpoint was for, and if they passed the stop, the military would send the train along the unfinished tracks. Looking at the guy seriously, the typist asked that even if they passed the stop, would they have to stop at the second stop? At the Dongjin stop, the player activated the one-time voice boost he had received for the quest. The soldiers raised their machine guns, and one of them noted that the train was approaching. The guy took a deep breath. Waving his arms, he began to shout that the train was broken. The soldiers were so confused that they did not immediately understand what was happening. They remembered that no one had warned them about the breakdown and tried to figure out what to do while the passenger continued to yell about the malfunction. When Chansu returned back to the cabin, the typist angrily asked him what he was doing and why he had taken off his clothes, to which he replied that he was causing a panic, because the stop was unlikely to have been given instructions on how to act in such a case, and of course, the second stop would not have time to react in time either. The protagonist began to get dressed, and Soyeon asked how he managed to scream so loudly. The noise was like a locomotive, to which he asked how old this expression was. The train entered a tunnel. Zombies were wandering outside, and the girl admitted that her fellow traveler was right. There was a fork soon, but the road was not cleared of monsters. It was unlikely that everything was calm at the station. The train began to exit the tunnel, and the driver told them to get ready to disembark. The hero and the girl got out of the locomotive, and he told Min Chul to wait half an hour and blow the horn. The boy grabbed the railings with his fingers and asked why he was doing this, and the streamer explained that he had to distract attention so that they could escape. They needed to blow the horn and get ready to leave. Confidently looking at his friend, the schoolboy asked to rely on him, and the two of them were obliged to return safe and sound. The boys went forward, and the typist said that there was a fork further on, and asked if the protagonist was sure that the boy would cope, because he had only managed to explain the basics of control, and he assured her that there was nothing to worry about. This schoolboy was simply a genius when it came to memorization, although the girl doubted it. The player walked forward a little, and soon stopped, saying that he saw a checkpoint. They hid behind the trees, and the young man admitted that it was smaller and quieter than expected, and in response the typist added that they hardly knew that they were there, since the train had stopped earlier. The vibrations should not have reached them. Moving on, the young man suggested going around the hill. A detachment of soldiers was moving towards the scouts through the forest. One of them asked what they were ordered to do with the violators, and the other replied that if they resisted, just shoot. The guys hid behind the bushes while the soldiers were discussing how they only needed to take the locomotive and that this mission was very simple. But the protagonist was tensely reasoning to himself that he, of course, guessed. But the soldiers did not even think about leaving them alive. He was just planning to assess the situation and, if possible, immobilize them. But now he did not want to stand on ceremony with them. Soyeon grabbed the guy by the hand, and he turned to her. A serious look was looking at him, and the subscribers immediately began to admire this woman. The hero nodded briefly. The squad continued to move through the forest, while one of the soldiers was discussing why they should kill the scouts if they could be used as labor, and if necessary, they could just grab them and have fun. The streamer rushed forward, the belt flew up. The young man grabbed the talkative man by the machine gun and pressed a knife to his neck. The typist strangled the second man with the belt from his own machine gun. The remaining 2 soldiers froze in fear, not understanding where the enemies came from. The soldier captured by the main character tried to pull the trigger, but he advised him not to. The lever moved to the single charge mode, and the chat was surprised that Chansa had become much stronger. The woman pulled the machine gun towards herself, demanding that he give it to her. Her boot crashed into the man's chest, and he fell off the cliff. The remaining 2 soldiers stopped in fear and demanded that they stop. The girl turned to them with a machine gun in her hands and furiously asked who was going to kill whom. One of the soldiers took a step back and asked them not to get upset, because they were just doing their duty. The girl hit the soldier with all her might with the butt of her rifle on the jaw, shouting that he did not dare talk about duty now. The second guy took out a knife, but the typist knocked the weapon out of his hands and kicked him towards the ravine. After which she began to push the second one with a rifle, demanding that he get lost. The guy looked at this fury with horror, but even the player could not convince the angry girl to leave at least one. Standing over the cliff with a rifle in her hands, Soyeon asked what he wanted, while the commentators admired her, and the protagonist eventually answered that everything was fine and she could throw people as much as she wanted. The typist's cold gaze glanced sideways at him, while the subscribers said that he simply did not want to fly after the warriors, to which the streamer asked the brothers to keep quiet. The hero checked the machine gun and said that the magazine was full to the brim, after which he asked his companion if she had ever had to shoot, and having heard a positive answer, he concluded that this simplified the task and allowed him to use more brutal methods. They moved towards the point, and the typist clarified whether he wanted to clear the way to the front. They approached the edge of the cliff, and the streamer looked inside. The girl asked what was going on. Below, there was a whole crowd of zombies, who were stubbornly climbing up the steep cliff. Looking tensely at the monsters, the woman noted that they were crawling to the surface, and asked how many of them were there, to which the protagonist said that they needed to hurry. They needed to quickly clear the checkpoint. Looking at the military inside the base, Chansu estimated that there were about 7 of them, hiding behind a rock. The hero assumed that together with the guards inside, there were about 10 of them. The viewers asked if the player was sure that this was real, and he replied that it might not be visible, but in the army he was an ace in shooting. Crawling out of cover, his companion asked the young man if he understood that the zombies could start climbing faster because of the shooting, but he replied that, whatever the case, the train was a preemptive mission, and ordered him to take a position before the battle began. Trying to take a comfortable position, the girl fell awkwardly and cursed. At that moment, a bullet flew into the ground next to the protagonist. The guard at the gate began shooting, and the subscribers worried that the guys were spotted. The guy raised his machine gun, shooting back, cursing. The soldier fell to the ground, but everyone else joined the fight. A hail of bullets rained down on the cobblestones, and the hero assumed that they had surveillance equipment, and was surprised at the firepower of the military. Continuing to shoot back, the typist asked why he was hanging and ordered to shoot. But at that moment, one of the bullets hit the young man's shoulder, and his face distorted with pain. He pressed his palm to the wound. His companion asked if he was wounded, but he replied that it was a little grazed. Pressing himself against the cobblestone, the streamer asked his subscribers if they could see what was going on inside the checkpoint, but they reminded him that in horror games the view is only available from the third person. Resuming the shooting, the protagonist reflected that they had been exposed earlier than he expected. In addition, their firepower significantly exceeded their numbers, and these psychos were shooting at everything indiscriminately. The military continued to shoot from behind the fence, while the commentators worried about the state of their favorite player. The hero turned around abruptly when he heard the groan of his companion. The girl was clenching her teeth, blood was running down her shoulder, and she said that she, too, had only been grazed. Leaning forward, the young man asked how many times she had fired, and hearing that it was about 20, he realized that they only had 13 shots left in total. They needed to come up with something. Then the chat drew his attention to the fact that the soldiers were already advancing in their direction. Sweat was pouring down the player's face, and he told Soyeon that they would have to retreat, and when she asked where they would go later, he suggested that they decide later. Rising to her feet, the girl cursed. The soldiers were advancing, not stopping shooting. Answering them in kind, the guy told his girlfriend to run forward while he would shoot back. Another soldier fell dead from his bullet. Ignoring the screams, the streamer rushed after the girl. The viewers mocked Chance's self-confidence. Looking back, he begged the viewers to help, but they were clearly preparing to bury the guy. With despair in his eyes, he continued to run, while the chat suggested letting the poor guy die already. Gritting his teeth, he realized that for the audience, this was just a fun spectacle, and he hadn't yet completely won them over to his side, or they just wanted to be sure that he could survive in any situation. Sharply accelerating and realizing that the one was the same, he shouted that he wouldn't just die. Soyeon turned around on the run when she was told that she shouldn't even think about dying either. Having caught up with her ally, the player said that he was going down to bring the zombies with him, and when the typist realized that he meant that crowd on the cliff, she thought he was crazy. Stopping at the edge, the streamer replied that he was just trying to change the course of the fight. He took a deep breath and shouted down to get the attention of the dead. The girl almost dropped her jaw and asked what the hell he was doing. But the hero, with rage on his face, called on the zombies to try to catch him. She rushed to the young man and called out to him, and he explained that he would attract the attention of the zombies and set them on the checkpoint, and she needed to follow him, keeping a distance, promised that they would definitely survive and asked to believe him, although he himself understood that he would not believe. The main character rushed straight at the soldiers pursuing them, and they realized that he had brought the dead. The guy pushed off the ground at the moment when the order to shoot was given, after which he jumped right over the squad to the delight of his subscribers. When he landed behind the soldiers, they could not understand what had just happened. While the player was jumping onto the tree, the men even doubted that he was a man with such speed, but one of them realized that the brat was heading towards the checkpoint. The viewers discussed that there were about 70 monsters in this crowd, which meant that everything could work out. Soon the gate appeared. The young man simply broke through the metal sheets with one blow. After which he rushed on, shouting at the idiots inside not to prop up the ground with their guns. The soldiers started shooting again when the commander gave the order, but they noticed the dead too late. The mindless crowd poured into the territory. The butt of the machine gun broke the jaw of another dead man. Finishing off the enemy, Soyeon shouted for the zombies to get lost. The teeth of one of them almost reached the typist's face. But the young man who arrived in time hit him in the face with a gun, and surprise was reflected in the girl's eyes. He extended his hand to his companion and ordered her to grab him. Turning to her, the streamer shouted that, as expected, the military had changed the route, and repeated the demand to grab. But she was clutching the machine gun belt in her hands, asking questions. When did he manage to check, and in the sense of grabbing, and the protagonist got angry that the girl was being slow. He grabbed her hand. After which he simply threw her over his shoulder, and told her to hold on tight. At full speed, he rushed on, trying to call her by name. The commentators noticed that the girl simply froze from shock. But after the third response, she came to her senses. The guy was already running up to the junction, and asked if she saw the switch and could change it alone. The player let his girlfriend go, and explained that a train would arrive soon. They needed to get it done in a minute, and he would take care of the zombies. Intensely listening to the screams behind the fence, the hero tried to understand how many people were left inside and what would happen if zombies also flocked here. The machinist grabbed the switch, scolding herself for her trembling hands. The protagonist knocked down the dead man who had come close. At this time, the girl managed to move the arrow from its place. The streamer turned around and asked how much longer. She turned around and shouted that the track was rebuilt. The player knocked out another dead man with the butt of his gun. He again grabbed his girlfriend on his shoulder. This time she even managed to get embarrassed. The young man turned around and said that he heard a horn. The train was approaching. Flashing its headlight, the locomotive really approached the friends, but something was wrong. The guy opened his mouth in horror. It did not look like it was going to break. The window was splattered with blood, and Minchio was unconscious. The train continued to rush forward and was not going to stop. At this moment, Soyeon turned around and shouted that the zombies were also approaching, and the main character decided that they needed to go, because if they missed the train, they would end. The guy glanced at the statistics window. The time until the end of the provocation skill was almost over. Holding his girlfriend tighter, the player asked her not to worry about anything, and to hold on to him tighter. They would definitely get on this train. He ran along the train with all his might, attracting zombies with his screams. The driver turned around in horror and asked why he was attracting the attention of the dead again. The young man continued to run, the enemies behind him, and his ally added that it was difficult for them to even keep up with the train. But the streamer continued to monitor the skill time, and shouted that he needed a little more. They began to lag behind the locomotive, and the viewers decided that it would soon leave without them, and called for him to abandon Soyeon. At this time, one of the monsters almost reached the girl, but she hit him in the face with a rifle butt. Gritting his teeth, the hero begged for at least one more. Chance's eyes widened when his body's abilities reached 1000%. Letting out a furious cry, the guy again caught up with the train and called out to his girlfriend. Throwing her towards the platform, the player shouted for her to hold on tighter, even through the pain. The driver hit her back against the wall of the locomotive, but she managed to grab onto the handrail. Accelerating to an inhuman speed, the young man shouted for his ally to hold on. He pushed off the ground with his foot, mentally cursing Min-chul. At the last second, he managed to drag the girl onto the train. Smiling triumphantly, the protagonist announced that he had caught her. The friends headed towards the driver's cabin, and the chat was bursting with impressions. Smiling contentedly, the streamer reminded his subscribers that he said he would not die just like that. Horror was reflected in the protagonist's eyes when the girl walking in front of him drew his attention to the door. The glass was covered in blood. Inside, they found a dead zombie and an unconscious boy. The smell of blood hit their noses. Chansu stopped the typist with a gesture when she asked if the schoolboy was really dead and asked her not to come closer until he removed the zombie's body. The guy poked Min-chul in the shoulder with the butt of his gun. Looking closely at the boy, the player saw that he was covered in blood, but he couldn't tell if he had been bitten or not. And he raised his fearful gaze when the chat suggested smashing his head right away. The young man narrowed his eyes, looking angrily at the chat. He tried to shake the boy, and when his friend asked, he answered that he was unconscious, but if he had been infected, he would wake up soon, and then they would have to deal with him. At that moment, the little boy came to his senses. With hope in his eyes, the protagonist shouted if it was really Min-chul in front of them. The boy began to jerkily rise, groaning, and the streamer thought with annoyance that he wanted to stay with him a little longer. Swinging the butt of his gun, the hero apologized for entrusting the child with an impossible task. But then the schoolboy grabbed the back of his head and muttered that it hurt. The gun flew to the side. Chansu grabbed his friend by the cheeks. With panic in his eyes, the guy asked if the boy had been bitten. He looked at the player in surprise and remembered that he had killed a zombie, and then slipped and hit his head. The young man grabbed his friend in an armful, thank God, because he thought that he was dead. And then he shuddered when he read in the chat that it was still better to check first, while the boy was mentally surprised, because he thought that nothing could shake Hyuna. The protagonist began to quickly examine his friend, but did not find a trace of bites. After which he hugged him again and happily reported this. The girl behind their back sighed with relief. She also thought that the schoolboy really died. The schoolboy extended his hand to the typist and asked how the two of them ended up on the train, and she admitted that it was a long story. But then she widened her eyes and asked where the streamer got such strength from. He threw it right into the air. Under Min-chul's shocked gaze, the girl rushed at the main character, and when he muttered that her words could be misunderstood, she added that he also ran after the train, throwing her over his shoulder. The schoolboy covered his mouth with his hand when the main character shouted that he should not look at him like trash. He was afraid that she would get hurt, and in general everything was not quite like that. He said that you can't throw people. Spreading his arms, Chansu explained that he was trying to save his friend. Apparently the impending threat awakened a superpower in him, and remembered that this is called gathering all your strength into a fist. The girl embarrassedly admitted that it was incredible. She had only heard of such a thing, but it was really possible. The will work such miracles. The radio came to life while the guy asked her to first let go of his throat and then admire him, and the typist apologized. They all looked up at the radio when a voice said that they were waiting for a response from the train on the other side, demanding to know who was on the train. The girl looked at the radio with excitement. It was definitely the 7.5 Division. She asked what they should do. The player looked at the equipment with boredom, while the subscribers offered to admit that they just killed everyone at the checkpoint. The young man took the radio himself, and answered that a passenger was on the line, and they asked him for his status, and he answered that he was a civilian. The voice asked if they had passed the checkpoint, and the protagonist realized that they were sniffing out information. Frowning, the streamer assumed that they had been contacted from the way station, and explained that they had fixed the breakdown on the train, having arrived at the checkpoint, but found themselves in the midst of a fight between zombies and some suspicious individuals. The unknown individuals were killed. They escaped with the soldiers. But there were too many zombies. He was the only one left alive, and the person on the other end of the line asked again. The operator opened her mouth when the hero added that the operator had started the train, but had thrown himself under the rails because he had been bitten by a zombie. She jumped up, but the guy simply closed her mouth, not letting her complain about who he was burying ahead of time, and asked over the radio what he should do. The signalman was from the 7.5 Division, and they answered that it was true, but was it true that the other person had survived alone? Rolling his eyes, the player said that he couldn't hear well, that there were some problems with the connection, and asked if he needed to get to Taejun Station, to which he received a positive answer, and the signalman added that he would hit the brakes as soon as he got to the station, and then they would figure it out themselves. When the boy hung up the radio, Soyeon said that she couldn't get used to his dirty play, and he advised her to consider it a talent, adding that, as expected, it was better not to go to Taejun. The girl put a finger to her chin when the protagonist asked if there was a possibility to get off somewhere along the way, and remembered that they were not that far from the central district. But there was one place that did not attract attention, a botanical garden near the shopping street. Soon, the three were already walking through the indicated place, and the streamer noticed that they seemed to have wandered into the thicket. He turned to Mincheol and asked if he found the pipe useful, and Mincheol nodded, while the chat giggled that the boy fell in love with that thing, but Yoonsu could use a new weapon. Looking around the area, the protagonist thought that it was somehow suspiciously quiet here. In such a dense forest there should at least be birds. His companions also looked around tensely. Suddenly the guy stopped, startled by a strange sound. He looked back at his friends and asked if they heard anything, but they weren't sure. Clutching the knife tightly in his hand, the player asked if the subscribers noticed anything, but they only wrote about the rustling of bushes in the chat. Continuing to walk slowly forward, the young man realized that this strange sound was driving him crazy. The typist followed him, and when the protagonist asked how big this botanical garden was, she replied that if you don't get lost, you can cross it in 20 minutes. She saw a problem only in the dark. At this time, the schoolboy found a map of the park and asked to let him go ahead. He remembered the road. Looking back at the boy, the streamer said that it was worth waiting for, and was ready to trust his friend. Min-chul stepped forward. But a moment later, the hero called out to him. But the little one managed to deflect the blow with a branch using a pipe. But Chan-su still pulled him back. And he saw just a branch. Looking up, the guy said that this is already out of the question. Looking at the huge monster, the main Chan-su noticed that the commentators called this creature a thralty. Raising his head, the protagonist could not believe that this creature was standing in front of him. Looking at the monster's face, the boy realized that the entire botanical garden looked like a monster party. The stomp of a tree shook the ground. A moment later, a root rushed forward. After striking, Soyeon asked the attacker who he was going for. Turning his head, the protagonist shouted that despite the fast attacks, the monster was very slow, so it was better to run in the other direction. Opening his mouth, Min-chul agreed that he should choose the path. Moving forward, the boy called everyone to follow the path. The young man covered his face with his hand. The guys saw the crowns of trees in front of them. Stopping in front of the thralty, the young man shouted to his comrades to turn left. Several monsters were walking towards the heroes. Holding a knife in his hand, Jiansu thought that this way they had a chance to break away. The paw of the creature hung over the streamer's head. The roots struck next to the guy. Looking down, the girl shouted her friend's name. The typist was sweating and expressing her displeasure. Looking at the tree, Soyeon couldn't understand why their enemy was so huge. Kneeling down, Min-chul heard a scream that there was something behind him. Opening his mouth wide, the protagonist shouted for the boy to run forward, and then the rest of the group would meet him at the entrance. Making a worried face, the schoolboy began to object. A moment later, the young man received a blow from the thralty. Frowning, the young man listened to the screams that he needed to get away from here as quickly as possible. Baring his teeth, the comrade moved forward. Turning around, Min-chul said that his friends must survive. The guys continued to fight off the attacks of the monsters. Opening her mouth wide, Soyeon couldn't understand where so many enemies came from. Making a surprised face, Jongsu noticed that his provocation skill was not activated. The tree looked at the survivors. Looking away, the protagonist noticed that the commentators wrote that the plants had no eyes or ears, so they were not aimed at the boy. The streamer struck the trunk. The protagonist's eyes widened, realizing that the provocation had worked. Turning his head, Chansu explained to his ally that she should not attack enemies, since they determined their presence through touch. Looking back, the girl stated that in this case, they were at a disadvantage. Grabbing his girlfriend by the hand, the guy suggested that they get out of the garden from the opposite side. The young man, baring his teeth, hoped that his assistant would not die. Moving forward, Mincheol noticed that she had reached the entrance. Looking at the thralty, the student was glad that the creature could no longer pursue him, since there was no land here. Looking back, the boy said the name of his comrade. While imagining the boys hugging, the young man thought about what he would do if his comrades got lost inside. The boy, standing still, remembered that the group was supposed to meet at the entrance. The young man moved. He walked towards the store. Leaning against the door, Min-chul thought that there was no one there. The schoolboy took several bottles of alcohol. After that, the boy took a package of food. Looking at the shelf with cigarettes, the young man decided that this would be unnecessary, because he had already quit smoking. Clutching a lighter in his hand, the boy hoped that Jiangsu would hold out a little longer. The boy lit a homemade torch. Opening his mouth wide, the boy shouted that he would burn everyone here. The torch hit the thralty. Looking at how the monster ran back, Min-chul noticed that this method worked. The young man waved his weapon in front of the trees. Smiling, the boy said that it was easy. Raising the torch up, the boy shouted at the enemies to try to escape. The fire hit another monster. The schoolboy saw how the burning enemy was running straight towards him. Stepping back, the assistant shouted at the opponent not to come closer. A moment later, the tree exploded. With his eyes wide open, Min-chul could not understand what kind of explosion it was. The crowns of ordinary plants began to burn. The young man saw that the monsters were covered in fire. Looking at the burning creatures, the boy realized that things were going badly. Opening his mouth, the thralty let out a scream. Looking back, the young man shouted at him not to come closer. The schoolboy fell to the ground. Water began to pour on the creatures. A moment later, one of the creatures stopped. Sweating, Min-chul heard a scream that the tree would soon explode. Holding a hose in his hands, the old man called the boy to him. The assistant took cover from the explosion. Grabbing the boy's hand, the grandfather said that they needed to leave as quickly as possible. Following his savior, the boy shouted that he was not alone. Turning his head, the man explained that monsters were surrounding them. Moving forward, Min-chul thought about how this path was not on the guidebook. The young man turned his head. The old man began to lift the hatch. Pushing his companion, the old man told him to go down. The boy fell to the floor. After that, he began to look around the room. Looking at the concrete walls, the young man asked where they were. Smiling, the grandfather convinced his companion that this was better than being swallowed alive, to which he replied that his whole body hurt. Keeping his hand on Min-chul's shoulder, the man told him to sit on the bed. Putting his hands on his hips, the old man explained that this was his home, which he had arranged before the end of the world. Looking down on him, the old man turned to his new neighbor. Raising his head, the high school student explained that he was in school when the apocalypse began. Opening his mouth wide, the boy remembered that Jiangsu was waiting for him. Looking at the young man writhing in pain, the grandfather advised him not to burden himself, because it was better to forget about his friends if monsters began to roam this garden. Grabbing the boy by the shoulders, the old man listened to his words about saving his comrades, because they came here together. Frowning, the old man shouted that if they were to look for their companions, then only at dawn, because as soon as the sun rose, the thralls would take root in the ground and stop moving. Sweating, Milko repeated the words about the sunrise. Making an angry face, the man said that most likely the guys were also hiding somewhere, so going out right now would mean dying in vain. Looking down at the floor, the assistant agreed to wait here until the morning. Looking at the hatch, the boy listened to the owner of the shelter say that the monsters would not be able to get inside. Holding out a jar of peaches, the old man asked the guest if he was hungry. The boy silently looked at the food. Putting a spoon in the hands of the young man, the grandfather explained that at such a time it is necessary to eat well, because it is unknown when you will be able to eat normally again. Smiling, the boy agreed with the man. Putting a peach in his mouth, Min-chul said that it was delicious. Holding a bottle of water in his hands, the old man offered to wash down the food. Making an ominous expression on his face, the grandfather advised the boy not to rush. Looking at the savior, the young man said that he and his friends got here through the side gate. Making a surprised expression on his face, the old man asked if they came here by train. Looking at the upset boy, the man asked how many of them came here, to which the boy replied that there were 3. Looking down, the old man was thinking about the 2 people staying outside. Turning around, the owner of the shelter asked what was in the guest's backpack, then added that he was ready to share his supplies, because there was too much for him alone. Raising his hands, the young man said that it was enough that he was allowed to rest here. Putting his hand on the mattress, the man said that he had prepared it especially in case someone came. Looking at the lamp, Min-chul listened to the old man's words about needing to rest. Lying on the bed, the schoolboy thought about how he was so anxious that he could not sleep. Looking at his savior, the guy thought about how he was so calm at his age, and how he acted so skillfully. Covering himself with a blanket, the assistant was surprised that the old man even shared his food with him. Looking at the hatch, the young man remembered Chansu. Looking at the lamp, the comrade thought that his leader was now running away from monsters. Imagining a peach instead of a lamp, the boy thought it was very tasty. The boy began to sweat. The schoolboy imagined how the infected protagonist asked for food and water. Tears began to form in Min-chul's eyes. The young man looked at the cans of peaches. Looking at the man, the assistant turned to him. Raising his hand, the high school student reasoned that there was so much food that losing one can would not change anything. The boy's hand grabbed the canned food. Bringing the peaches to his face, the young man decided that this was not right for the man who saved him, so it was better to put the food back. Min-chul lay down on the bed. The old man opened his eyes. Opening his mouth, Young-soo could not believe that the thralls were constantly arriving. Looking at the treetops, the protagonist thought that the forest was filled to capacity with monsters, whose touches awakened even more monsters. Holding her injured limb, So-yeon apologized for losing her gun when she rolled down the hill. Turning his head, the protagonist asked his partner if she was okay, to which he received the answer that it was better to think about how to get out of here now. Moving forward, the young man noticed comments that it would be great to find an axe here. Making a surprised expression, the guy thought that it was unlikely that he would be able to find this tool at such a moment. Looking at the creature, the young man thought that this thralty was the only one who was going in the other direction. Looking at the tree branch, the streamer thought that he saw something familiar. The young man saw a teddy bear. Making a surprised face, the boy listened to his companion's questions about what was going on. Grabbing his girlfriend by the hand, Chansa told her to follow him. Making a surprised expression, the girl thought that he remembered the way, as it was already at the checkpoint. Looking at the beast, the protagonist noticed that it had descended, to which the typist asked who had descended. The teddy bear rushed forward. Smiling, the protagonist remembered that he had saved up 37 yen, which would allow him to open any chest. Sweating, the lady listened to the guy's words about how he hoped for the chest to appear. The young man made a puzzled expression. Looking at the chest, the guy did not understand why it cost 72 yen to open. Raising his hands, the young man shouted that all the previous chests were worth much less, to which the commentators explained that the price can vary greatly depending on what is inside. Clutching his head, the young man let out a loud scream. Stretching out her hand, the lady could not understand what had happened to her companion. Grabbing her companion's face, So-yeon screamed for him to come to his senses. Holding the boy's hand, the girl said that the monsters were coming, so they needed to hurry. Making a frustrated face, the young man was wondering if he should provoke the crowd. Looking ahead, the boy tried to think of what he could do to resist the thralls. Water began to pour out of unknown devices. The boy's eyes widened, surprised by what he saw. The guys looked at the monsters. Opening her mouth, the typist noticed that the creatures had stopped. Raising his hand, the stranger shouted that he would help the group. Grabbing his comrade's hand, the lady said that they needed to get to the man. Baring his teeth, the streamer was dissatisfied with what was happening. Opening his mouth, the boy said that there was shelter here. Grabbing the sheet, Minchyo made some sounds. Covered in sweat, the schoolboy could not understand what was happening to him, since he could not even get up. Lying on his back, the old man said that he heard painful groans. Opening his mouth, the assistant said that something was wrong with him, because he was very sleepy. Turning his head, the man explained that there was nothing strange about it, so he should just close his eyes and fall asleep. Looking at his victim, the old man said that he would look after him. Grabbing the pillow, the boy began to understand something. Getting out of bed, the maniac said that the young man was holding up well, but it would be better for him to sleep until the morning, then everything would end. Turning his head, the boy asked what should end. Standing in front of the guest's bed, the owner of the shelter explained that it was fatigue. Looking down, the madman said that he only saved Minchyo. Frowning, the schoolboy objected that if that were the case, he would not be in this state. Pointing his finger, the grandfather said that this effect was due to the assistant touching the jars. Looking at the peaches, the old man asked the boy if he felt that they were smeared with something. Trying to get out of bed, the boy said that he felt something slimy. Squinting, the boy heard the maniac say that it was a drug. Remembering thoroughly, the man said that this substance can be obtained from monsters. Looking at his victim, the madman explained that this composition works no stronger than a sleeping pill, and is also well absorbed through the skin. Taking Minchyo by the shoulders, the old man asked him not to overexert himself, otherwise he could get hurt. Grabbing a blanket, the old man advised the boy to take cover. Smiling, the grandfather said that they would talk later. Looking at the madman, the schoolboy thought about the need to tell his comrades about the villain. Covering the young man with a blanket, the old man said that they would see each other in the morning. Looking down, Chansa noticed that there was a bunker underneath them. Holding the front door, the stranger invited the protagonist to go there too. The boy made a surprised face and said that their savior should go in first, to which he agreed. Looking away, the young man closed the entrance to the bunker. The door slammed shut with a loud sound. Looking at So-yeon, the man said that the boys were in serious danger. Looking around, Jeonsa noticed that there were many bookcases in the room. Gi-seung extended his hand and offered to introduce himself, to which the girl told him her name. Bowing his head, the protagonist also introduced himself to the savior. Smiling, Gi-seung said that he was very glad to meet him. Sitting on the floor, So-yeon asked if the man lived there alone, to which he answered positively. Turning her head, the girl asked her friend for some water. Opening the cabinet, the host offered the guests to take something from his supplies, and not to waste what they had with them. Opening his mouth, the protagonist explained that they were already indebted to the man, so they could not bother him with provisions. Gi-sung raised his hand and warned that if they needed anything, he would definitely share it. Covering her mouth with her hand, So-yeon asked her partner if there was anything bothering him, to which he replied that he did not understand it yet. Sitting on the floor, Young-soo asked if they could leave in the morning, to which the owner replied that monsters weaken in the light of the sun, so the guys could leave when the day came. Looking at her friend, the girl asked if she could lie down on the bed. Jumping onto the mattress, the lady thanked her ally. Leaning against the wall, the protagonist thought about how he needed to pretend as if he did not suspect anything. Closing his eyes, the protagonist assumed that the new acquaintance would soon cause them a lot of trouble. The guy opened his eyes slightly. Looking at the man's torso, the young man noticed comments about how he needed to wake up. Looking at Ji-sung's face, the young man saw a message that advised him to be more careful. Opening his eyes, the boy asked the man what he was doing. Smiling, the owner of the bunker explained that he decided to cover the guests with a blanket. Looking at the comments, the streamer realized that the viewers decided to play a joke on him. Handing over a pillow, Gi-sung said that he would lay out a mattress for the survivor. The young man was lying on his back. Closing his eyes, the guy noticed that he no longer remembered the last time he lay in bed. Opening his mouth, the young man thought about what was happening to Min-chul now. Looking at the message from the viewers, the boy said that he was not sleeping. Looking at his companion, Young-soo thought that she was now resting well. Imagining his girlfriend's face, the protagonist thought that most ordinary people had a hard time keeping up with his progress and characteristics. Pinching his leg, the protagonist decided that he should not sleep now. 3 people were lying in beds. Getting out of bed, the streamer realized that the owner of the shelter had fallen asleep. Opening the door, the young man asked the Hyungnims what he should do now. Looking at the restroom, Young-soo stated that if he was gullible, he would have died a long time ago. Looking at Ji-sung's face, the protagonist was surprised that despite his knowledge of the monster's habits, he still helped the couple survive. Looking around, the protagonist assumed that there was no video surveillance. Looking at the tin cans, the boy was surprised by how much stock their savior had made. The young man took one can in his hand. With wide eyes, the boy asked the viewers if they saw what he saw. Looking at the object in his hands, the streamer explained that the logo on the lid was different from the logo on the can itself. Frowning, the survivor reasoned that if he had a hermetic sealing machine, he could do something to the can and then seal it again. Approaching the sleeping man, Ji-sung thought he was plotting something. Opening his eyes, Gi-sung couldn't understand what was happening. With his mouth wide open, the scoundrel screamed that he didn't understand what all this meant. The protagonist frowned and noted that if the bunker owner was asleep, he wouldn't have started screaming before he was touched. So-yeon brought her hand to her face and realized that she had fallen asleep after all. Turning her head, the protagonist asked the girl to bring a sheet to tie up the villain. Holding the cloth in her hands, the lady asked if their savior had done anything. Tightening the knot, the guy said that she was too confident, because just a few minutes ago she was snoring loudly, to which the lady replied that she was sure that her partner would not sleep. Wiping sweat from his forehead, the young man saw the commentator's advice that it would be better to tie his hands and feet so that Gi-sung would not go anywhere. With his mouth wide open, the bunker owner screamed that this was outrageous. Lying in bed, the young man asked the man to endure just this night, after which he would be able to lie down in his own bed again. The villain, sweating, shouted that this was madness. So-yeon raised her hand and apologized for the inconvenience. Lowering his head, the prisoner repeated the girl's last words. The man closed his eyes. Ji-sung was lying on the bed. The typist was lying on the pillow. Opening her eyes, the lady heard something. Sitting down next to her partner, the lady tried to wake the young man. Holding the watch in her hands, So-yeon realized that her comrade had set an alarm before going to bed. Opening his eyes, Ji-sung asked him to untie him, since it was impolite to do this to the man who saved them. Beaming with happiness, the girl said that they had slept well. Looking up, the lady noticed that there was no longer any knocking from outside. Leaning towards her friend, the assistant tried to wake him. Frowning, the comrade addressed him by name. The lady placed her hand on the protagonist's chest. Looking up, So-yeon asked what happened to her friend, to which the bunker owner replied that he couldn't have done anything to him since he was tied up the whole time. Grabbing the prisoner by the shoulders, the girl screamed that he should have seen something, to which he replied that her friend must have fallen fast asleep. Making a frightened expression, the typist suggested that the tied-up man did something to the guy. Smiling, the man convinced the lady that the protagonist was just sleeping. Baring his teeth, So-yeon screamed that this didn't look like a normal dream. Nodding his head, Gi-sung explained to the guest that Ji-sung had touched the tin cans. Looking at the peaches, the villain said that this was not visible even in the light, and even more so at night. With her eyes wide open, the girl heard that the cans were covered in poison. Looking at the lady, the villain said that this was protection from ungrateful thieves like them. So-yeon clenched her fists and told the man to give her the antidote. Rolling his eyes, Gi-sung said he could remember where he left the antidote if the girl untied him. Kicking the enemy, the lady screamed that he was a bad person. Smiling, the owner of the bunker said he didn't expect her to be so impudent. Swinging her fist, the typist explained that without the antidote, she had no reason to let the prisoner go. Raising his head, the villain said that there was no need to untie him. A fire ignited behind Gi-sung. In an instant, the man began to burn. Looking at the kidnapper, the madman said that he carried a lighter in his glove, and that he was also wearing flammable clothing. Opening his mouth wide, So-yeon decided that the man was crazy. Smiling, the burning man said that he was a log, and everything here was firewood. So-yeon pulled the cloth off the protagonist. She tried to cover the guy with a blanket. Meanwhile, Jung-soo was sleeping, not noticing anything. So-yeon gritted her teeth. She took the hose in her hand and pulled it. The girl put out the fire by splashing water. Gi-sung broke his bonds. The psycho grabbed the girl's hand smiling, saying that now he was free. Gi-sung pushed So-yeon to the floor, telling her to try to free herself now. The girl kicked the guy in the groin. While he was writhing in pain, she broke free from him. Tears gathered in her eyes. So-yeon didn't have enough air. The girl sat on the floor asking the protagonist where he had been. She turned around abruptly when the psycho asked her if she had been looking for him. Gi-sung, who had put on a mask, was behind her. He pressed her against the wall, saying that now her problem was that he was alive, and she was going to die. So-yeon reached for the canned food. When the can fell down, Gi-sung asked her if it was worth it to treat vital supplies like that. Slightly bending, the guy said that he was just missing fertilizer, and for that he would thank them. Frowning, So-yeon asked what kind of fertilizer it was. Gi-sung answered saying that they couldn't just leave like they had damaged his trees, they would become their food. The girl's eye began to close when the guy said that if he had burned, his grandfather would have definitely made fertilizer out of him. So-yeon opened her mouth and screamed, calling for the protagonist. The psychopath turned around saying that she was probably curious about what she had just touched, and she had touched poison, although it acted as a sleeping pill, but Jung-soo would sleep for half a day. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes when the psychopath said that she should not worry and sleep. The girl closed her eyes after hearing this. Her eyes suddenly flew open from a gust of wind. The protagonist opened the hatch and said that they could breathe now. He smiled looking at his girlfriend. Jason looked at the guy going down and asked him what he was and how he was able to wake up. The protagonist went down to the floor and said his name. Turning to the psycho, he said that the door had been unlocked the whole time and he could have jumped if he wanted. Chonsu grinned when the enemy said that people couldn't jump that high and that he shouldn't have been able to handle the poison anyway. The protagonist, hearing his words, said that if the poison had been a little stronger, he would have died. Continuing to smile, the well-rested guy told the enemy that he would have to pay for this joke anyway. In an instant, Chonsu twisted the psycho's hand. He swung his hand to hit, demanding that he be released. Jongsu grabbed his other hand, saying that he shouldn't be hit in the face because he's a streamer, and he himself seems to be badly burned. Will he crumble into coal if I press on him? The protagonist grabbed the mask on the psycho's face. He grinned, saying that his body is different from ordinary people, and he recovers much faster. The mask fell to the floor. Jongsu grabbed the guy by the throat, asking if it was easy for him to breathe now. When Gi-sung tried to bite off a piece from Jongsu, he asked him if the game of logs wasn't enough for him, and now he decided to pretend to be a zombie. A can of poison hit Gi-sung in the face. A moment later, So-yeon punched him. Gi-sung fell in front of the girl. She kicked him in the head. Gritting her teeth, the angry So-yeon demanded that Gi-sung die. The protagonist grabbed the typist's hand, asking her to stop. Having poured water on the lady's hand, he said that she had done too many things while he was sleeping. When the lady-in-waiting objected, saying that it was his fault, he chuckled, saying that he had woken up in time. So-yeon narrowed her eyes at the guy. Approaching Gi-sung, he said that now he needed to make sure that he couldn't run away anywhere. Yoon-soo grabbed the psycho's leg. Grinning, he said that now he needed to knock this idiot unconscious. Gi-sung opened his eyes and made him wait. The protagonist asked him what had happened to him. He even set himself on fire. Didn't he like it when they hurt him? The psycho started crying. He started screaming, calling for his grandfather. The girl and the guy froze, realizing that the guy was calling a person here. Frowning, Yoon-soo asked the psycho if there was anyone else in this garden besides him. At that time, someone was digging a hole. The shovel sank into the ground. The old man wiped the sweat from his forehead, saying that today was a great day, but his grandson was late. Grandpa Gi-sung looked at the boy in the hole and asked him if he was awake yet. Continuing to bury the fertilizer, he said that it was good to be young. Min-chul opened his eyes when dirt fell on his face. Smiling, the old man asked him if he was awake. Min-chul stood up and started shouting, demanding to be let out. The man pointed to the roots in the ground and said that he couldn't pull it out, since he had already given it away as fertilizer. Continuing to bury it, he told the boy not to worry, since they were just roots that could only absorb nutrients. The boy's eyes widened in shock when he heard his words. Min-chul knelt down and shouted, telling him to get him out of here. The grandfather grinned and said that young men shouldn't swear like that. That's why he liked plants. They don't cause any inconvenience. Min-chul looked at the old man leaning on the shovel while he was saying that if he used plant food, his plants would grow. If not, they would die quietly. The shovel pierced Min-chul's shoulder at high speed. The boy covered himself in pain. He fell to the ground and continued screaming. The old man grinned and told the boy to become plant food. It was like being reborn in a new form, and he would no longer have to worry about becoming a zombie or dying at the hands of a monster. Min-chul kicked a root. He jumped up and screamed, telling the old man to let him go and climb up there himself. The man narrowed his eyes, saying that he had become even rougher. The shovel rushed down. The boy immediately turned around. He put his hand out to break the rope on his hands. Min-chul was able to free himself, having received a serious cut. He grabbed the shovel. The old man said that he would kill him. The man rushed down when Min-chul pulled him. When he fell to the ground, the guy said that it was hard to maintain manners when you were writhing in pain. Turning around, the grandfather called the guy a little bastard. The protagonist's friend grabbed the old man by the head, asking if he was alone in this garden, and where his comrades were. Smiling, the grandfather said that he did not know this. Maybe his grandson had already killed them. Min-chul froze and frowned. The old man took advantage of this and grabbed a stone. He hit the guy in the face with all his might. Then the grandfather jumped to the shovel. Min-chul barely opened one eye. He kicked the enemy in the side. Jong-su's friend took the shovel in his hand. The guy hit the grandfather's chest with the shovel. Then he stabbed it into his hand. Falling to the ground and starting to panic, the old man asked Min-chul to wait, saying that if he killed him, he would not be able to find his companions. The boy silently raised his shovel and asked where they had been. Grandpa Gizeng nervously smiled and said that even if he told him, he wouldn't understand since the roads here were so confusing. The boy's pupil turned black when he asked again where they had been, and the grandfather panicked and said that they had been to the deciduous tree exhibition. The old man sweated profusely and smiled and said that it was to the northwest of the main gate. The grandfather extended his hand towards the boy and said that he was so young and should know that taking people's lives was wrong. Min-chul raised his shovel higher. Squinting, he said that he wasn't as young as he looked. A shadow fell on Grandpa Jisung's face. The boy chuckled and said that he hardly knew that he had memorized the entire guidebook, so he knew that there was only one alley to the northwest. A moment later, the shovel pierced flesh. The protagonist frowned at the object in front of him. The chest in front of him cost 72 yen. The audience asked the guy if he really wanted them to give him money. Covering his face with his hand, the protagonist named the amount of the chest. Opening one of his eyes, the guy said that there was probably something interesting in the chest. They could look together. The audience immediately refused, saying that they would not change their minds. The protagonist lowered his hands, then the audience rejoiced, saying that he finally gave in. Chansu grabbed the chest with his hands. The guy clenched his teeth, trying to lift the chest, but he could not. Because of this, his observers rejoiced. The protagonist fell to his knees in front of the chest, saying that it was too heavy. Raising his head, Chansu said that he could try with a forklift. The protagonist's eye widened in surprise when a spectator suggested that he spin the roulette, which would appear later. The guy rested his head on the ground, sadly saying that he would not be able to use it now. A shadow covered Chansu's face when one of the observers offered to lend him money, on the condition that he would keep everything he earned. The boy's eye sparkled when he asked if he would really give him money. The observer confirmed it. Chansu smiled when his observer said that he might regret his choice in the future. Seo-yun burst into the clearing asking the protagonist what he was doing there. The guy approached her and said that he was looking for a good weapon. Lowering the axe in his hand, he said that they needed to hurry and find Min-chul. Min-chul grabbed the edge of the hole with his hand. He climbed out of it with difficulty. The old man's body by this time had already been dried out by the roots. After a while, Jiangsu and Seo-yun ran to this place. Min-chul was lying on the ground unconscious. There was a bloody trail behind the guy, due to the fact that he was crawling. Picking the guy up, the protagonist said that his friend had lost too much blood. Jiangsu lifted his friend onto his back, saying that they needed to go to the medical center. The pair saw a barn off to the side. The protagonist swung his axe to strike. He struck the lock. The guy frowned, seeing that the lock was intact. With the next blow, he destroyed the lock. The doors of the barn opened. Seo-yun, who was holding Min-chul, asked the guy if he really wanted to transport his friend like that. Putting Min-chul in the cart, the protagonist said that they needed to get to the destination quickly, even though they would definitely be punished later. Soon the pair found themselves near the hospital. Seo-yun was the first to enter, saying that there was most likely no one in the hospital. Putting his friend on the couch, the protagonist asked the typist if she knew what to do in such situations. She replied saying that she was not sure, maybe they needed to stitch the wound and stuff him with pills. Looking at the shelves, Jiangsu said that there were no bandages or medical instruments here. Opening the door to the hallway, he said that he should look in the other room. The protagonist walked down the hallway. He stopped abruptly when he heard a strange noise. Squinting and tilting his head, he asked the audience if they heard anything. Frowning, Young-soo mentally said that if something went wrong, Min-chul would be in danger. Returning back to his partners, the protagonist told Seo-yun to pack her bag because they needed to leave. Raising his friend's head, the guy said that he had a bad feeling. While the couple was fussing, a girl appeared from behind the door. She smiled creepily as she looked at the couple. Her eyes widened with a pupil when she said that there was a smell of blood. The couple noticed her and stood in front of their wounded friend, telling the girl not to approach. She did not listen to them and began to approach. The protagonist froze with his axe raised. The girl approached the guy, telling him that if they left, their comrade would die. Leaning over, she asked if it was okay if that happened. Seo-yun looked at the nurse in horror and told Young-soo that they should leave, because this girl was a little weird. The girl turned around abruptly and said with a smile on her face that she really was weird, and that's what everyone said. When the nurse approached, Seo-yun told her to move away from her. Taking his student ID in her hand, Haran said that she was collecting medicine for herself here. Horrified, Young-soo screamed and asked the audience if the system here really implied the presence of supports. They answered saying that there were supports here, but they changed with each setting. Sweating and raising her hands, Haran said that if they didn't take action now, their friend would die. Grabbing her throat, the girl asked if they even knew what to do. After all, they were going to grab a bunch of medicine and just shove it into his mouth, and this would block his airways, then they would just kill him themselves. The protagonist frowned and was horrified, not believing that a medic was in front of him. The audience agreed with him. Smiling, Haran said that it was good to be alive. Clasping her hands and becoming cute, the girl asked to let her save the patient's life. Jung-soo froze with his eyes wide open. He carefully looked at the girl's already cute face. Min-chul barely opened his eyes. He saw a grinning old man above him. He raised a shovel. The old man dropped the guy into the hole with one blow of the shovel. Min-chul screamed, falling down. The roots grabbed his leg. Some of the roots dug into his arm. While the guy's whole body was wrapped in roots, he screamed. Min-chul suddenly opened his eyes because of the nightmare. Having calmed down a little, he saw the protagonist and Seo-yun next to him. 3 people were standing near the patient's bed. The protagonist grinned, saying that he thought they were in big trouble because he had lost a lot of blood. Min-chul couldn't hold back his tears when he saw 2 familiar faces. As he stood up, he asked what happened to the old man. Young-soo answered by saying that the grandfather's corpse was lying in a hole. Looking at the girl behind his friends, the guy asked what kind of place this was and who this girl was. Haran suddenly stood between Seo-yun and Young-soo, introduced herself and said that she was the one who saved him, but he didn't have to thank her because she did what she had to. The protagonist pointed to the girl who was happy and waiting for her death and told his friend to thank her. The guy frowned at the happy Haran and mentally said that the results were not bad, but would everything be okay if they took her with them? He remembered that creepy expression on her face and said that she was too weird a character. Looking at the sky outside the hospital, the guy said that it was time for them to move on. The protagonist sat down near the exit and told his friend to climb on his back, who jumped back in shock saying that he was okay. Pointing to the cart, Young-soo asked his friend if he wanted to ride it again. Picking up Min-chul after a short argument, the protagonist thanked Haran. He handed her a couple of things. As he was leaving, the guy told Min-chul that if something happened, they would have to run, so it would be better to carry him on her back. Haran stood silently at the entrance, watching the group leave. Seo-yun stopped and said that something was wrong here, because there were no zombies in sight. Turning his head, Young-soo said that she was right, so they needed to remain vigilant. Min-chul on the guy's back said that he could go himself. The protagonist refused, saying that he was not tired. After some persuasion, Min-chul went down to the ground. Seo-yun pointed to a gas cylinder and said that they could use it to start a fire. Entering the cafe, the girl said that the atmosphere was nice here. The protagonist, hiding his weapon behind his back, said that the main thing is that there are no zombies here. Min-chul went to the refrigerator and offered to look at what was inside. Chansu stood behind the guy and asked him if he knew what it meant when the refrigerator made no sound. The guy immediately took his hand off the handle. Seo Yun stood at the stove and said that there were all the basic seasonings and 2 more packs of ramen. The protagonist picked up an axe and said that he would be back soon. He knew that there was a 24-hour store nearby. When he went outside, the audience asked the guy to go back and open the refrigerator. The guy immediately refused, saying that he could not stand the stench. Entering the store, Chansa said that they did not have enough food, but donuts. Because he was a beggar, people laughed at his words. The protagonist began to quickly put things in the basket. Passing by fresh food, the guy decided not to touch them. Dropping things on the floor, Chansu asked the audience not to write any nonsense. Turning around, he said that now he can go. The protagonist shuddered in fear when he saw the silhouette of a girl behind the doors. He grabbed his head, telling the frightened onlookers to better watch what was behind him. Approaching the door, Young-soo asked Heron if she had been following him this whole time. Heron carefully opened the door when the guy told her to come in. When she stood in front of him, Young-soo asked her why she followed them. The girl clasped her hands and said that she could be useful to them, because the patients needed constant care, and the wound could open up at any moment, and she was very worried about the patient. The protagonist frowned upon hearing her words. Squinting, he told the student that she should have approached Minchul and asked him about this then. Was it because he seemed like the leader, that she did not care about the patient, but was worried about joining the group? Heron trembled and looked away. Young-soo narrowed his eyes, mentally saying that this seemed to be Heron's true nature. The girl gained self-confidence when she thought she was useful. The girl smiled widely and was happy, but having lost her role, she was terrified. The protagonist scared the girl by leaning towards her. He understood that she would be useful, so he agreed to her joining the group. The girl smiled nervously when the guy said that she had one condition. A basket of food appeared, and it was heard that he had brought a lot. Chansu, taking off her jacket, explained that she would start cooking right away, so let them prepare a pot and a frying pan, to which the girl clarified whether it was edible. The protagonist, smiling, replied that he carefully selected the products and lived alone for a long time, so let them trust him, and the viewers wrote that they only saw him eat other people's food. A moment later, the protagonist turned the switch on the stove. Closing his eyes, the guy thought that he needed to finish it in 30 minutes. The young man abruptly pulled out a kitchen spatula, to which one of the observers reported that his fingers were very irritating. Several cutlets were seen falling into the frying pan. A second later, peas were poured into them. The streamer, adding noodles, muttered that all the ingredients were processed products. Opening a package of oil, Chansu asked to prepare instant rice, to which he received a positive answer. Pouring out a new ingredient, the protagonist thought that since all of these products had already been processed, it would make a great dish even if they were simply mixed. Suddenly, the protagonist waved a kitchen spatula. Holding a plate in his hand, the guy exclaimed that the set meal in his name made from ingredients from a convenience store was ready, and the commentator wrote that he was doing this on purpose. A moment later, the young man turned off the stove. His friend, clapping his hands, said that his cooking was really great, and Soyeon asked where they were, adding that she was imagining it. Minchul, smiling happily, said that it was very tasty. The girl, lowering her eyebrows, said that it turned out pretty well. The streamer ate quickly, to which Soyeon asked if he was in a hurry. Putting down the cutlery, Yoon-soo replied that he was full. His partner, abruptly taking the glass, asked him to drink some water, otherwise his stomach would hurt, and the protagonist thanked him. The protagonist, putting on his jacket, explained that even if he sometimes did reckless things, they should accept it and understand that he had reasons for it. The girl, looking up, asked what he was suddenly talking about and where he was going. The door creaked open, and the guy said that they should finish eating, because he would be back soon. After some time, the young man was walking down the street, and one of the viewers asked if she would be there. Noticing Heron sitting on the floor, the streamer muttered that she would be there after all. A moment later, Chansa turned to her, causing her eyes to bulge joyfully. The nurse, opening her mouth wide, exclaimed that he was back, to which the protagonist replied that he had, as promised. The protagonist remembered standing next to her in the store and telling her that if she wanted to go with them, she should wait here for 30 minutes, and explained that this was the condition for passing the check, without explaining the reasons or where he went. The guy lowered his head, realizing that this gave him confidence that she was controllable. Saiko, with sweat on her face, said that she was worried about being abandoned again, despite the fact that there was still time left, but she believed in Jiangsu. The young man, turning his gaze to the side, was perplexed. Reaching out with a plastic card, the streamer said that she dropped her student ID. The girl replied that she did not need it, to which the protagonist, pulling out the pass, asked her again. The protagonist, squinting, thought that he had just noticed this part of her student ID number. Looking at the contents of the plastic card, Jiangsu wondered if she had stuck something on top of it. Heron, twirling her stripes, explained that she was actually a sophomore and had come to the area with her classmates, and they had encountered the military. Sweat was running down her hand, and she continued that the military had said that the car could only hold a limited number of people and that they would only take seniors, so she had done it in a hurry, but it was useless. The nurse explained that she therefore no longer needed it, causing the boy to bite his lips. Putting the ID card on her palm, the boy asked her to take it anyway and exclaimed that it was her student ID anyway and would go with them, so she had nothing to worry about anymore. The girl's eyes widened in fear. Crossing her fingers, the psycho asked if she could thank him and said that in the future she would do everything possible to help him, and although she was a second-year student, she had already completed an internship, so she could not worry too much, to which the streamer answered positively, and thought that she only needed to know how to follow orders. Heron, turning around, asked if she could call him Mr. Chansu, because he was the one who accepted her into the team and could address her informally. The protagonist, scratching his head, explained that no one had called him that before, and the viewers, laughing at him, wrote that they could already imagine what the others would look like when he brought her. After some time, the protagonist's comrades widened their eyes in surprise. The guys, lowering their hands, loudly asked if he had brought her, without saying a word to them, to which the guy asked them to take care of her. The young man clenched his jaw in bewilderment. The streamer turned around and said that she helped them and that she had some circumstances and talked to her, and she said that she was abandoned by her comrades. Soyeon, opening her mouth, said that that was why she was alone in such a place. Yoon-soo, lowering his eyebrows, asked the girl if she remembered that he said that sometimes they would have to accept his actions, and added that now was such a moment. Pointing his finger at the nurse, the protagonist exclaimed that if they trusted him, then let them accept her. Minchul, opening his jaw, replied that he was accepting her then. Looking at Heron's frightened face, the guy explained that it was she who saved his life, and Young-soo would not have brought her here for no reason. The young man, contentedly closing his eyes, offered to go together, and asked the girl to accept her as well. The streamer muttered that she was bold and decisive just a second ago, and Soyeon sighed heavily and said that she couldn't be the only one who said that she didn't accept her, because that wouldn't be fair. Heron crossed her fingers, and the protagonist said that it was decided then, and they would all go together, and also added that there was an important announcement now, so let them listen. With his mouth wide open, the protagonist said that according to the nurse, the enemies they fought in the botanical garden were here in abundance. The typist's eyes widened in surprise, and Minchul said that there were no zombies or other monsters in the area, and Yoon-soo asked them to take a look. Suddenly, an axe hit a tree. A red mark appeared on the trunk. Soyeon, standing outside the door, said that this definitely didn't look like an ordinary tree. The protagonist, noticing the bright cut, thought that he had seen such red marks before, but he had not realized it at the time due to the urgency of the situation. There was another blow to the tree. A digit with the number 2 was visible on the trunk. The protagonist swung the axe sharply. The number 2 changed to the number 3, and the guy muttered that it had changed again. Lowering his gaze, the young man wondered if the count was going on. The typist suddenly opened the door and shouted that they had already figured out everything about the trees, and so he should come in for a while. The streamer opened his mouth in bewilderment and asked her again. A radio receiver appeared, saying that they hoped that they could hear this announcement, and that it was informing everyone who was still alive and constantly hiding from danger. Jang-soo, looking down, listened to them come to the camp for survivors, which their unit was in charge of, and said that this was the 7th Division. The walls of the room were visible, and it was explained that they didn't need to go anywhere else, so they should get to the main base, which was in every city, and they could also find a connection with them at most train and bus stations. It was heard that the country had not abandoned them, and the protagonist, looking to the side, asked Soyeon where the radio came from. It was said that if they were still alive, then they should hurry to the main facility, and the girl, lowering her eyebrows, replied that it was here, and turned it on while he went to the convenience store, and it was still receiving a signal because it ran on batteries. The protagonist, with his mouth slightly open, clarified if he said that they were located at almost all the main facilities in each city, and added that their country had more than just the 7th Division, so he did not believe that they were so widespread, and the observer said that he should be more careful. The typist looked up and asked what they would do. The guy abruptly put his hand on the table and asked if they had finished eating. The young man frowned and said that they should go straight to the bus station then. After a while, thick clouds were visible and it was very dark. Minchul, walking down the street, said that it was about to rain. The streamer, biting his lips, asked them not to make that face because he was not forcing them to jump into a fire. Soyeon, sweating on her face, exclaimed that she thought the bus station was dangerous and asked if he had any backup plan. Chansa smiled and explained that they would just go to the bus station, and their real goal was the car, because the people who heard the announcement on the radio would head to the station, and some of them would have cars. Heron, with her mouth wide open, asked if he was going to steal someone's car, and added that she couldn't hurt anyone because of her oath. The protagonist, squinting, said that it was somehow hard to believe. Suddenly, the protagonist remembered the scary look of the nurse. The psycho, squeezing the guy by the jacket, shouted that it was true, and let him believe her, to which he said that he understood and asked her to calm down. Minchell, raising the corners of his lips, said that he was sure that there were people who abandoned their cars, and the young man added that therefore he didn't need to worry. A narrow alley was visible, and the streamer explained that they first needed to get to Heron's hideout, and a question was heard asking how far they were. The nurse, holding out her finger, exclaimed that it was right around the corner. The psycho, walking down the street, said that they were almost there, so they should be patient a little longer. Suddenly, a loud scream was heard, causing Jiangsu's eyes to bulge. The protagonist abruptly grabbed the girl by the blouse. A moment later, the protagonist was peeking out from around the corner. A group of men were visible, who were saying that they were going the wrong way, but this must be the right direction. The big guy, putting the bat on his shoulder, told his comrades that they needed to go to work, and one of the commentators wrote that it was somehow uneasy. The guy, looking back, suggested waiting a little and then going, and Seo-hyun asked who these men were. The young man, biting his lips, replied that he did not know yet, but thought it was better not to mess with them. Minchul was scared through the sweat on his face. The dark sky appeared and they were told that they could go. Suddenly, Haryun, with her mouth wide open, exclaimed that they were there. Pointing to the manhole, the nurse explained that this was where she lived. The typist, with her eyes wide open, asked if she really lived in the sewers, and the guy muttered that they would have to go underground again. The streamer, noticing the cart, asked where she got it, to which she answered that she found it at a nearby construction site and hid it well. Youngsu smiled slightly, and the viewer said that it was incredible. Looking at the open manhole, the protagonist clarified what they were going to do now. Suddenly, Seo-hyun opened her jaw and noticed an unusual sound. A tall tree was visible, and a scream was heard that they needed to go down faster. Heron was going down the stairs and was asked if she could close the hatch and go down, to which she asked to wait a second. A moment later, the light from the flashlight fell on strange roots. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. Suddenly, the tree roots began to move, and the observers wrote that this girl had trained the monster. Suddenly, it seemed like the branches grabbed the hatch. A second later, the passage to the sewer closed, and a question was heard whether it closed the lid, and how she made it do it. Heron, opening her jaw, explained that this was the root of the tree monster. Stretching her hand up, the nurse continued that only the root remained, so if you shine an ultraviolet light on it, it will close the hole, thinking that sunlight comes from there, and it seems that it can grow again if it stays underground. The guys looked up in surprise. The psycho, with bulging eyes, clarified if something was wrong. Jansa smiled and replied negatively. The girl tucked her elbows, and the protagonist exclaimed that she was truly talented. Mincheol opened his mouth wide and asked if she had decorated everything herself. Heron crossed her palms and said that it was nothing special since there was a store nearby, so she had just taken a few things from there. The protagonist took the papers and muttered that they were records of experiments on Trelty, and said that it was still incredible. Seo-hyun lowered her gaze and exclaimed that she had decorated everything very well. Blankets appeared and it was asked if she even had extra bedding. The nurse blushed and replied that she was very happy with their compliments, and that she felt like they were celebrating a housewarming, and added that this was her first housewarming. The typist, putting her hands on her hips, said that despite the underground water, there was quite good ventilation here, and Minchul asked if it was okay if they stayed here overnight. Suddenly, a streamer touched the guy's shoulder. Jiangsu laid him down on the bed and said that it was okay and that he should rest well, to which Heron said that everything was fine, because the sick person should get the best place. The protagonist, turning his head, exclaimed that they should also settle down, and suggested that they rest. After some time, it seemed like all the team members fell asleep. The protagonist, looking at the ceiling, muttered that today was a very unusual day, and did not think that there were any days like this before. The guy, holding his hands behind his head, explained to his comrades that if a dangerous situation arose while he was sleeping, then they should wake him up, and added that he did not think anything would happen. A moment later, the commentators asked if they could come to his dream to wake him up, and the young man closed his eyes and said that his teammates should come to him in his dream. Suddenly, the streamer squinted, and it was loudly heard that he should wake up, because he spent all the money he had saved. Chansu, raising himself, wondered if it was a woman's voice. Looking at the sleeping team, the protagonist did not understand whether it was a dream. The protagonist lowered his head in bewilderment. Noticing a tree root, The guy asked what was happening to it. Suddenly, viewers wrote that even this sound did not wake him up, to which the young man, through sweat on his face, said that his comrades never woke him up. One of the observers reported that she woke him up and drained a lot of money, and also talked to him through the speakerphone function the whole time, which made the streamer's eyes bulge and explain that he thought it was a dream and asked how they did it. The commentator replied that the speakerphone function was activated while he was sleeping, and Yoon-soo, grabbing his hair, asked if they install patches secretly here and added that it is not important now. A second later, the protagonist touched Haran and called her. The nurse, opening her mouth, called the protagonist's name, to which he shouted that she scared him and clarified whether she could not wake up normally. Stretching out his finger, the guy asked to get up and do something with him, because he thinks he is having a seizure. The girl, looking at the tree root, explained that everything was fine, and it must be because water had simply dripped on it, because it stretched out in the direction of the dripping water over and over again, and then shrank. The young man, lowering his eyebrows, asked if it was raining, and was told that it would need a lot of water to grow again, so he shouldn't worry. The streamer said that everything seemed fine, and added to Haran that she could sleep, to which she suddenly buried her face in the pillow. Drops could be seen falling down. The water in the sewer began to rise. Jansu, with his arms crossed, was fast asleep. A moment later, the protagonist opened his eye, hearing himself called crazy, and asked what happened. The viewer exclaimed that she really had wasted all her money again, and asked to look ahead, and the protagonist, putting his palm on the floor, was very surprised that the water had risen, and added that he hadn't slept for that long. The drops continued to fall, and the boy thought it was nice here until water started pouring out of the vents. Opening his mouth wide, the boy shouted at everyone to wake up. Seo-hyun, her eyes bulging, asked what the suddenness was. The streamer exclaimed that they needed to pack their things, after which Haran suddenly reached for the glass vials. It seemed like the drops started to flow faster, and Jiangsa said that this was not just a water channel. Opening his jaw, the protagonist muttered that it was a huge water reservoir. The typist threw sweat on her face, asked what they should do and whether it would be better for them to get outside. The protagonist grabbed his chin and, turning to the observers, asked if any of them knew how the thralties behave during the rain, to which he was informed that the roots can stretch back and forth to drink water, so it can be dangerous. The nurse handed the things over and offered them to the boy, and explained that she kept them just in case. The boy, putting on his raincoat, thought that if they went outside, they might run into thralty, and if they stayed here, they would drown. With his mouth wide open, Mincheol exclaimed that the water was almost knee-deep. The streamer, with his jaw open, shouted that they needed to grab the ladder and get ready to climb. Suddenly, one of the commentators wrote that it might be a rainy day, which made Jiansa's eyes widen and ask what he was talking about. The viewer said that there were monsters that affected the environment, and what was happening now might be somehow connected to that, after which the protagonist sharply clenched his jaw. Suddenly, the protagonist grabbed a stone. Seo-hyun, holding onto the ladder, asked the guy what happened. A small splash of water appeared. Suddenly, a monster appeared, causing the guys to scream loudly. Mincheol, with sweat on his face, asked if it was a crocodile, and the streamer exclaimed that they should quickly climb up. The monster's eyes lit up brightly, and the young man asked the observers what kind of monster it was, and they wrote to him that it was Alacroco, which suddenly appears in places where the water rises. Haran, looking down, said that the hatch did not open, and it seemed like there was something above. Jong-soo looked up in bewilderment. Suddenly, the monster's mouth appeared in the form of a tree. The unusual creature covered the hatch with its roots. The observer said that perhaps he needed to defeat Alacroco, to which the main character, clenching his fists, asked if this was an underwater battle, and added that it was pointless. Looking up, the protagonist turned to the nurse and asked if she had said that the root needed a lot of water to grow. The boy continued that if it absorbed it, it would grow right away, and Haran, widening her eyes, replied that it was true and added that it really needed to absorb a lot of water. A moment later, the young man pulled out an axe and asked to let him climb the stairs. The player raised the weapon up and told everyone to press against the stairs. Suddenly, the rolled-up branches fell down. Splashes of water flew in all directions. Jong-soo, his lips pressed together, was silent. There was not a single sound in the tunnel. Circular traces appeared on the surface of the water, and the commentators asked if everything went wrong. The protagonist, lowering his eyebrows, asked if Haran's roots were growing. The girl lowered the corners of her mouth and replied that it was possible, but she herself had never thrown them into the water like that. A moment later, small waves appeared. An unidentified object jumped out. A long branch lashed out at the water. Grinning, the protagonist exclaimed that the counterattack operation was a success. A huge crocodile began to gnaw at the tree, and the boy shouted that he would avenge the monster on the monster. Water splashes flew from the animal's face. The branches sank under the water, and the boy noticed that they continued to absorb water. Suddenly, huge rods enveloped the crocodile's body. With wide eyes, Mincheol asked if this was normal. The alligator sank into the tree branches, and the observers realized that the rain had stopped, but those on top near the hatch still needed to be careful, because Thralty had grown very large. The heroes began to climb up the ladder. Closing his eyes, the streamer was silent. Grasping the handle of the axe with his fingers, the protagonist clarified whether it was true that this axe was not so simple. The protagonist let go of the bar and yelled that he needed to get some firewood, and the viewers said that it was expected of him, and that they had prepared something too. With his mouth wide open, Mincheol called out to his elder, and the system reported that the player had exceeded the limit, and a common mission with a reward was set, the goal of which was to get rid of the Thralty with an axe worth 20 yen. Jumping into the water, the guy said that it was a challenge, and his teammates did not understand whether he had decided to fight the monster. The young man shouted for the streamer to stop because it was dangerous, and the nurse opened her mouth in fear and called out to Mr. Jiangsu. Clenching his fists, the protagonist decided to start cutting down. With his mouth wide open, the protagonist asked his allies to support him. At the same second, the player struck the tree with an axe. Magic particles appeared in the air and the provocation skill was activated. Splinters began to fly off the branch. The boy looked to the side. A huge branch flew past him. Frowning, the young man attacked Thralty. The branch broke, and the protagonist realized that it worked, and that it was great. A red mark from the impact appeared, and the protagonist thought about how this axe had a pretty strong attack, but its true potential had not yet been revealed. Soyeon opened her mouth wide, while the player mentally counted the enemy parts he had destroyed. Mincheol's eyes widened in alarm, and the streamer continued to count the broken branches. Suddenly, the boy clenched his jaw in bewilderment. The seventh part of the tree flew into the wall. The observer reported that the enemy was on the left, when suddenly Jiangsu looked in that direction. Swinging his axe, the protagonist destroyed the eighth branch. The wooden rod broke into two parts. The strong weapon left a bright mark in the air. After delivering a crushing blow, the protagonist shouted that this was the 10th branch. The typist, her eyes wide with fear, admired her partner's actions. The commentator reported that everything worked out and 10 axes were used, to which the player smirked and said that, as he thought, this number was a countdown. The blade of the weapon sparkled brightly, and the streamer thought about how it accumulated regardless of which part you hit, and when the number reached the extreme point, the axe would plunge in with tremendous cutting force. The guy decided that he shouldn't relax, while looking at the branch on the floor and asking if Thralty had finished drinking. Pulling his hand back, the young man said that it didn't matter how strong he was. Having attacked the tree, the protagonist shouted that he was starting a second round. The sounds of carnage were heard in the middle of the dark tunnel. Jiangsu delivered a crushing blow to the branch. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist noticed that there was firewood for his partners. Splinters began to fly off the huge tree. Heron's eyes widened in alarm. Pieces of the branch flew high into the air. The protagonist was surrounded by large pieces of debris. Having fallen to the ground, the player sighed heavily, and the system reported that the mission was completed and the reward received. Throwing his head back, the guy muttered that he had chopped enough firewood for a lifetime, and the viewers asked to grind the Thralty into crumbs and were impatiently waiting for the next time. Smiling, the streamer said that now his partners could get off. The young man joyfully opened his mouth. A drop of sweat appeared on the typist's face. The nurse's eyes widened in delight. The boy touched a wooden splinter with his foot and asked if it was dead. Gritting his teeth, Soyeon noted that it was better not to touch it, just in case. With her palms folded, Heron muttered that she had more raw materials for her experiments, and the protagonist asked if that was all she could say after his hard work. Putting on his coat, the protagonist suggested that they leave since El Croco was dead and the rain had stopped so they could go out, and then asked if Mincheol needed a backpack. The sky had turned dark. The heroes stood in front of the building's entrance, and the nurse said that it was here. The girl peeked out from behind the door and explained that they were in a dangerous area, so they should be careful. Inspecting the bat, the player noted that they could all arm themselves. Biting the corners of his lips, the guy looked at the comment that was written about his own baseball team. Suddenly, an indignant cry was heard, to which the players widened their eyes in fear. Jiangsu closed his lips and looked ahead in confusion. The man stood on the street and did not understand what was happening. Another man put his hand to his head and asked where the guy had gone, to which his partner remarked that he was tired of running, but would soon be caught. Breaking away, the young man shouted that they needed to move faster. The typist, her eyes wide, muttered that they had left, and did not understand what it was, while the protagonist thought about the fact that these were not the guys they had seen earlier. The men were walking down the street, and the protagonist thought about the fact that they had the same tattoos, so they could be from the same gang. Looking back, the player began to think. The streamer called out to Min-chul, while many beads of sweat appeared on the guy's face. The guy asked what was happening to him, to which he, lowering his hands, remained silent. The nurse poked her finger at the young man's cheek, when suddenly he responded. Soyeon asked if he was scared, to which he turned his head and asked her again, confused, and the protagonist asked him not to worry, because the bandits had not found them. Narrowing his eyes, Min-chul hesitantly agreed. The protagonist thought that there was more anxiety than fear on his face, after which he dropped his jaw and said that he would check everything. Approaching the door, the player said that no one was there and suggested that his partners go. The heroes went outside together. Suddenly, a man appeared to the side, screaming loudly. The guy lowered the corners of his mouth, not understanding what it was. Stretching his hand forward, the survivor cried out that he wanted to live and asked for help. A moment later, the stranger began to fall to the ground. The protagonist frowned in alarm. Someone's legs appeared behind the man's body. The bandit raised his head and said that this freak made him run. Suddenly, the bully noticed a group of people in front of him. The guy started calling his allies loudly when the protagonist grabbed the axe with his hand. The bandits lined up in a row, and the commentator noted that they were wild dogs. Frowning, the streamer asked his partners to get ready to run, and then thought that he didn't want to put the guys in danger. Smiling widely, the bully asked what was going on here, and then saw a guy he knew in the crowd. Min-chul gritted his teeth in fear. Looking back, Chansa asked if the young man knew him, to which he remained silent. The protagonist asked again if they knew each other, to which the boy raised his eyebrows and began to explain. There was an evil smile on the bandit's face. Putting his weapon in front of him, the streamer ordered him to stand still. The guy said that they were not allowed to take a step closer, and that they would just quietly leave now, and the bully threw the bat around his neck and asked him again in surprise. Grinning, the robber asked if his friend would say hello, since they had not seen each other for a long time. Frowning, the player said that if his partner did not say hello, it meant he did not want to, so they could only say goodbye. Grinning his teeth, the criminal asked not to answer for him, since he was already a big boy, and then asked if Min-chul was happy to see them. The young man raised his eyebrows in fear. Scratching his head, the protagonist muttered that it seemed like nothing could be done about it. The blade of the axe was shining brightly, and the protagonist declared that he had no choice but to make the gang regret not leaving them alone. The bandit, with his eyes wide open, objected that they were the ones who didn't understand what they were getting themselves into, and then asked if it was true that they were both losers, and that was why they had banded together. Swinging the bat, the bully shouted that out of respect for the old days, he would count to 3. The streamer tightly gripped the handle of the weapon with his fingers, and his opponent began to count. Min-chul bit the corners of his lips. After finishing counting, the bandit rushed to attack the heroes. Suddenly, the bat fell from the criminal's hands. Jiansa's eyes widened in alarm. After the attack, drops of blood began to fly off the enemy's body. Frowning angrily, the gang members called the streamer names. After the blow, a bright trace appeared in front of the criminals. The guys fell to the ground. Their leader raised his head and began loudly calling Chansu a piece. Approaching the prone opponent, the protagonist clarified what he was called a piece of. At the same second, the protagonist plunged the blade of the axe into the hooligan's shoulder. The guy told the opponent to continue, to which he put his palm to the wound, and the young man asked if the criminal was going to continue acting tough. Putting his foot on the bat, the protagonist ordered his opponent to get up and stop wiping the asphalt, to which the observer said that this bandit was like a robot vacuum cleaner and offered to hire him. The protagonist said that the robot would be smarter, while the villain began to get to his feet. The bandit opened his mouth wide and yelled at the guy to shut up, to which the guy replied that he needed to shut up his dogs, and then asked if the bully thought that shutting up would somehow give him a better chance. Gritting his teeth, the bandit yelled if the streamer knew who they were, and then exclaimed that he was making a very big mistake. Jiansu stuck his lips out and asked if they knew who they were, thinking that he was the only main character in this game. The bandit's eyes turned white with rage. Opening his mouth wide, the villain began to scream loudly. The protagonist jumped up. Leaning towards the ground, the streamer attacked his opponent, to which he cried out in pain. In that same second, the criminal collapsed to the ground. The gang members began to run towards the streamer, yelling for him to die, and the onlookers asked if the guy would just let it go. The young man pierced the bully's neck and answered in the negative. The guy fell right on his partner, to which he cried out indignantly. Opening his mouth, the young man asked them to stop swearing, and then said that they were wild dogs, and very weak. Drops of blood dripped from the blade of the axe. The protagonist turned away from his opponents. Lying on the ground, the gang leader asked him to stand. Opening his mouth wide, the bully shouted for the guy to go away and not come near him, to which he asked if the man listened to him when he was offered to disperse. Closing his eyes, Chansa noted that now the bandit was asking to stop, so he did not even know whether to listen to this. Heron widened her eyes and called the protagonist. Smiling, the nurse clarified whether she should cure the robber, because even such villains can be patients, to which he agreed and offered to beat and treat him until he became inoperable. The man's eyes widened and he exclaimed that they were crazy and then asked why Min Chul was standing there. The criminal shouted that they were brothers and that these crazy people needed to be stopped, to which the guy kept silent with his lips downturned. The protagonist frowned and asked what kind of relationship they had with this man, to which he said that he was one of the people in the bad crowd he had gotten involved with last year. The streamer asked if Min Chul had gotten involved with a bad crowd, to which he answered with wide eyes and fear that it had been short-lived and that good people had helped him return to school and finish his studies, and that was true. The player lowered his eyebrows and noted that looking at these guys, he didn't think they would have let him go back to school that easily. Gritting his teeth, the young man said that the relatives of one of the people who had helped him were from the police, so he assumed that they had left him alone because they were afraid of trouble. The protagonist asked if this meant that the guy was scared since there were no people around to help him, when suddenly the bandit raised his head and suggested that they calm down and talk. Looking down, the protagonist clarified whether what Min Chul said was true. The player stepped on the bandit's head with his foot, to which he screamed that it was true, and they have not spoken since. Raising the axe high above himself, the streamer said that it was glorious. Opening his mouth wide, the criminal began to scream loudly, when suddenly someone asked if Jong-soo was going to kill him. Turning his head, the protagonist said that he had to do it, and the bully thought about living. The typist looked down and noted that it would be great if this man died, but he must first answer a few questions. The bandit tied to a tree asked what they were doing to him and asked for help. The protagonist, putting his hands in his pockets, asked to speak more quietly and asked what he would do otherwise when the roots appeared, to which the bully asked again about the roots. The guy, opening his mouth, asked if he knew, because he must have seen it, and explained that it was a monster tree, and the criminal said that the sun had already risen, and everything should be fine. The young man, squinting, said that he knew, and asked if he knew that their roots stretched under them. Looking at the enemy's legs, the streamer explained that if he made a lot of noise, being so close, they would come out, which made the robber scream loudly. Chansa smiled menacingly and exclaimed that he had wounds and injuries, and it would not be difficult for them to suck out all the nutrients from him, so he should not twitch, and thought that it was all a lie. The bully, opening his mouth wide, said that he did not want to die, and asked for help. The protagonist, lowering his head, said that he had said the same, to which the criminal asked who he was talking about. Raising the corners of his lips, the protagonist replied that it was the man whose head he had smashed in and who had also asked to be saved. The robber suddenly widened his eyes and shouted that he would tell everything, and added that their gang was called Black Tattoo, and there were 20 of them. The guy lowered his eyebrows and asked if they were wandering around killing other survivors. The hooligan, through the sweat on his face, explained that this was not the case, but all because their truck had overturned, and they needed parts for repairs, and after that they would quietly drive away to a safe zone. Having hit him in the face, the young man said that thanks to him he had received the main information. A moment later, the guys began to leave, to which the criminal asked them to stop and clarified whether they would leave him here like this. The streamer, looking ahead, understood something. Turning his gaze back, Chansa said that it was necessary to nip the seed of discord in the bud. Suddenly splashes of blood appeared. After some time, the man, holding his hands in his pockets, asked what it was. Red spots were visible on the tree trunk. The hooded robber, noticing his unconscious comrade, asked what kind of horror had happened here. His assistant, through sweat on his face, said that he thought that another group of survivors had killed him, and asked whether he should report it to the boss, to which the hooligan answered positively and added that first they would find the one who had done this. Looking at the lowered head of the criminal, the man thought that he had been tortured, and could not understand what kind of creature had done it. Suddenly, his comrade, pointing his finger back, shouted that there were other bodies here. The captain, lowering his hands, asked who this time. The body of a young man was visible, and it was assumed that maybe it was this guy's group. The robber, holding his chin, replied that he did not think so, otherwise his comrades would not have left the body here. Turning his gaze to the side, the criminal thought that if the boss found out about this, they would have problems, and said that the bodies were still warm, which meant that the killer was nearby, and also suggested that they begin searching. Lowering his head, the man said that they would have many funerals today. The hooligan bit his lips, and it was said that his name was Sanjin. Minchul, with sweat on his face, said that he was the captain of the group, with a big scar on his face, but when he was with them, they didn't have a name yet, and he didn't know if the gang still existed. Youngsu, holding his chin, said that judging by the words of that idiot with green hair, he thought that it did, to which his comrade exclaimed that if so, there might be problems, because many of them were involved in sports, and he also didn't know for sure, but perhaps he brought him unnecessary problems. The protagonist, putting his hand on his shoulder, said that he had nothing to worry about, because they would have met on the way anyway, even if he wasn't there, and Minchul asked if it was true, and he replied that he didn't think they would go in one big group, and asked if there were any peculiarities that he could tell about them. The guy, raising a finger, explained that the boss usually creates several squads that he leads, namely patrols or a task force. The protagonist squinted and asked if these guys were from the patrol. Evil hooligans appeared, and it was said that this was a patrol squad carrying out orders from the boss, such as observing the surrounding area, robbing and looting. The streamer, with his mouth slightly open, thought that there were only 20 of them, and asked if there were 17 left. Suddenly, a viewer wrote that something was on the right, after which the guys noticed a truck, and Minchul wondered if this was the one that the dead guy had talked about. The protagonist, opening the door of the trailer, offered to take a look and asked if there were any infected here. Suddenly, Heron, her eyes bulging, exclaimed that the insides of the car were broken. A moment later, the protagonist approached the cabin of the car and clarified what was there, adding that everything was pretty much smashed, because there wasn't even a battery. Smiling, the guy said that they had taken apart such a car, and it seemed that they were dealing with people of low social responsibility. Seohyun, clenching her fists, asked if the car had been damaged by the infected, to which she received the answer that at first it had been so, and then parts were torn out of it, and it finally became unusable. Scratching the back of his head, the young man wondered what kind of pirates would break their own ship, and said that in any case they should move on, and the commentators wrote that maybe they were not of the highest morals, but they were devoted to their cause. The streamer turned his head in bewilderment and asked to wait. A second later, Chansu approached the corner of the house. Suddenly, the protagonist raised an axe over the stranger, to which he asked to stop. The young man, spreading his arms in different directions, shouted that they should not attack him. The protagonist, lowering his eyebrows, asked who he was, and explained that he had to say if he did not want the axe to smash his head. The guy, with his mouth wide open, said that he was the driver of this truck, and he was attacked, but miraculously survived and hid, and the streamer clarified why he was hanging around there then, because it was quite suspicious. Jungsu, turning to Minchul, asked if he had seen this guy before, to which he received the answer that he had not. The main character, biting his lips, thought that he had a similar uniform. The truck driver knelt down and said that when he saw them, he immediately realized that they were not those guys, because they were with a schoolboy, and a question was heard about those guys. The young man, sitting on the floor, explained that they were tattooed guys and added that they were being chased by the infected, and these guys came close, pretending to help them, and then began to smash the heads of his comrades. The young man, with his mouth wide open, asked if by any chance they had seen a person similar to him. The protagonist, squinting, muttered that he didn't know yet that the guy was dead and asked him to calm down, and also asked if he had seen where the tattooed guys went. The truck driver pointed to the side and shouted that they were heading south, and the streamer thanked him for the information, adding that it didn't intersect with their route. The guy, his eyes bulging, was perplexed. Opening his jaw, the young man clarified to himself, to which Jiangsu replied that he should go his own way. The young man, extending his index finger, asked if they were going south, and said that they needed a car. Turning his gaze to the side, the protagonist exclaimed that they met the guys from the black tattoo gang there. The truck driver, through sweat on his face, said that they couldn't go north, because they wouldn't be able to get by without a car. The protagonist widened his eyes and clarified what he meant. The guy's body shook sharply and he said that there were monsters ahead that spread out like impassable vines and he saw them from afar, and people who tried to pass were caught and torn to pieces, so if they went on foot, they would probably die, and at the very least they needed a car. The guys raised their eyebrows in surprise, and the streamer asked if he meant that if there was a car, they would be able to break through, to which he received the answer that this was exactly the case, because they did not attack passing cars. Jansa held an axe in his hand and asked the viewers what he was talking about, and what kind of vine it was, and they wrote that it kills those who move slowly, and he clarified that don't they usually target fast-moving targets. The observer said that he should think of them as carnivorous plants, and the protagonist, raising the corners of his lips, thought that they would need a car to get through them anyway, and asked if that meant that the monster was only in that direction. The truck driver, kneeling, explained that he had met people from other directions, but there was no safe place, and added that the same vines were everywhere. Holding his chin, the protagonist said that there was an arboretum and a railway to the north, and they should get there, and Minchul countered that they should think about it carefully. The guy, sweating on his face, said that even though their skills were not comparable to his, these guys were still well trained. Smiling slightly, the streamer explained that they were ordinary bandits, and if his team helped him, they would easily deal with them, and added that from the very beginning he was ready to face them with his fists, despite the details of his dark past. Chansu exclaimed that he could just relax, because he had nothing to worry about, to which the truck driver, looking up, said that he was an amazing person, and immediately understood this. The protagonist, wiping his face with a sweater, replied that in any case he would not have left, because as he said, they would not pass by like that, and asked what his name was. The young man, smiling happily, said his name. The protagonist, clenching his fist contentedly, thanked him for the information and added that he helped them a lot, and therefore let him hang in there, and also wished him all the best and good luck. Yongjin opened his mouth wide and asked if they weren't going to go with him, and one of the viewers wrote that they should take him with them already. The streamer extended his finger and explained that he would really like to, but unfortunately he can't. A wound appeared on the guy's hand and he asked what he meant, and the commentators also noticed this wound. Heron, with her eyes bulging, said about his hand, and Youngsu said that this was not an ordinary wound. The truck driver, looking at his fist, exclaimed that it looked like it was scratched in a fight, to which the nurse explained that these were definitely symptoms of an infection. The protagonist, lowering his head, said that he was a medical student, so she probably knows better. Yongjin, crossing his arms, asked for help. Suddenly, the guy bared his teeth and clarified that if he cut it off, would everything be okay? The protagonist raised the corners of his lips in surprise and asked him again. Heron said that if Yongjin's arm was cut off, he would definitely die and wondered if the subsequent events would go according to plan, if he would develop new injuries. The girl leaned closer to the patient and continued to reason about how the infection could find another way into his body, through damaged blood vessels, so did he think that he would become a monster? Then Yongjin swallowed convulsively, and Jungsu stood silently with his back to him, holding on to the table, when Heron said about the lack of anesthetics and the need to wait, because the patient had not yet recovered from the shock. Then complained that they did not have this time and, finally, concluded by asking if he was ready for the operation, knowing all the facts. Yongjin, terrified, could only mumble something unintelligible. Jungsu irritably demanded Heron to stop, to which the girl objected that she needed to get consent. The streamer clarified that they could amputate the arm, but if too much time had passed since the infection, it would speed up Yanzhong's death. He tied his arm to the table and asked if the patient was ready for it. He still answered vaguely. His eyes filled with determination, beads of sweat flowed down his face. He clenched his teeth and finally shouted that he wanted to live and would do anything. Yanzhong narrowed his eyes in hatred, blamed someone and concluded that he did not want to die unfairly, after which a silent question hung in the air. Is everything okay with this guy and is he really an NPC? Jansu asked Herung to sterilize the axe, and she happily agreed. Then he asked Hyungnim to give him a mission, asked if they could help cut off Yongjin's arm and prolong his life for a while, delay the consequences. In response to his request, many responses came in, where the viewers asked again if he really wanted a mission, and also ironically, as if they had something left, then clarified if he wanted to take it with him and if they could make a bet without a lot of money, whether the amputation would work, were annoyed that it would be better if he asked for stocks or store functions. In the end, a notification appeared that Tormented and Psychopath had set a joint reward mission, which caused the guy to silently question and bewilderment. The mission consisted of several actions. It was necessary to cut off Yansun's hand, regardless of the tool that the streamer will use. It is necessary to cut off the fingers of the affected hand beforehand. For this a reward is promised in the form of not feeling the consequences of amputation for 1 hour. Jansu thought irritably that the mission justified their nicknames. The nurse dragged an axe and gave it to Jansu. He approached the infected, raised the axe over his hand and asked Heron if she knew what to do next. She hesitated for a moment. Then the girl closed Jansun's eyes. He was completely perplexed and confused. Jansu explained to her what she was doing and pointed out that she needed to hold the hand, to which the girl said that there was a mistake, and immediately comments came, one sympathetic to Yansun, another touched by Heron's actions. Jansu grabbed the axe with both hands. The thought flashed through his head that he had to cut off his fingers first, because that was the condition. Looking at his hand and seeing the tendons, he again turned to the viewers and asked if it would be pointless if he cut off his hand in one go, to which he asked if the mission as a whole was crazy and the statement that crazy is cutting off little by little. Yongjin hesitated for a moment, pursing his lips. A scream was heard. Minchio was surprised behind the wall, wondering if it seemed to him that the main character was really chopping, and Soyan asked him again if he thought that the streamer would not do it. Another scream was heard. Minchio was dumbfounded, to which Soyan said that Jansu was scaring her, and wondered what he was planning this time. The girl concluded that as soon as everything was over, they should thank the guy for not having to witness this process. Min Chul agreed with her with a sigh. Suddenly, So-yeon asked herself in horror how many blows there were. Everything went quiet behind the door. A question was heard about whether it was all over. The door was kicked down with a scream. Min Chul and So-yeon were scared from the surprise. Herring appeared at the door. She smiled sweetly and invited them in. When they entered, they saw Yeon-jun lying on a sheet, carefully covered with his jacket, unconscious, with a bandaged hand, blood smeared on the table, and Young-soo wiping an axe nearby. So-yeon asked the streamer how it went. She noted in surprise that he really did it, to which the protagonist asked not to look at the table, because Yeon-jun's thumb was left there. Min-cheol and So-yeon both screamed in confusion as to how this was possible, to which the streamer gave a thumbs up and said that it meant a better surgery. The girl stared blankly at one point, and Min-young asked again if the driver was okay. Young-soo replied that he didn't know, and if he didn't wake up in 5 minutes, they were leaving. He added that they couldn't wait since there were black tattoo guys scurrying around, to which Min-young expressed doubt that he would wake up at all. Yeon-jung sat up abruptly, his eyes wide open. He looked at his hand, wondering what happened, and answered to himself that it was cut off. The streamer suggested out loud that he passed out due to the pain, then thought that it was after the third finger, and asked out loud how the patient was feeling. The patient happily jumped up, laughed that it was over and he was okay, and thanked Yoon-soo. The protagonist replied that despite Yeon-jun enduring it, he needed to calm down, and silently added that the mission would only delay the consequences of the amputation, and it was still unknown what would happen. Yeon-jun said that he should thank Jeon-soo first, and bowed to him on his knees. The streamer was confused. A kick was heard and a disgruntled cry from a man asking what they wanted from him, and where he could get something undamaged. In response to this, the masked man, standing a little further away, asked to stop. The author of the blows angrily asked why they had to fix this wreck, pointing at the car when there were other cars running. Chansu watched this scene through the window, where two people were standing next to the truck cabin, and spare parts and tools were lying on the road, and at that moment the guy in the mask asked the second one to be quieter, fearing that they would be heard. The latter answered that he didn't care, because the others were probably also looking for these stupid parts. At that moment the main character had the idea that these were new faces. Although it was unlikely that they came for them, but they were also from the patrol. The enraged guy asked the one in the mask if the truck was a talisman, since he didn't understand what their boss was thinking, to which the first one answered that it was a refrigerated truck and they were difficult to find, to which the aggressor was perplexed. His interlocutor asked if he thought that in their situation it would be easier to find such a car on the move, and Chance peered out the window, wondering why these guys needed a refrigerator. The guys were still standing among the parts lying on the road. In the end, the disgruntled guy summed up that he didn't care about the truck. He was pissed off that their efforts were not appreciated. Some youngsters were disassembling normal working machines. The guy in the mask did not understand him and asked him again what he meant. They answered that when the cars need to be fixed, they bring the parts back. Swearing loudly and calling them devils, he finished. Suddenly, the guy grabbed his head with both hands and swore, complaining that he was going crazy, and his colleague sadly lowered his head, putting his hands in his pockets. The protagonist noted that they seemed to be very afraid of their boss, since they worked even with such an attitude. Yoon-soo approached the others to describe the situation. He said that there were two people outside, to which Minchul immediately asked if these guys were members of the Black Tattoo group. The streamer continued that it would be easy to deal with them, but it would be wiser to just follow them, since they needed to find their base anyway. Minchul and Hae-nayeon agreed with him, and So-yeon countered that it would be better for one person to follow them, so that there would be minimal risks. Young-soo repeated her words thoughtfully, putting his index finger to his chin. His gaze slid to the side. Yeon-jun caught his gaze and, with surprise and a silent question, pointed his index finger at his chest. The guy with the tattoo on his arm was rolling a wheel. He suddenly stopped, confused. He straightened up and asked the guy in the mask if he heard anything, who countered that he imagined it, since it was too early for wooden blocks to show up on the street, to which the guy with the tattoo agreed. At this time, Yeon-jun was watching them from around the corner. Beads of sweat were running down his face, and he wondered how he had gotten to this point. Suddenly, the masked guy and the guy with the tattoo on his arm froze in confusion. The wheel slipped out of the hands of the guy with the tattoo, and he asked the men blocking their way what they were doing there. The wheel fell with a crash onto the road, very close to the foot of one of them. It was San-jin, who immediately praised their work. He added that they should not worry, since he did not come for them, but was simply looking for someone, to which the guy with the tattoo picked up the wheel, and the masked guy asked again who the captain was looking for. He answered that he was looking for an enemy who killed 3 of his gang, and this guy was hanging around somewhere in the area. The guy with the wheel shouted, asking again if the boss knew about this yet, otherwise these guys would not be here, because he would have lost his temper, to which Sanjin confirmed that he did. Coming close to the interlocutors, he added that they would soon deal with this daredevil, so they should not worry, and should do their job so that the boss would not worry about anything anymore, to which the guy in the mask asked again. The captain offered him to report everything, provided that he wanted to die today. The captain and his 2 escorts said goodbye and left, and Yeonjun, who was watching everything from around the corner, reasoned that they left, then stopped himself, asked again where they went. Beads of cold sweat ran down his face when he continued his thoughts that this guy, Sangjin, was going towards Jiangsu. He pressed himself against the wall with all his strength, continuing to reason about whether they could not meet, and also thought about what he should do, because he had to find the base by following these 2, and maybe he should find at least a clue, and then return to his own. In the end, he decided it was more important to warn the others, and at that moment, the masked guy told his colleague that he was uneasy, which he brushed off. Yeonjun waited irritably for the 2 to leave, urging them on mentally. He watched his feet. Yeonjun himself took a step. He suddenly ran down the street, hoping that the streamer would wait for him. Suddenly, he stopped in bewilderment. Soyeon, grabbing the enemy by the arm, was forcefully striking his leg. Minchyo gave another opponent a good punch. Heron hit the 3rd guy in the eye with a sharp object. Yeonjun couldn't believe his eyes. The protagonist asked Minchyo if this guy was Sangjin, pointing at his opponent who was holding a knife at the ready. Not waiting for an answer, Yoongsu continued his monologue that his enemy was not so scary and asked directly if he was bothering Minchyo. Standing in front of the enemy, Sangjin asked if he was really the one who killed his people. The protagonist doubted that his opponent was at the level to waste his time on empty talk. Yoongsu cracked his neck and asked who was bullying his friend. At that moment, Min Chul attacked the bandit. The man asked if this was his payment for picking him up off the street. The guy looked at him from under his brows and suggested that they settle the matter between themselves, because a captain should talk to another captain. The villain got into a fighting stance and asked if his enemy already considered himself a winner. The young man smirked and asked if that was not the case. The villain clenched his teeth and thought that things were bad for him. The leader of the group looked back. Yeonjun opened his mouth in fear. A drop of cold sweat rolled down his cheek. The bandit hit him with the handle of the knife. Sangjin put the blade to his throat and ordered the enemy not to come closer, threatening to kill the hostage. Standing in front of him, the gamer called him a real loser. The man asked what that meant. The player glared at him and said that he thought the captain would have some pride, but it turned out that he did not. The villain raised the knife even higher and called for him to stay back. The survivor frowned and asked if he should not treat the criminal accordingly. The villain backed away and ordered him to stand still. The gang leader swung the knife. The driver asked his comrade not to worry about anything. The blade of the knife pierced his chest. Yeonjun fell to the ground. The bandit left him to die and ran away. The viewers demanded tenfold punishment for him. The streamer looked after him with an angry look. Sangjin continued to run, waving his arms. The protagonist rushed after him. Yoongsu hit the enemy on the back. Blood gushed from his wound, and the man fell to the ground. The guy approached him and asked if he knew what the most attractive part of such shows was. The young man looked down at him and replied that it was an apology. He hit the opponent on the arm and ordered him to apologize. His eyes lit up. The gamer struck again and repeated his order. The commentators began to laugh. The player swung the axe and repeated his words once more. Raising his hand, the villain asked him to stop and apologized loudly. The villain covered his face with his hand and asked if that would be enough for him. The survivor grabbed him by the hair and answered in the negative. The streamer turned his head to his comrades and ordered him to apologize to them. He narrowed his eyes angrily and said that words from his filthy mouth were still not enough. The protagonist pressed his face into the ground and said that this is what he needed to do. Blood gushed from the mouth of the group leader. Yoongsu slammed his face into the ground again. Soyeon stepped forward and called out to her comrade, asking him to stop. The guy did not pay attention to her and only looked at his enemy. The young man lifted him by the hair. The gamer hit him one last time and rose to his feet. Looking back, Heron reported that the infection was spreading faster and explained that amputating his arm had not helped and that the infection had already begun. The veins in the driver's arm were pulsating. The girl assumed that the situation had worsened due to the weakening of the body due to the injury. Opening his eyes, Yeonjun apologized and said that he only had a little time left. Putting his hand to his head, the player asked him not to apologize and asked if he knew the location of the Black Tattoo gang. The man stood up and confirmed this. The survivor's eyes widened in surprise and wondered how his comrade could move. The viewers realized that this was agony and that his wounds would soon cease to matter. The driver put his hand on his shoulder and promised to take them to the place. The streamer put his hand on his friend's shoulder and offered to end the dark past. Minchul looked up and agreed to destroy them together. The infected approached the black tattoo base. He lowered his head and began to breathe heavily. Yonjin opened his mouth wide and called out to the villains. The gang members looked around and asked who he was. The man asked who their leader was. The criminals jumped up from their seats and noticed that their uninvited guest was infected. Yonjin frowned menacingly and asked what was going on. Gritting his teeth, the driver realized that this was the man the boy had spoken of and declared that he had come to kill him. The villain smirked and asked if that was true. His subordinates said that no one could defeat their leader, especially a man with no arms and a knife wound. The infected man silently glared at them. Squinting slyly, the thug asked if he really wanted to get to heaven as soon as possible and decided to help him with that. His accomplice handed him a metal pipe. Taking a fighting stance, the gang leader said that they had finally collected all the parts and repaired the car, and asked if some cripple wanted to ruin their holiday. The bandit's eyes widened in madness and said that he would kill him. Yonjin opened his mouth in rage and screamed. While the enemies were distracted, Soyeon snuck up on them from behind. She dealt a powerful blow to the enemy. At the same time, Minchul attacked another gang member. The criminal looked back and asked what was going on. The heroes rushed forward, continuing to kill enemies in their path. A well-aimed knife pierced the eye of one of them. The protagonist looked forward resolutely. Someone ordered the others to protect the boss. Jansu struck with an axe and knocked the bandit to the ground. Comparing him to the angel of death, Younghyun opened his mouth in fear and asked what all this meant. His pupils narrowed. The villain saw his former subordinate among the attackers. The guy approached him from behind and asked if this was the one who bullied his friend. The villain turned around and asked if this boy had hired them to beat him up. The young man decided to remain modest and answered in the affirmative. The gamer swung his axe and said that he could not promise that all his limbs would be intact. The gang leader frowned angrily and asked how they dared to attack him. The player struck, but the enemy was able to block it. The survivor grinned and was surprised by this. The criminal gritted his teeth in displeasure. The heroes began to strike one after another. The streamer smiled and asked if this was all the enemy was capable of. Grinning furiously, the bandit wondered what was wrong with him and asked who he was. The protagonist knocked the gun out of his hands and reminded him that he was hired by Min Chul. Young Hyun raised his hand and asked him to stop. Young Soo smirked and noticed that the boss was speaking in the same way as his henchman. The man looked back and called out to his men. Many of them were already dead and lying on the ground. Yun Jun bit into the neck of a gang member. The guy opened his mouth in fear. His eyes reflected his distraught comrade. The villain immediately started running. The young man said that his status had dropped sharply in his eyes. The gamer looked back. The dead bandit fell to the ground. The commentators wanted the driver to die a man. Approaching him, the player thanked him for everything and said goodbye. Heron asked him not to do this. The girl widened her eyes and urged him to look at his friend more closely. The survivor frowned tensely. The man opened his mouth in confusion. The streamer looked at him and asked if the virus hadn't hit him yet. The viewers wrote that he didn't have much time left anyway. The main character closed his eyes and said that nothing could be done about it. There was a truck in the middle of the road. Jansu decided that their enemy couldn't have gone far. The guy opened the front door and asked if his comrade wanted to do his last job. The infected raised his eyebrows in shock. The villain hid in the building and was outraged that his former subordinate had changed so much. The gang leader gritted his teeth and thought about how he had lost all his people in an instant because of him, and before that, the boy was one of his toys. The criminal looked around when the heroes' voices were heard from outside the window. Rushing up the stairs, the bandit decided that if these madmen attacked him at the same time, it would be dangerous, and remembered that one of the basics of fighting is to gain an advantage from occupying the high ground. There was some rebar lying on the step, and Younghyun wanted to grab it with him to use it as a weapon. The man held it out in front of him and realized that he needed a car because it would be easy to gather allies if he had a refrigerator on wheels and a long-term supply of food. The villain licked his lips and realized that if he involved minors, they would be more energetic and easier to tame. Min Chul entered the building. The villain decided to kill these guys and take his car. The gang leader opened his mouth wide and asked why his subordinate betrayed him. The boy looked up and asked if this was some kind of greeting. The criminal called him a vile coward and reminded him of how well he treated him. Smiling, the schoolboy asked if it could be called good treatment that he did not allow him to go to class normally, and said that because of him, he had to pay with time. The bandit swung the rebar and shouted that this was the limit of his insolence. The student asked, frowning sadly, why the enemy had appeared in his life and ruined it, and was outraged that he was still persecuting people, torturing them and causing them to die horrible deaths. Young Hyun frowned furiously and reminded him that the traitor had joined them himself. Minchyo looked up at him and explained that he had only started smoking and had not harmed anyone. Standing by the door, the boy suggested that the enemy should come down and settle the matter right then and there. The man pointed at him and said that the lunatics his former subordinate had hired were probably standing outside the door. At that moment, someone came down from the upper floor. The girl's crazy eyes lit up. The villain shook his head and urged them not to approach him. The student assumed that this surprised him very much and said that he had predicted this outcome in advance. The women came down and asked if the enemy was really going to stand still. The villain looked away. The student stood silently by the door. He backed away. The gang leader promised to take all his new accomplices from him. The criminal crashed into the closed door. The bandit put his hand to his face to stop the bleeding. The heroines looked at him with eyes full of bloodlust. Young Hyun ran down the stairs and asked what kind of tricks were these. The man broke out into the street and noticed that there was no one there. There was a truck ahead. The main character approached the enemy from behind and asked where he was going. Jansu rushed in pursuit. The villain pulled the door handle towards himself. Inside sat a man in a black balaclava. The villain was surprised that his subordinate was still alive. At that moment, the guy hit him in the back of the head. His body fell down. The gang leader woke up sitting in the car. The car was driving along the road. The criminal asked if his accomplice had really saved him. The gangster smiled and was happy to have such a wonderful assistant. Suddenly, Young Hyun noticed that his body was tied up and asked what it meant. The man looked to the side and asked when his comrade had managed to lose so much weight. The mask was slipping off Youngjun's face. The villain opened his mouth in fear and noticed that something was wrong with him. The truck was moving forward at high speed. The villain asked why they were going so fast. Gritting his teeth, the gang leader heard a sound and ordered his subordinate to stop. The driver turned the steering wheel to the side. The truck fell on its side. The criminal squinted and began to breathe heavily. Strange vines appeared outside the window. They broke through the glass and doors of the car. The plants burst forward, bending around the body of the infected. The gangster's eyes widened in horror, and he screamed. The vines pierced his body through and through. His pupils narrowed. Young Jun showed his former boss the middle finger. At that moment, a huge explosion was heard. The young man watched it from afar. Putting his hand to his forehead, the gamer was surprised that their friend actually did that and thought about how he didn't want to let him go so easily. Looking ahead, Min Chul asked if they didn't need this car. The player told him not to worry about it and explained that it probably smelled bad after the bandits, so it would be better to find something better. The boy's mouth dropped open in surprise when the survivor asked if he wasn't sad about losing his comrades and thought it was some kind of joke. The schoolboy smiled and said that he was very glad that they were gone and felt relieved. The streamer approached his friend sitting in the car and asked if she liked the new transport. Soyeon replied that it was simply gorgeous and that she would not be satisfied with a car the size of an ant. The protagonist smiled and said that he was counting on her. The girl asked him to get ready to leave. Heron showed her leader the wristwatch and informed him that she had collected all the loot. Jansu turned to her and asked if she had taken it from the corpses. The woman happily confirmed it. The nurse turned the watch over and explained that she understood that it would be useless to them and that she just wanted to cheer them up for at least a minute. Her cheeks turned red when the guy asked her to choose one souvenir for him too. The young man smiled confidently and thought that his team was not so bad because each of them had abilities, and most importantly, they all worked together. The heroes got into the truck. The typist asked where they were going. The gamer answered that their main goal was Jeju Island. Frowning, the player asked the audience how best to get there, by boat or by plane, and seeing no answer, wondered what kind of reaction this was. The survivor scratched his chin and suggested heading east. There was a blown-up truck on the road. The streamer explained that they didn't have any new information about where the safe zone was, so if they went east, they would find a lot of people from different directions. Heron raised her eyebrows in surprise and noticed that the road was full of huge potholes. She looked at them and assumed that they were the marks from the vines that Yeonjun mentioned. The heroes drove up to the burned-out car. The truck passed by him. The system reported that the storyline had been completed. The protagonist's mouth dropped open in surprise when new skill functions became available to him. A bead of sweat rolled down his cheek, and the suggestion and store functions were also available to him. Jansu looked down and assumed that the east direction was the right choice. The commentators wanted to see his new skills as soon as possible. New abilities appeared before the guy's eyes. Provocation increased physical indicators by 10%, record accumulation updated indicators, and new owner's reward allowed him to see the world through the eyes of another person. The young man looked at the system windows and realized that the first type of skills could be used constantly at any time, and the second only once. The gamer gritted his teeth in displeasure and asked if he could really only have 3 abilities of each type. The viewers laughed at him. The player pointed at the window and asked what would happen if he had more skills. The commentator replied that he would have to delete the existing ability to install a new one. The survivor grabbed his head and concluded that this limitation puts him at a disadvantage. The streamer looked down and said the word offer. A microphone icon appeared in front of him. The main character raised his eyebrows and said go deaf for 100 yen. The same inscription appeared under the microphone. The observers asked how one could give 100 yen to get such a weakness. The number 10 appeared in front of the windshield. At that moment, it changed to a 9. Then it became an 8. Then it became a 7. Jonsu's mouth dropped open in surprise, realizing that a countdown had begun, and asked what would happen when time was up. A 0 appeared in front of him, and the microphone icon disappeared. The audience laughed. The guy's mouth dropped open in shock, and he realized that the mission would only be accepted if someone accepted his offer. The young man crossed his arms over his chest and offered to go deaf for 1,000,000 yen. He squinted and decided that it was too expensive. Under the microphone icon, a warning appeared that personal missions would become unavailable if the offer was rejected one more time. The gamer thought about how he knew there would be some kind of penalty for failure. As the player was about to call up the store window, the car suddenly stopped. The survivor turned to his friend and asked what was going on. Soyan asked him to look ahead. There were roadblocks ahead. The streamer asked what happened here and suggested that it was not because of the vine. A drop of sweat was running down his cheek. The protagonist thought that people could have gathered here and tried to move on. The girl went outside and explained that it would be difficult to move further by car. The team went along the destroyed road. Jiansu suggested walking to the river. A long bridge led to another part of the city. The water had risen noticeably. The road was littered with cars. The guys concluded that they would not be able to cross this section of the road by car. Minchio looked to the side and asked if they really needed to cross this bridge. The guy replied that they would have to do it, and remembered that he had a notification about the storyline. The young man saw smoke in the distance and suggested hurrying up. The commentator asked if all the bridges in that direction were not supposed to be broken. The gamer saw military binoculars on the ground and said that if this bridge collapsed, it would be very difficult to get to the other side. The heroes were walking along the sidewalk. Suddenly, a loud sound was heard near the bridge. The supports of the neighboring bridge exploded. Pointing her finger to the side, Heron shouted that the other bridge was also collapsing, and stated that they were still only halfway across the bridge. The team ran forward. The player gritted his teeth and offered to walk through the fire as a reward for double speed. A microphone icon appeared in front of him, and the survivor realized that this was too expensive. The streamer frowned and concluded that since such a price was set for this condition, it meant that what would happen next was beyond the bounds of normal. The system assigned him a penalty. A flash flashed ahead. The guys fell to the ground as the earth began to slip out from under their feet. A powerful explosion was heard under the bridge. The main character raised his head and cursed. The part of the bridge that Chansu was on began to fall. The girl extended her hand to stop him from falling. The guy's eyes widened and he realized that things were bad for him. At that moment, the bridge collapsed and its debris fell into the water. The young man was swallowed by the river. The gamer desperately opened his mouth, trying to breathe. The water covered his eyes. The viewer asked him to swim to the left. The debris of the bridge fell down. They fell into the water a meter from the survivor. The commentators urged him to swim to the right. The streamer began to row, thinking that he could not swim so well. The main character continued to swim through the seething water. The observers shouted that he was almost there. Chansu closed his eyes and felt his strength leaving him. Part of the bridge fell into the water. A big wave threw the guy onto the shore. The viewers asked him to wake up. The young man looked up. Sitting on the ground, he felt like he was beaten, and thanked the users for their help. Sitting on the riverbank, the gamer noticed that he was carried away quite far, and asked where everyone else was. The viewers decided that they were also carried away, because this river is quite fast. The player covered his face with his hand and felt very dizzy. Heron's bag was lying nearby. The survivor threw it over his shoulder, and said that he was now in big trouble. Lowering his head, the streamer explained that this bag was all he had left, and suggested that his comrades were also washed away and carried away in some direction. Showing his fingers the OK sign, the main character said that he could use some consolation from the viewers, and added that he would gladly accept some yen from them if they wanted to sincerely support him. Opening his mouth in rage, Jansu realized he had no choice and shouted that this was an emergency. Drops of river water were running down his cheeks. The guy looked at the opposite bank and decided that his friends had probably survived. The commentators wrote that he would have other companions. The young man widened his eyes and thought about being alone for the first time since graduating from Myeongseo High School. Someone wrote that he was abandoned. The gamer closed his eyes and asked the observers to remember the difference. Because he was the one who abandoned his team, the viewer suggested that he make a raft to get to the other side of the river. The player looked away and was glad that at least someone was supporting him. A boat was floating on the river. The survivor hid behind a bush. Holding binoculars in his hands, the soldier asked if they had blown everything up and decided that they had blocked all possible roads. The streamer widened his crazy eyes and realized that this was the 7th Division. The man raised his machine gun and asked who was there. The dog pricked up its ears. She stood on the shore. The soldier suggested sailing to another place, since they were done here. The boat turned around. The villain said that they only needed to make sure that the bridge was destroyed. At that moment, a vine approached the boat. It pierced the body of one of the strangers. The protagonist opened his mouth in shock and thought that this could not be, because they had long ago crossed the border of the area with the detector. A huge traitor stood on the shore. The zombie impaled the soldier's body on its vine. The tree happily ate it. The man tried to shoot, but a branch immediately pierced his chest. Jang-soo covered his head with his hands when bullets began to fly above him. Another lifeless body flew past him. The machine gun fell to the ground next to him. The soldier's skin withered. The guy's eyes widened and realized that the monster was sucking life force out of him. The villain tried to start the boat's engine, but it was all in vain. He looked up. The vine hit the boat next to him. The stranger covered his face with his hands and looked ahead. It turned out that the young man had chopped off a branch with his axe. The commentators asked what was going on. The gamer looked away and explained that this monster had noticed him for a long time. It just decided to get rid of the noisy and stupid soldiers first. Trelty rushed towards him, and the player ordered him not to come closer. Suddenly, the zombie slipped and fell. His body ended up in the water. Looking at him, the survivor said that he warned him. The streamer picked up the machine gun and explained that untreated would sink very easily. Several bullets flew forward. The main character gritted his teeth and was indignant that he could not hit the tree because it resisted. The man started the engine. Chansa looked back and ordered him to stop twitching and swim here. The soldier opened his mouth wide and asked who he was. The guy took aim and repeated his demand. The young man adjusted his belt. The gamer put on his jacket and asked where the 7th Division had come from. The player looked at the tied-up soldier and asked where his gratitude for saving him was. Approaching him, the survivor said that he had already figured everything out from his uniform without insignia and asked what they were doing. The streamer adjusted his hood and looked down. The stranger frowned menacingly. The observers called him a typical outsider. The protagonist looked away. The viewers noticed that they had something in common. Chansu grinned and asked why they had offended him with such a comparison. He sternly knitted his eyebrows and noticed that the enemy did not even have a name badge. The soldier continued to stare at him. The guy poked his fingers into his eyes. The man closed his eyes and called him a psycho. Raising his machine gun, the young man confirmed this and asked why they had blown up the bridges. The soldier threw him a displeased look. The gamer shot him in the knee. Another bullet hit his foot. The villain asked him to stop when he received another shot to the shoulder. The player lowered the weapon and asked him to answer his questions. The survivor gritted his teeth and asked why they blocked the bridges after the assembly was announced on the radio. The stranger opened his mouth wide and said that the 7th Division was to blame for everything. The streamer put his finger on the trigger and said that he knew it. The soldier flinched in fear when a shot rang out. The protagonist smiled and said that this was the last warning. The tied-up man once again called him a psycho. Chansa pointed a machine gun at him and said that they were even crazier. The guy sternly knitted his eyebrows and asked if they blew up the bridge because they did not need more people. The soldier tensely pursed his lips. Lowering the corners of his lips, the young man said the word end and asked him to answer the question. The villain's eyes widened in surprise and asked what that meant. Looking down, the gamer remembered that it was their password and explained that he knew it because he was supposed to be there too. The stranger asked if he was one of the useful ones. The player looked at him and said that he tried to get there because he had to deal with high-ranking people, but they were attacked. The soldier turned away and said that it was some kind of mistake. The survivor said that this mistake caused him mental anguish and asked how he thought he felt when the bridge was blown up. The man opened his mouth wide and said that his actions only complicated the situation. The streamer narrowed his eyes and called himself a combat agent. Holding a machine gun in his hands, the main character explained that he was used to expressing his anger in this way, especially in cases where he was not treated properly. The viewers laughed at his fabrications. The soldier looked away and believed him. Chansa promised to help him when he learned the whole truth. The guy gave him a stern look and said that he could both fight and take care of the wounded. asking the enemy to make a choice. The scoundrel looked at him puzzled and explained that he was not sure he could share this information with him. The stranger frowned sternly and told him that the 7th Division was a special forces group that operates during a state of emergency in the country, and its main goal is to gather useful people and restore the collapsed society. The young man squinted contemptuously and wondered if he really thought he should fall for this lie. The soldier asked if something was wrong. The gamer spat and said that he just got a fly in his mouth. Wiping his chin, the player stated that the 7th Division couldn't be here and suggested that those in Taejeon were only a small part. The man confirmed this and added that he didn't know their exact number. The survivor looked down and asked what these troops were doing here and where they were heading. The soldier frowned menacingly and said that it was very difficult to explain. Throwing him a displeased look, the streamer asked if their destination wasn't Jeju Island and remembered that according to rumors, it was safe there. In the memory, he found himself in a room with a radio. A voice announced that the train was heading to Jeju Island. The protagonist's eyes widened when someone asked him to get out of this city and get to Taejeon by train. The villain looked up and said that they were heading to Cheongju Airport. Jonsu's mouth dropped open in surprise and wondered what that meant, since it was a completely unexpected direction. Blood was dripping on the floor. The stranger said that he needed first aid or something like that. The guy looked away and confirmed it. The soldier frowned and asked to untie him first, because there would be no more boats, and they would have to make a raft to get to the other side. The young man smirked and asked if no one else would come, and realized that they blew up the bridge because they would not need anyone else. The man raised his eyebrows and explained that there was not so much need for ordinary civilians, because the more people, the harder it is to control them. The gamer smiled widely and asked if this was a joke. The soldier's eyes widened in fear. The player stated that avoiding chaos is actually a valid reason for such actions. The survivor stepped forward and asked if blowing up bridges was too cruel. The streamer, with glowing eyes, said that it was more like destruction than salvation. The villain opened his mouth wide and asked if he really thought they were terrorists or rebels, reminding them that they were giving their lives for this country. The protagonist gritted his teeth and asked if he was serious. The stranger's eyes turned bloodshot. The protagonist pointed a gun at him and said that he had heard everything he wanted. The soldier asked if they were really going to leave him here after this interrogation. Looking away, Chansu replied that they had left him first, and noticed that their old friend had arrived. A zombie was walking outside the window. The guy abruptly opened the door. The young man grabbed the enemy by the head and explained that this was revenge for his comrades. After that, the gamer left the store. Standing on the bank of the river, the player wondered how he could swim across it. He looked away and thought that there were no monsters here, but it was impossible to predict their appearance. A store window appeared in the air, an image of a rope appeared on it. The survivor scrolled through the list of goods. A viewer suggested that he look for a duck boat. An inflatable ring in the form of a flamingo appeared on the window. The commentator suggested buying it. The streamer frowned with displeasure and asked if that was all. The protagonist asked what it was when a message appeared in front of him saying that the goods in the store were updated randomly. The observers asked him to buy the ring. Jonsu closed his eyes and asked if it was impossible to give these items away for free. The guy smiled when he started receiving donations and wondered why users did not give him money when he needed it most. Someone suggested that they wanted to become his VIP sponsors. The young man opened his mouth in surprise and remembered that there had once been such a platform and that now he would have to work off 10 yen. The gamer looked at the river and noticed that the broken boat had been washed away, which meant that the current had become even faster. The player smiled and said that he would handle the rest himself and decided that he couldn't let the goose that laid the golden eggs disappear. Suddenly, the survivor's eyes widened as a strange sound was heard. Trelty climbed out of the water. The streamer started running. The tree chased him. The protagonist wondered why it was so fast. He turned the corner. The viewers reminded him that it was very dangerous there. Jonsu ran up the stairs. The guy hid on one of the upper floors and noticed that the zombie had lost sight of him. The young man opened the door leading to the roof. The gamer stood on its edge and saw that the monster was about to go back to the river. The player opened the first aid kit and said that he would not be able to leave so easily. He opened a tin can. The survivor immediately ate its contents. The streamer threw the can down and shouted that he would catch the enemy. The protagonist pushed off the ground. Jonsu jumped off the roof, causing confusion among the audience. His body ended up between two buildings. The guy landed on the neighboring roof. He immediately fell on his side. The commentators wrote that he always wants to look cool. The young man fixed his hair and offered to try again. Someone asked if he could do it this time. The observers laughed when the gamer fell face down again. His body shook. The viewers offered him to try another way to escape. The player got to his feet. The survivor ran again and jumped. The streamer did a somersault and was able to land on his feet. On the next street lay a destroyed truck. The main character opened the first aid kit and took out another tin can. The commentators doubted that his plan would work. In the past, Trelty extended a vine forward. The observers remembered that the detector was only on one hand. Jansa swung the can and thought about how he didn't have any injuries, so there was a chance that the two had never fought. The can fell to the ground. The zombie's eyes widened in madness and he growled. Vines burst out of the ground and rushed upward. The guy spread his arms and suggested that they fight each other to the end. The young man ran down the stairs. The gamer went outside and explained that he wanted to swim across the river while they fought. Vines wrapped around a tree. The player ran away and wished them a good time. He turned around and asked what it was. The monster tore the vines off itself. The survivor gritted his teeth and realized that he had to hurry. There was a river ahead, the water level was lower and the current was slower than before. The streamer stopped and said that it wasn't that easy when viewers asked where his courage went. The protagonist looked away and thought about how he wished he could swim better. Jansa's mouth dropped open in shock as he saw the monster approaching and asked if he had actually won. The boy ran down the slope and asked the commentators to give him 11 yen. They asked if he really wanted to buy an inflatable ring. The young man clenched his fist and confirmed it. The observer suggested that he buy a donut first. The gamer frowned furiously and shouted that they could laugh at him after they gave him money. The player jumped into the water and asked how he could calm down. He covered his eyes with his hand and noticed that the current seemed calm from the outside, but in fact, it was still strong. The survivor swam to the surface and took a deep breath. The users created a joint mission, and now he needed to swim 2/3 of the river. The streamer began to paddle desperately, realizing that 2/3 was too much. Trelty fell into the water. The protagonist asked why the tree jumped after him if he couldn't even swim. The war washed over him. However, Jansa continued to swim, thinking that the zombie was still chasing him. The guy closed his eyes and realized that he had reached the desired point. The viewers asked him not to waste time looking back. A notification about the completion of the mission appeared in front of his eyes. The young man opened the store and pressed a button to confirm the purchase of the goods. A portal appeared above his head. An inflatable ring fell from there. At that moment, the roots reached the gamer's feet. He climbed into the ring and began to wave them away. The player began to swim towards the shore. The commentators asked him not to give up after they gave him money. Squinting, the survivor explained that he was just trying to follow the current, and said that he could die either before or after he reached the shore. Suddenly, the streamer's eyes widened. The tree floated up right behind him. The observers saw that it was moving much faster than the inflatable ring. The main character looked around and realized that he had no money left. Chansa lay down on the circle and thought that such a pose would help him reach maximum speed. There was a destroyed bridge ahead. The river current increased the speed of the circle. The spectators wondered if he would be able to slip past the debris. The bridge continued to collapse. The commentators warned that one wrong move could lead him into a trap. The guy swam under the bridge. The young man looked back and called on the zombies to stop chasing. At that moment, the debris of the bridge fell on the monster. The gamer clenched his fist furiously and began to rejoice. Pieces of reinforcement fell into the water. The player began to row to the shore, complaining about how hard it was. Suddenly the spectators noticed something strange. The survivor's eyes widened. A dog was swimming nearby. The animal looked away when the streamer called out to him. The main character waved his hand and asked him to pull the ring to the shore. The dog swam up to him. The animal swam around the inflatable ring. Chansa asked him to help. Suddenly the dog swam away, and the guy was outraged by its betrayal. The viewers decided that he needed to learn to cope alone. The young man closed his eyes and sighed heavily. The animal swam to the shore. The gamer noticed that he was leading it to where the current was weaker. The player fell to the ground and thanked him for his help. The dog happily stuck out his tongue. The survivor asked him to let him rest and suggested that he needed some kind of reward. The streamer sat down on the ground and gave him a can of tuna. The observers decided that they could not stay there. The main character got to his feet and said that he knew about it. There was a bus stop on the street. Jansa said that he needed to get to the Taejeon terminal. The viewers reminded that the buses were not running at the moment. The guy approached the stop and explained that he just wanted to look at the map. The young man hid behind the wall when the animal barked. Hieroglyphs appeared on the screen. The bus stopped on the side of the road. The gamer looked at it and wondered where the bus came from. The driver opened his mouth wide and asked him to get inside. The player's eyes widened in surprise and wondered what was going on here. The man repeated his request. A pack of wolves was approaching the bus. Their eyes lit up. The survivor immediately went through the open door. The commentators asked him not to forget about the dog. The streamer turned around and asked her to get on the bus. The animal jumped inside. The old man frowned and asked the passenger to hold on tight. The protagonist grabbed the handrail at the moment the bus moved. Chansu gritted his teeth, trying to stay on his feet. In the mirror, it was clear that the monsters were starting to fall behind. The observers suggested throwing the puppy out as bait. The guy stepped forward and asked if they hadn't just wanted to save him. The viewers replied that it was just a joke and asked him to open the back door. The driver asked what he was doing. The young man opened the door and said that he would deal with the monsters. The animal looked out the window. Grabbing it in his arms, the gamer remembered that pets take an example from their owner, and reminded him that he was not its owner. The player pressed himself against the wall, and said that he was going to stop the wolves. The survivor looked out the window and made the monsters pay attention to him. The monsters bared their teeth furiously. The streamer threw a tin can at them. It hit the wolf right in the face. Such a blow knocked him down. The main character noticed that one of the monsters continued to pursue them, despite the fact that his pack fell behind. Chansu saw a large scar on his face and assumed that it was the leader. The guy swung a tin can and decided that it was time to destroy it. The can hit the monster in the paw. The wolf raised its head and howled. The young man clenched his teeth and remembered that he did not have many cans left. The predator fell to the ground. Suddenly, the monster got to its feet. His pack stopped behind him. The bus drove away, and the monsters did not pursue it. Smiling, the gamer said that it was scary, and hoped that this would be the end of it. Holding the steering wheel, Changsik introduced himself and asked where his new passenger came from. Sitting down on the seat, the player was surprised that he picked him up and replied that he came from the other side of the hand. The man's mouth dropped open in surprise and he asked if the bridge had been destroyed. The survivor looked at the dog and confirmed it. The old man asked if he had managed to swim across the river. The streamer frowned and asked where he was from. The driver replied that he had come from the depot. The main character put his hand on the back of the seat and said that no bus would have run on the route under such circumstances. Changsik raised his eyebrows and explained that he had come here after meeting the soldiers at the Taejeon terminal. Jansu's eyes widened in shock. The man explained that the military was protecting people there, and saying that they would be leaving soon. The guy frowned in amazement, and wondered what they were doing. The old man adjusted his glasses and said that he needed to pick up one person before the soldiers left. Sitting behind the wheel, he explained that he had lived here his entire life, and bus number 2 ran from the station to the terminal every day, so this was his mission. The driver smiled and said he would continue driving the bus as long as the people's destinations intersected with his route. The viewers were amazed at his dedication. Looking away, the young man called himself brave too and explained that he just happened to be at the top of the list. The bus was driving along a destroyed road. The gamer asked if they were really going to stop at every stop in the area. Changsik said no and said he just wanted to check out the places the people at the terminal were talking about. The man closed his eyes and called his passenger an amazing person, since thanks to him the wolves left them alone. The player frowned and asked how long the journey would take. The old man replied that there were still 15 minutes left. The survivor leaned his head back and closed his eyes. The commentators asked if he really wanted to take a nap. Squinting, the streamer thought about how he couldn't trust the driver anyway, and suggested that this was the downside of not having friends. The protagonist crossed his arms and said he wanted to talk to the users about the superfan. Looking at the ceiling, Jansu asked if the fact that superfans existed meant that there was something more to this system. The observers replied that it was too early for him to know about it. The guy made a heart with his fingers and said that he simply appreciated their love. The viewers did not understand what was happening. Waving his hand, the young man asked them to calm down and explained that if there are superfans, then there are other similar things. The gamer raised his index finger and explained that he meant moderation. The commentators were indignant because he was not allowed to know about it yet. The player frowned and asked if it was really that serious. He smirked and asked if they were afraid of something. The survivor raised his hand in front of himself and asked if they were worried about him having more powers. The observers were scared. The streamer waved his hand and said that he couldn't do anything to them anyway. The viewers hoped that they wouldn't be thrown out as soon as they ran out of money. The main character grinned and asked how the moderation system works and how to install a superfan. Suddenly, Jansu fell from his seat and asked what was going on. Changsik opened his mouth wide and shouted that there were wolves to the left of the bus. The monster opened its mouth wide. The monster jumped right into the window to break it. The mutants followed the car. The guy noticed that there was no leader among them. Frowning tensely, the young man remembered that they stopped last time when their leader fell, and realized that something was wrong here. The wolf raised its head and howled. The gamer opened his mouth in fear and shouted that it was an ambush. The player ran to his comrade and said that they urgently need to get out of here. The man reminded him about the stops. The survivor frowned and explained that they couldn't help anyone if they died, so they needed to leave as soon as possible. The monster stood right in the path of the bus. The streamer gritted his teeth and said that they needed to make sure they didn't flip over because the enemies were heading straight for them. The wolf's eyes flashed red. The old man looked away and asked the passenger to hold on tight. The bus hit the monster. 3 monsters were chasing it. 3 more of their kind were running from the other side. The monster hit the window. Another wolf also jumped right through the glass. The protagonist spread his arms and wondered what to do because they wouldn't be able to handle it if the enemies got inside. Suddenly, the car braked. The driver gritted his teeth and said that everything was bad because something had punctured the tire. The bus was thrown from side to side. The viewer suggested throwing out the puppy. Jansu grabbed the handrail. The beast licked its lips, looking at him. The guy saw the monster's glowing eyes and noticed that its skill was not active, which meant they were hunting the bus, not him. The young man opened his mouth wide and asked his friend to open the back doors. Changsik turned around and shouted that the monsters would get inside if he did so. The gamer approached him and explained that if they surrounded them and the bus stopped, they would be finished. The player pressed the switch. The back door opened. The survivor asked his friend to close it as soon as one of the monsters got inside. The streamer opened his mouth furiously and called on the enemies to catch him. The wolf looked into the car. The old man immediately closed the door. The monster was in the bus. The protagonist took a step forward. He took out an axe and offered his enemy to taste it. Jansu dealt a powerful blow. The guy stepped back when he felt a strong recoil. The monster fell to the floor. The young man looked at it menacingly. The gamer began to strike one blow after another. The wolf opened its mouth wide and began to howl. The commentators wondered how he managed to beat him so easily. The player turned around and asked his friend to open the door again. 2 more monsters ran into the bus. The survivor struck again. Blood spurted. One of the monsters flew back. Its brother bared his fangs and dashed forward. The streamer jumped to the side to dodge. The wolf landed next to the driver. Changsik turned the steering wheel in the other direction. The protagonist lost his footing and fell. The monster could not resist either, and the ground went out from under its paws. Jansu raised the axe above his head and wanted to kill it. Suddenly, the monster pounced on him. The guy kicked it with his foot. He swung the axe. The wolf opened its mouth and whined. Furball sank his teeth into its paw. The young man hit the enemy on the head and was outraged that they didn't even pay for the tickets. Black blood sprayed into the air. The gamer fell into a chair and said that it was hard. The man asked if he was okay with it, widening his eyes, and wondered where he learned to fight like that. The player smiled and said that he had been training all his life, and the commentators wrote that it was all thanks to his buffs and items. The survivor closed one eye and thought that it was true. The dog bowed its head, and the streamer suggested that they go for a walk. The bus door opened. The heroes got out. Gritting his teeth, the old man realized that the bus had reached its limit, and hoped that his passenger knew what to do. The wolves bared their fangs furiously. The protagonist ran towards them, and another donation came to him. Grinning, Chansa thanked the user and said that they had prepared a plan. The driver frowned sternly. He pressed the horn when he remembered that the passenger asked him to honk in 5 seconds. The monsters turned their heads. The guy took advantage of the moment and attacked them. The wounded monsters fell to the ground one after another. Lowering his weapon, the young man suggested getting back into the car and noticed that his new companion was much stronger than he seemed. The gamer looked down and asked if it was some kind of object. The observers denied it. The player headed to the bus and was glad that the puppy listened to him. Someone explained that some animals are on the same level as rare objects, but this is very rare. The back tire was flat. Changsik went outside and asked if his friend was okay. The survivor replied that everything was fine and said that they would have to walk the rest of the way. The man raised his eyebrows and said that there were only a few minutes left to the terminal. The streamer frowned and explained that they needed to hurry because there was no leader among these wolves. Clouds were floating above the terminal building. The protagonist decided to accompany his new ally until they encountered soldiers. Screams of people were heard. Residents of the city were trying to break into the guarded area to get on the bus. The soldier looked at his friend and reported that the other team asked for more time. His colleague said that there should not be more people. The man with an eye patch examined his comrades. The soldier said that they did their job and took everyone who was needed. Someone asked if the rest of the useless refugees knew what would happen to them. The man looked away. The scoundrel said that as long as the meat shield did its job, it did not matter what happened to them. The guards raised their weapons when they heard cries for help. Changsik opened his mouth wide, begging for salvation. Wolves were chasing him. The city residents widened their eyes in fear when they saw the monsters. The soldier gritted his teeth and asked his colleagues to do something and was outraged that this happened just as they were about to leave. The soldiers opened fire. Blood spurted. The man raised his hand and asked his comrades to stop firing. The old man approached them and thanked them for their help. The dead monster lay on the ground. Pointing his machine gun at it, the scoundrel decided that something was wrong and wondered how this civilian managed to escape from a pack of wolves. His friend approached him and asked what happened. The soldier called it strange that this man could get here alone. The soldier raised his eyebrows and assumed that the bus driver had hidden somewhere before getting here. His colleague decided that it had become too noisy in here. He saluted when he saw a man with an eye patch. The man looked at him and reminded him that he had asked them not to salute him while they were outside. The villain lowered his hand and apologized. The soldier asked him not to do it again so as not to make him a target. Looking at his subordinates, the commander said that they needed to start preparing to go to Cheongju Airport, and added that they had lost contact with the team that had gone to another region. The soldier leaned over to his comrade and explained that the guys from Taejeon Station asked for help, but they needed to take credit for all the achievements so that the leader would acknowledge them. The man put his hand on his shoulder and hoped that his comrade would live up to his expectations when they went to the airport. The protagonist's ear twitched when it became clear that the villains had stopped shooting. Jansu looked back and noticed that all the Grey Wolves were following him. The viewers realized that the 7th Division had much more weapons than expected. The guy went out to the parking lot and decided to take one of the buses to follow the soldiers. The commentators asked him to be careful. The young man hid behind the car when he heard a sound. Someone slammed the car door. The man put the keys to it in a box. Some time ago, Changsik raised his eyebrows and said that his friend was delayed in the terminal parking lot, collecting keys, and holding the key to his friend's car. The old man narrowed his eyes when the gamer greeted him. The player approached him and asked him not to worry. The keykeeper frowned and said that the soldiers would be leaving soon. The survivor looked away and asked if he was just collecting keys. Holding the box in his hands, the stranger said that he was very busy and asked him to leave him alone and not linger here. The streamer opened his mouth in surprise and asked if he really wanted to stay here. The man looked down and explained that he was waiting for his friend. The protagonist assumed that he was talking about the person who left the keys here. The old man frowned and asked how he knew. Jansu replied that he had run into the driver of the number 2 express bus. Squinting, the keykeeper explained that his friend had left him the keys but never returned, and asked if his colleague was still alive. The guy smiled and confirmed it, adding that Changsik should have arrived at the military by now. Furball lowered his head. The young man stated that he had some business to finish before leaving. Raising his hand, the stranger asked if he really needed a car, adding that he had spent a lot of time collecting them, not for someone to take them. Standing in front of him, the gamer replied that he was not going to steal them, and offered to go with him. The man said that he wanted to stay here because there might be people who wanted to take their cars. The old man smiled and stated that his friend would definitely come back to get his keys, because work was all he needed. The keykeeper handed the player a keychain and asked him to press a button to find the car. After taking it, the survivor thanked him and expressed confidence that he would be able to find his friend. The streamer squeezed the keys in his hand with displeasure. In front of him was a small car. The commentators jokingly called it a toy. The main character sat in the driver's seat and said that he had no other choice. There was a screen on the panel. Jansu was glad that there was a GPS. The observers doubted that the GPS would work. The guy smiled when the system reported that the store had been updated. An image of an accelerator appeared in front of him, which allows the car to travel at a speed of 300 km per hour for 7 minutes. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, the young man read that if the car slows down after reaching maximum speed, its life will be reduced to 60 minutes, and decided that 2 yen was too cheap. The viewers thought it was strange that he appeared at such a moment. The gamer frowned and asked if they really thought he would be scared of some object. The player pressed the purchase confirmation button. A white portal appeared above his head. The accelerator fell out and hit its owner on the nose. The survivor put his hand to his broken nose and wanted to curse. The streamer noticed Furball looking at him with disdain. The puppy continued to glare at him, and the main character restrained himself from cursing in his presence. Jansu climbed under the steering wheel to install the accelerator. The car's screen lit up. The guy fastened his seatbelt. He pressed the gas pedal. The young man grabbed the steering wheel and shouted that it was time for them to go. The car carefully drove out of the parking lot. The commentators asked what was going on. Looking at the road, the gamer explained that this car has a certain lifespan due to the accelerator, and added that he will drive it as carefully as possible. The keykeeper approached him and said that the soldiers have already left the terminal. The player wished him luck. The survivor frowned and asked the man to say that he went to Jeju Island if anyone was looking for him. The old man narrowed his eyes and grinned. The streamer frowned sternly and decided that he needed to keep some distance and follow the military. Buses moved along the road along with military vehicles. Sitting in the passenger seats, the city residents assumed that the soldiers chose the safest route. The boy looked out the window and asked if they should slow down a little since they were driving ahead. The man trembled and asked his comrades not to worry because the military must have slowed down for a good reason. The bus was filled with worried people. A member of the 7th Division looked out the window and shouted that there was a monster ahead. The civilian looked out the window in fear. His face was covered in cold sweat. The huge monster opened its mouth. The villains opened fire on it. However, the bullets simply bounced off the mutant's tough skin. The soldier frowned tensely. A group of monsters approached the cars. Someone asked the driver to stop. The old man clenched his teeth and ignored this request. His bus turned off the main road. The refugees looked out the window and saw that all the monsters were chasing them. The man was numb with horror, but continued to drive the bus. He frowned menacingly. The mutant dealt a powerful blow to the car. The protagonist looked to the side when he heard a sound. Continuing to drive forward, Chansa asked if one of the cars had already exploded. His car passed the smoking bus. The guy assumed that the military had already noticed them, but now they had more important things to do. The young man opened his mouth in surprise when he heard someone screaming. His eyes sparkled. The gamer squinted suspiciously. The observers did not understand what was happening to him. With his hands on the steering wheel, the player noticed a new viewer. The user said that his car was the same as himself. The survivor smiled and asked if this was a compliment, because his car was very cute. The veins on his face bulged when the commentator called him ugly, and a conflict arose between the users. The streamer smiled nervously and asked how to appoint a moderator. The observers explained that first you need to find a superfan to appoint a moderator. The main character raised his eyebrows and asked what this meant. The hater said that he would not be able to kick him out just like that. Chansa closed his eyes and asked if he really did not have the ability to kick him out himself. The viewer said that this game does not have such a function. The guy frowned and asked if Hando was here. The user responded and apologized to him. The young man's eyes flashed, and he asked how to become a superfan. The commentators laughed at him. The gamer's mouth dropped in shock when he learned that a person could become a superfan if he donated 30% of his fortune. The player looked down and asked if there were really no other ways. The observers replied that they all required unrealistic conditions. The survivor narrowed his eyes in displeasure when the hater began to call him names. The streamer's mouth dropped in surprise when Hando donated him 40 yen. The system immediately appointed him a superfan. The main character smiled widely and sincerely thanked him. All the viewers were shocked. Jansu frowned menacingly and asked his friend to appoint a moderator. A system window appeared in front of him with a proposal to appoint a broadcast moderator. The guy immediately accepted it. A new window asked him to give a recommendation. Many commentators immediately offered their candidacy. The young man furrowed his brows and asked his new comrade to recommend someone. Hando named the nickname of the screaming psychopath. The rest of the observers were upset. Frowning with displeasure, the gamer wondered what kind of reaction this was and asked if he would have the opportunity to change the moderator later. The superfan replied that he guaranteed his reliability. The player pressed the confirm button. A notification appeared in front of him that from now on, the screaming psychopath was the moderator of the stream. The survivor gaped in amazement when he deleted the hater's comments. Showing a thumbs up, the streamer thanked his friend and asked him to ban the scoundrel. Smiling confidently, the main character said that it was very dynamic and decided to get back to business. The buses were standing on the road. Sitting in the back, the military man assumed that the platoon commander decided to simply leave the civilians and that they would probably want to drive along their route. His colleague suggested reporting this over the radio. The soldier raised his eyebrows and said they shouldn't do that because they would deal with it at the airport anyway, and asked how the situation was on the second bus. His colleague frowned and said they had been told that the first bus had gone off the track because of some monsters that had suddenly appeared. The man looked away and decided that there shouldn't be any problems now, and that they could use the second and third buses if things continued like this. Suddenly, the bus went off the track. The monster had thrown it off the cliff. The villain's eyes widened and he realized that things were bad for them. The mutant crawled back onto the track and a loud scream was heard. The protagonist, standing nearby, noticed that something had happened, and the audience assumed that they had lost another bus. Jansu frowned sternly and decided that, judging by the way they were fussing, something had jumped out without warning. The guy wanted to speed up a little and pressed the gas pedal. The speedometer showed 120 kilometers per hour. Hando suggested pressing the pedal to the floor. The young man opened his mouth wide and said that it would be very dangerous. The viewer explained that a grasper is a creature that clings to a car and prevents it from moving. The gamer widened his eyes in fear and asked how much harder he should press the pedal. The speedometer needle showed 140. The car approached a traffic jam of buses. The commentators advised the idol to speed up even more so that the monster would not cling to him. Sitting in a car racing along the highway, The player shouted that it would not withstand such a speed. The survivor looked ahead tensely. He looked down. His foot was on the accelerator. The observers decided that Valhalla was already waiting for him. The streamer pursed his lips and puffed out his cheeks. The protagonist furiously opened his mouth and screamed. The military continued to shoot back at the monsters. They noticed the approach of a civilian car. The car drove forward, despite the clouds of smoke. The soldier raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked what kind of speed that was. Jiangsu drove past the buses. The spectators said that he would not be able to slip past them and that he needed to slow down. Furball widened his eyes in fear. The guy frowned confidently and reassured him. The speedometer showed 280 kilometers per hour. The young man pressed the gas pedal to the floor. He looked ahead resolutely. The car's headlights turned on. The gamer shouted that he would overtake the buses. The monsters stretched out their tentacles to the car, but were unable to touch it. The player drove past the military SUVs. The puppy opened its mouth in fear. Its owner looked ahead confidently. Suddenly, a military vehicle drove onto the road right in front of him. It exploded and allowed the survivor to drive on. He smiled broadly and asked which of them was now first. The streamer furrowed his brows and said that he had stepped on the gas as his viewers had asked, but the real place was probably not here. The main character narrowed his eyes and thought that although the buses had been used as bait, they had not wanted to get rid of them, which meant that there was an even greater danger ahead. The car began to move slower. The system reported that its durability was rapidly falling and that it could drive for another 60 minutes. The commentators realized that this was enough time to get to the airport. Jiangsu shuddered and suggested waiting a little. The guy parked the car behind a small building and explained that he did not want to overtake a column of soldiers. The young man put his hand on the steering wheel and asked if there would be grabbers here. The commentators replied that they were only interested in moving objects, so they would pass by if they did not notice anything. Clouds floated across the sky. The gamer wondered how many people survived. The buses were approaching him. The player looked up and noticed that there were only 6 of them left. He frowned and said that it was time for them to move. The sun was shining on the river next to the city. Someone came out of the water and walked up to the embankment. Minchul fixed his hair. The boy wrung out his jacket and hoped that everyone else was still alive. The schoolboy frowned in disappointment and decided that their leader should have survived. Walking along the sidewalk, the student was glad that they were able to get to the other side of the river. Nearby, Heron was sitting on a rock, sad. The boy ran up to her and was surprised that she was sitting on a rock and not on a bench. The survivor asked if their friends were okay. The girl replied that she didn't know. Leaning towards her, Minchul asked what happened and said that they didn't have time to sit here. The woman narrowed her eyes and said that it was useless to talk. The boy frowned in confusion and asked what that meant. Someone ran up to him and called his name. So Yun hugged her friend and was glad that he was okay. The typist smiled and explained that he was carried so far away that it was difficult to notice him. The student smiled and asked if that was true and asked where their leader was. The girl looked away, not knowing what to say. The student spread his arms and asked what happened to him. The woman replied that Jiangsu was alive but had left. The boy opened his mouth in shock and asked what that meant. The nurse frowned sadly. Soyeon said that she had seen it with her own eyes. A while ago, a doctor had jumped out from around the corner. Heron smiled happily. However, the protagonist jumped on the bus right in front of her. His comrade widened her eyes in surprise. The boy was being chased by monsters, so he hurried away. The heroes looked at each other silently for a while, wondering what they should do now. Minchul closed his eyes and wondered where their friend could have gone. In the memory, there was a radio on the table, a voice asking the survivors to come to the camp that their unit had set up. Then the gamer frowned and said that they would go straight to the terminal. The boy opened his eyes wide and realized that they needed to go to the bus station in Taejeon. The typist crossed her arms and asked what that meant. The schoolboy reminded that their leader was planning to go there. Looking away, the girl explained that these were not ordinary soldiers and said that she did not know what to do if they encountered them face to face. Putting a hand on his chest, the student stated that they had managed to get here and added that they should not change direction even if Jiangsu was not there because this was the best option at the moment. The woman smiled and was surprised that her comrade did not panic at all. Smiling, the guy admitted that he was actually scared and said that they were still alive and that they would be able to meet his friend. Minchul asked where his friend got those clothes. Seoyeon pointed to the side and said that there was a store there. The typist looked at her friend and asked her to change so as not to catch a cold. The doctor stood up. The girl asked if she did not want to find their leader. Haerong silently walked towards her comrades. Her hair fluttered in the wind. She widened her crazy eyes and declared that she would go with them. The nurse passed by. The woman said that they should go together. Her friend had a smile on her face. There was a traffic jam of military and civilian cars at the intersection. Someone ordered the others to get ready as soon as possible. The commander opened his mouth wide and ordered his subordinate to hook it to the bus and remove several of them. The white car was parked on the side of the road. The protagonist said that it was too strange. The viewers assumed that the soldiers wanted to remove all these cars to pass. Putting his hand on the steering wheel, Jang-soo realized that he cannot walk to the airport on foot because he could be shot, and assumed that they had not been attacked yet because they were standing far away and just watching. The guy frowned and wondered why they were in a hurry there. Someone wrote that the villains finally cleared the road. The young man's eyes widened in fear when a strange sound was heard. The gamer looked out the window and asked what it was. The commentators doubted that he could tell about it. The player's brows furrowed as the observer responded that it might be a big head. A huge hand burst out of the ground. The survivor's mouth dropped open in horror, and he remembered that big heads didn't have that big of hands. The mutant rose to the surface and Hando explained that it was a big body, an adult big head. Grabbing the steering wheel, the streamer realized why the military hadn't touched them and decided that he couldn't bring this monster to the airport. The protagonist's eyes widened and he decided that the soldiers had left the buses because they needed bait while the plane was taking off. The monster stretched out its arms toward the car. Johnson noticed the enemy ahead and shouted that they were surrounded. The guy's mouth dropped open in surprise and he asked what they were doing. People ran out of the stopped bus. The monster grabbed one of the locals who was trying to escape. The mutant clenched its teeth. The young man trembled in horror. His eyes sparkled. In the memory, his friend smiled and said that he would feel better if he went with him. After that, the giant grabbed him and brought him to his mouth. The boy looked at his teeth in fear and begged for salvation. The gamer squeezed the steering wheel in his hand. The player flinched when Hando asked him to come to his senses. A column of military vehicles turned the corner. The superfan explained that they could still catch up with them. The car moved off. The survivor asked his viewers to hold on tight. A bus stopped in front of him. Frightened refugees got out, begging the military not to leave them there. The streamer gritted his teeth and realized that things were bad for him. The city residents ran to the car and asked him to give them a ride. The main character turned around and hurried away. People watched him go, asking for help. Jansu drove onto the highway and was glad that he managed to get out. The commentators decided that it was too cruel. The guy looked up. The system reported that the transport resource would expire in 10 minutes. The young man looked ahead and realized that he had spent too much time at the intersection. The speedometer needle showed 120. The gamer realized that they would crash if they hit an obstacle again and could not close the distance. Hando asked if he had a plan. The player frowned and replied that it would be good if he could get at least some information. An image of a rope appeared in the store. The survivor noticed that the items had not updated, and concluded that now the only way out was to blend into the crowd. The panel screen lit up. A voice said that they would soon arrive at their destination. Looking away, the streamer realized that he did not know what variables could await him ahead, and thought about the fact that the military knew that monsters were here and carefully prepared. The protagonist remembered how the bus fell into the cliff and decided that they did not know about the grab purse. Clouds were floating above the airport. Jansu assumed that someone who was there initially transmitted information via radio. Hando warned him that there could be other people at the airport. The guy frowned and realized that if someone was using long-range radio communication, then such equipment could be used by either the military or airport employees. Keeping his hands on the steering wheel, the young man said that the villains chose the shortest route. The gamer turned the wheel and wanted to turn onto the bypass road to compensate for the distance. The plane was already at the sleeve. The car stopped on the side of the road. Furball jumped out onto the street. The player opened the door and noticed that there were no shots yet. Observers said that the puppy would make an excellent bait. The survivor ran into the building and said that he did not want his dog to die. The streamer looked back when viewers warned him that the military was heading inside. The protagonist ran through a completely empty airport. Someone approached him and shouted that they needed help. The man frowned menacingly and said that someone had sent them a request for help. Johnson's mouth fell open in surprise. The guy noticed the Air Force patch on the suit and realized that this was not the 7th Division. The old man waved his hand and asked him to hurry up because they had no more ammunition. His subordinates ran up to him and reported that the preparations for takeoff were complete. The major grabbed the boy by the hand and explained that he needed to be taken with them because he needed help. The soldiers took him with them. One of them asked him to get on the plane and take his seat right away because they did not have time to explain. The gamer pointed to the puppy. The soldier allowed him to take the animal with him. The gamer wondered if they were not going to get on the plane with them, and, putting his hand on the soldier's shoulder, said that he had something to tell him. The survivor frowned menacingly and explained that the division that was following him was an extremely dangerous group, adding that they had used civilians as bait on the way here. The streamer narrowed his eyes and hoped that he could get help from the Air Force, asking the soldier to tell the commander and be careful. After that, the protagonist ran into the plane. Johnson smiled and asked the soldier to take care of him. He looked around. People were sitting in the passenger seats. The guy compared this place to a bunker. The city residents looked worried. The young man concluded that the 7th Division had a goal to save people, so the Air Force was waiting for them. The gamer looked around when he was asked to take his seat. The player sat on the empty seat. The dog sat next to him. The plane took off. The survivor was surprised that they did not even make an announcement, and immediately took off. The man looked out the window and noticed that there were many monsters there. The streamer looked out the window and hoped that everything would be okay with them. The viewers remembered that in such situations, planes always take off at the last moment. The chassis lifted off the ground. The protagonist realized that they would have died if they were late. The plane took off. Frowning, Johnson sighed and was glad that they remained alive. The guy closed his eyes and thought that until the game is over, you cannot believe in random luck or peace. Suddenly, the young man looked away. The commentators asked what was bothering him so much. The gamer squinted suspiciously and asked what it meant. The observers did not understand what was wrong with him. The player put his hand on the window and asked why they changed course. The plane flew high into the sky. The survivor asked if they were flying to Jeju. Shouldn't they be flying south? Johnson looked out the window and asked why the pilot changed course. The plane flew under the clouds. The hero asked if they were flying to Jeju. Shouldn't they be flying south? He stood up and walked past the seats. They tried to detain him. The streamer pulled his hand away and replied that he just wanted to ask something. He took a few more steps forward. He pulled the curtain and angrily looked at the stewardess, asked where this plane was flying to. The girl looked at him fearfully and repeated his question. Johnson walked forward. He was asked to sit down, but the guy objected that he would sit down as soon as he was told. He continued on his way to the cockpit. The girl answered that the destination was Jeju, but the hero realized that he had nothing more to listen to. He hit the cockpit door and started calling the captain. The soldiers grabbed the young man by the shoulders and started demanding that he return to his seat. Chauncey kicked and asked if they knew where this plane was flying to. The frightened passengers started looking out from behind their seats to understand what was going on. Someone started laughing at this in the chat. The guy pulled his hand back and demanded to let him go, because he should know where they were flying to. Chauncey turned and screamed. He told them to ask the captain, because if they were flying to Jeju, then why did they turn around? The soldiers looked at him in confusion and asked what he meant. The plane started shaking. Panic set in. The hero looked around angrily. Wings flashed in his eye. The entire cabin of the plane was shaking. The screams of the passengers were cutting into his ears. Sweat rolled down the young man's face. He asked the spectators what they all just saw. Suddenly the voice of the ship's captain was heard. The hero staggered. The pilot reported that they were being pursued by unidentified monsters. He asked the passengers to stay in their seats and fasten their seat belts. The creature's wing flashed through the window again. The monster appeared in the window, scaring the passenger greatly. The creature began to ram the plane. The hero shouted that the pilots should not let them board the plane. Someone in the chat noted that wherever the streamer flies, the danger is always the same. Chauncey gritted his teeth and shouted that nothing could shock him anymore. He was told that if everything goes well, everyone will donate him a lot of money. The guy smiled confusedly and asked what kind of depressing words these were, and he himself noted that it was even sadder because it was true. He knew that for Hando, who spent all the available zen, perhaps he allows him to find himself in an even more urgent situation in order to create favorable conditions for him. The text in the chat said, "Hold on, the donor believed in his abilities." The streamer wiped his chin. Since the fan believed in him, he could not say anything. The screaming psychopath wrote that such things happen, that survival itself is already a mission. The hero opened his eyes wide. The viewer asked how to survive in a falling plane. Chauncey jumped up to the soldier and asked if there were parachutes on the plane. The man replied that such things do not happen in a passenger plane. The guy grabbed his head and screamed, which provoked the chat to mocking laughter. Suddenly everything went quiet. The young man looked around and asked if everything was okay. He assumed that monsters die if they crash once. With relief, he fixed his hair and said that the Hyunjums were panicking in vain. He asked if there were any flight attendants with drinks here, because his throat went dry as soon as the tension subsided. The chat reminded him that he still did not know where this plane was flying. The streamer turned sharply. His figure loomed over the girl gloomily. He told her to ask the captain where this plane was flying. Jansu watched as the employee contacted the captain on the phone. She hung up and relayed the captain's words that he could not answer now. The hero looked at her angrily and asked what this all meant. The girl answered that the southern sky was full of those monsters that were before. They say that another plane that took off earlier received a message before the crash. The guy frowned and asked where the pilot was going to fly. The flight attendant looked at him guiltily and answered that she was going to the nearest airport. The streamer frowned and asked what it all meant, but the stewardess didn't know. She moved away from the phone, allowing the young man to take it. She conveyed that the captain believed that the route to the south was blocked and that she didn't know anything else. The hero objected that he would ask everything himself. The girl put her hand on his forearm and asked him to wait. She looked at him with fear and asked him to be satisfied with what she had already told him. She had already done it arbitrarily. She warned that the captain was not going to tell the passengers anything, no matter what decision he made. Chansa looked at her in surprise and asked if the captain was really going to fly the plane, hiding the destination from people. The employee replied that this would cause unnecessary panic, and to him, as a person with good intuition, she at least told him this in the hope that he would stop. A drop of excitement rolled down the flight attendant's face. The hero decided that she was also out of her mind. The guy sighed and asked if they had any room for a safe landing. He demanded to answer at least this. The girl looked at him tensely and said that she could answer this. But he did not need to worry too much. The streamer noted that she looked as if asking not to ask anymore. Chansa went back and asked to pour him some water, because he was thirsty, but did not even know where the drinks were. The conductor smiled with relief and asked to wait just a minute. She handed the guy a glass and asked him to return to his seat and rest. She asked him to keep what she told him to himself. The hero went back. The passengers were perplexed. Why he was making so much noise? Was it really because of a glass of water? The young man sat down in his seat. They made fun of him in the chat. He told them to remember the mission the manager talked about. The dog carefully studied the clouds overboard. In the chat they called him prudent, since he asked not to forget and give him a mission. Jansu took a sip of water and decided that the talk about a safe landing was some kind of bullshit, because if it were possible to just change course a little and fly south, but he completely refuses this path. Furball twitched his ears, while the hero thought about the fact that he can't even choose a direction, since the pilot didn't even tell the flight attendant, which means that he is improvising, choosing a route based on fragmentary information. The guy looked at his feet. The psychopath begged to set a mission, because he can't stand it anymore. The rest of the viewers began to ask what he will do if they don't set it. One of the messages flew to pieces. Jansu shuddered and asked in horror, was the viewer really kicked? The hero froze, thinking about the previous message. Hando wrote that he was still in this room. The guy screamed, asking why the manager is doing this and why he kicked him. The chat began to vigorously discuss it. Everything around shook again. There was a rumble. The system sent a message that the manager kicked the hellish stream out of the chat. The psycho wrote that no one was watching anymore. The young man shook his head and asked if that was the sound of a kick. The chat went ha ha. The hero closed his eyes. He asked the manager to take more adequate measures in order to unblock the one who was just blocked. The psycho again persistently asked everyone to participate in the mission. The system reported that the viewers set a mission with a reward. The condition was to survive the crash. Jansu opened one look in surprise and noted that the reward was too small for surviving the crash. He took a sip and asked the viewers to donate more. He thought that if he openly called for participation and overstated the rate, it could cause discontent. Jansu looked away and assumed that he foresaw this and pushed for it. He realized that the block and kick were also a test of his standards. Furball looked at his owner and whined. The pet buried its pitiful face in the man's hand. Chansa looked out the window in fear. A blue beam cut through the sky. The system reported that the hero had passed the branching point. The guy smiled hysterically and shouted the info window. It reported that it was dangerous to stay in one place for a long time. The destination of the plane he was on now was Pohang Airport, because at the moment the southern route was blocked by monsters. The hero looked ahead in amazement, asking again about the destination. The chat began to laugh. The streamer looked away. He did not know whether the psycho said it so that others would not hear or the captain had really just made a decision. He asked the viewers if there was a port near Pohang Airport. He made an angry face. The Hyunjums answered in the affirmative, because the airport is very close to the sea. The guy brought his fingers to his mouth. He realized that they were in trouble. He noted that if the airport had a port, most likely they would need to use the sea route. The plane shuddered again. The hero assumed that they were attacked by mayflies again. His face was puzzled. He thought about the fact that until now they were passing the western part. If you look at Korea, and since they are not flying to Gunsan Airport, where the latitude is almost the same, it means that in the west of the peninsula, most likely, there are already a lot of monsters. The guy got up from his seat and said that he needed to find something. Meanwhile, in the terminal complex, the man was sitting in a lonely room. He was holding a red book in his hands. He frowned at it and asked what it was. Someone approached him from behind. The man told him that because of him he interrupted the reading he had just started. Min Chul looked at him with worry and asked if he was by any chance an employee of this place. The man replied that in such a situation it was difficult to call him an employee, but admitted that it was so. The boy put his hand on his chest and asked if he had by any chance seen a man named Chansu. He was tall, with a sharp look and several years older than him. The man frowned and replied that the hero was here. He asked to tell him if anyone was looking for him. The boy flinched, surprised that Hyung was there. The employee himself did not think that he would actually show up. The boy grabbed the keykeeper and began to ask where the hero went. Soyeon ran to the couple and screamed for the stranger to calm down. She knocked the employee down and pinned him to the ground, asking what he was doing to their boy. Haren stepped out of the darkness. She pointed a knife at the stranger and said that violent patients will be punished, not treated. Min Chul screamed and said that he was misunderstood. He said that this man did nothing. He closed his eyes and said that he just wanted to ask because he said that he met the hero. The team members looked at him in surprise. The boy bowed and apologized for what the man had to endure. The sister asked in confusion if the man needed help from a doctor. The keykeeper massaged his sore throat and replied that now is the time. The boy looked at the man with excitement and asked if he knew where the hero went. The employee looked at him and replied that the hero was going to Jeju and that was it. The three of them exchanged glances. Soyeon looked forward seriously and asked if Jungsu had told him how he was going to get there. The keykeeper looked at the team and said no. The girl grabbed her head and started cursing. Mincheol looked at Nuna and assumed that the streamer had gone after the military. The man rubbed his chin and said that the hero had gone after the military by car. The guy asked if the gentleman knew where the military had gone. The answer was Cheongju. Mincheol shuddered. The employee of the complex had definitely heard that the international airport was there. The sister looked at the keykeeper worriedly. He said that it was too late to go there anyway, because the military had left in a hurry. The airport was an hour away from here, and since they had left right after training, they had probably already flown away on a plane. Soyeon looked at him intently. The man sighed and replied that if they wanted to live, they needed to go somewhere else. The young man looked away thoughtfully, wondering if there was another way. His eyes widened, remembering that there was another place to check. He put his hand on the employee's shoulder. He looked at him seriously and asked, "What about Taejun Station?" The plane meanwhile continued to fly. The streamer studied the military map. He peered closely at the details of the area and thought that if they had to make an emergency landing, the place would be a little inconvenient. The chat tried to make him smile. Jongsu looked at them irritably and said that he was already uneasy, and they continued to tease him. His reaction provoked only laughter. The taste of contempt made his first donation. The guy stood up and asked to donate to him when he would somehow show himself, so now he has 43 zen. With a gloomy face, he opened the box. His hands reached into the luggage compartment. The conductor said that this is not allowed. Chansu glanced at her briefly. He said that as soon as he found something, he would immediately close it. He suggested opening and closing one at a time. The stewardess looked at him with excitement and agreed. She decided that he should find everything quickly and finish. The guy continued to rummage through the compartments. The back one was empty. The chat did not understand what their streamer was doing. The hero tiredly opened another box. It was empty. He pulled the curtain. The young man entered the empty compartment. He looked down. Mishka was looking at him, which made the chat laugh a lot. He stood up on his paws and ran forward along the compartment. Plushka jumped onto one of the chairs, making the hero's cheeks blush. Mishka pointed his paw at the compartment. In it lay a box with 10 cents. It had a shield sign on it. The animal fell to the floor. The guy began to get his prey. He looked at the wingsuit. The chat began to go crazy. A crazy smile appeared on the streamer's face. He began to examine it in horror, trying to understand if this suit had any other functions. In the chat they tried to understand how to use it to slow down. Unable to bear it, the hero ordered everyone to stop laughing. Chansa closed his eyes in irritation. He remembered that the flashlight and the axe had a normal appearance, but they had hidden functions. Perhaps this was not just a rag. A man came into his department, watched the hero put on the suit and asked what he was doing. The streamer fell down in fright. They asked him if he was okay. Chansa looked back angrily. The boy jumped back and said that he did not want to scare the hero. He extended a small hand to the guy and offered to lift him. Chansa jumped to his feet epically and said that he was a man who could stand up without hands. The guy looked at him admiringly and said that the hero looked like a spanner that he saw on YouTube. The streamer did not understand what kind of small one it was. Chansa continued to get dressed and replied that he was just doing his job, so he should go back to his seat. The kid asked if he was really going to go down with this. The guy frowned at him and asked what the difference was. The kid continued to look at him. He said that he just wanted to ask if he could go down with him. The streamer turned away and replied that if they had a parachute, that would be a different matter, but he couldn't take it with this one. He told him to just go back to his seat and not pay attention to him. He pointed his finger to the side and said that if he was bored, the boy could sit next to him. The kid sat in his seat and objected that he wasn't bored. The hero asked who he was flying with, his family? The boy turned away and replied that he was alone, and both of them were taken by monsters. The chat immediately demanded that he apologize to him. Chansa frowned and asked how the boy got here then. Did he really meet with the military? The kid smiled and said that he was saved by the guys from the Air Force. The streamer asked if he heard anything else. The hero looked at the boy carefully and clarified that he was talking about how the Air Force contacted other military forces or something like that. The kid rubbed his chin. He didn't know for sure, but he saw how the tall guy, who was called the Corps Commander, contacted someone. The guy froze with interest and thought about the fact that the Corps Commander is a tactical unit of the division level or higher. He assumed that the Air Force, even if its numbers are incomplete, perhaps the military structure is not destroyed. He introduced the commander and noted that judging by the behavior of Major Jean, the meeting with the division was not planned. The hero continued to stand and think. The Air Force commander contacted someone, and judging by the title of the Corps Commander, given the circumstances, this is not the highest commander of the division, but someone else. The boy shuddered after the words of gratitude and dodged the hero's hand. Chansa looked at him irritably and called him a child. Because he didn't even reach the headrest of the chair, the boy angrily objected that he had specially styled his hair with wax, which meant he was not a child. The streamer looked at the chat. He was warned about the danger of hurting a child without a family. The guy waved and said that he would not touch him. He sat down next to the baby, who asked if he was really going to sleep now. The young man at that moment was thinking about how everything would soon begin. The hero sighed and advised the young man to also close his eyes and sleep. Furball approached the owner. He pointed to his leg and told him to get under the chair. The dog hid behind his legs. The chat asked if he was really not going to take Furball with him. The streamer replied that if there was no other way, he would have to leave him, because it would be better for the animal. A heated discussion of this point began in the chat. Chansa folded his hands together and fell silent. He was glad that the viewers understood the difficulty of his situation. The plane shook. His eyes opened wide. He looked at the boy and said that he scared him, because he thought that Minchell was calling him. The neighbor asked who he was. Chansa looked at him warily and said that there was such a person. He realized that everything had started. The boy fastened his seatbelt after the guy's request. The hero clarified that his belt was not fastened. He bowed the boy's head and asked him to bend down and know that his belt was not working. The plane shook. Tears appeared in the child's eyes. The cabin began to tilt. People began to scream and ask, "Are they really falling?" The hero turned sharply. A hole appeared in the body. A piece of metal flew out. Wings appeared there. Chansa grabbed the chair. The air began to be sucked out. Something flew over his head. The guy looked forward in fear, not understanding what it was. He turned to the boy. Furball was not under the chair. The streamer's face distorted. He asked where his pet went. The chat began to laugh mockingly. The guy screamed, asking where his dog went. He could not believe that his dog got out on its own. The guy was sucked in more and more. He understood that he was not mentally prepared for the jump. The young man handed his young an oxygen mask. The silhouette of a monster appeared in the opening. They wrote in the chat that if the streamer holds on, then other places will also be broken. Also, it is not a fact that he will die if the plane falls. Meanwhile, the plane was falling. The pilot asked the passengers to prepare for its crash. There were no landing spots, so they should prepare for its crash. Chansu inhaled a portion of oxygen. He understood that now he needed to jump. At last he told the guy that even if he survived the plane crash, he could suffocate from the smoke of the fire. The boy looked at his young in fear. He told him that if there was no water, he should at least wet his sleeve with saliva, bend down and move. He told him to remember this. The plane cut through the sky. Suddenly it began to straighten up. The hero approached the hole. He felt that the wind pressure decreased, and if he took off the oxygen mask now, then maybe he would not lose consciousness. The wind roared in the guy's face. His ears seemed to be torn apart. Streamer looked back. A monster appeared near the hole. It was reflected in his eyes. He realized that they would not let him just die. The boy was pressed against the wall. The hero shouted at him to make sure he survived. The young man turned around with tears in his eyes. Hyun jumped out of the plane. Jansu looked at the screen in surprise. His character was falling from a great height. The average speed was 190 kilometers per hour, and the maximum was more than 250. The streamer was sitting in his studio near the PC. The system reported that flying in a wingsuit is when for every meter of fall there are 2.5 meters of forward movement. The guy bit his lips and assumed that he could handle it. The wind hit the character in the face. He screamed. His body was dangling in the air. The monster was approaching the falling body. It was difficult for him to even straighten up. The chat noticed that the hero was simply falling. The guy turned to the camera and screamed for the Hyunjims to tell him anything, and as quickly as possible, they began to laugh at him. His eyes flinched. The top donor advised him to throw his wrists back, because if this is the function of a 10-cent wingsuit, then this is probably it, an air brake. The guy pulled out his wrist. His suit opened, the speed dropped by about half. Jansa smiled with relief and shouted that everything was fine in response to the donor's apologies. He realized that his viewers help when the pressure is on, but if you rely only on Hando, then you will not be able to survive. He looked down, realizing that he needed more fans. A giant carcass of a monster flew under him. The guy turned his wrist. He was raised higher above the creature. He calculated the trajectory, and there was still a little left. The streamer grabbed the belly of the monster. His face twisted in pain. Jansa screamed, after which donations poured in with text of surprise at what happened. The hero survived. His hands were bleeding. Distracted from this, the streamer counted his condition at 39 Zen. Huge wings flapped in front of his face. This creature either died or passed out after hitting the plane. Jansa looked back. He understood that if this creature did not wake up before landing. His eyes widened. A boy was visible in the hole in the hull. He stood at the very edge and fought with the wind currents. New creatures flew up to the plane. The hero shouted for the boy to go back. Suddenly, the boy jumped off the edge. His body rushed down at great speed, overtaking the multi-ton creature. The chat was surprised that he was falling much faster. Jansa looked at the system message that appeared about establishing a mission with a reward for saving a child. The psychopath asked if the hero could do it. After thinking for a bit, the streamer jumped after the falling boy. The hero cut through the air. He had already figured out how to control the wingsuit, and the young man was not so far away. The monsters followed them. The streamer approached the boy and shouted at him, but he did not hear him. He told the boy to straighten up. Jansa decided that if he could land him on that monster below, then there would be at least some chance of survival. He looked angrily at the boy. People assumed that he was unconscious. The hero decided to increase the speed. He caught up with the falling boy. The young man opened his eye. It turned out that he was pretending to be unconscious. This caused a violent reaction in the chat. The streamer sighed with relief. It is usually difficult to control air resistance, but he flew under the boy and he ended up above his back. In this suit he managed to do it quite easily. The guy turned to his passenger and told him to come to his senses as soon as possible. An unconscious monster was flying down below them. The hero shouted that right now they would jump on the bodies of those things that were falling down. He ordered them to get ready to grab them. The kid woke up and screamed. The streamer looked at him angrily and said that the young man should grab himself, and even if he didn't grab and missed, it wouldn't matter if he fell vertically, because he would figure it out himself. The couple was approaching the monster's carcass. The boy screamed that he couldn't, but his hyung screamed that he had to do it if he didn't want to die. Jansa smiled tensely and told the viewers to watch carefully. Suddenly, the child was blown backwards by a stream of wind. The hero clenched his fist, and he grabbed onto the monster. The chat greeted him with a storm of applause. The boy was falling very close. His hyung screamed at him not to disappoint him. But the child only hit the chitinous belly. He screamed, carried away by the streams of wind. He cried and reached out his hand to the hero. Their hands almost touched. Jansa caught and pulled the boy to himself. He told him to cuddle closer to him. The couple continued to fall. The streamer sighed with relief. The system reported the mission was completed. The chat began to admire him. He himself thought that now, if he completes the mission to overcome the crash, then a fortune of 73 Zen will be collected. The guy looked at the brat and told him not to cry. He yelled at the crying child and asked why he got out. Did he really want to die? The child answered through tears that monsters appeared inside, but the hyung told him to forget it and explain later. He pulled the kid by the cheek and told him to come to his senses, because it's not over yet. He will let out snot and whine later. Jansa looked warmly at the boy and said that they need to jump before hitting the ground. Will he cope with it? After a while, the streamer flew into the bushes. The couple was lying on dense foliage. The young man briefly concluded that they survived. Jansa stood up and concluded that the ground was cool, and the child said that he was going to vomit. Monster corpses began to fall nearby. The streamer noted that he was not very pleased to look at this. He looked at the burning plane. He wondered if the others were okay. He patted the boy on the head. He frowned and began to wonder why Furball just jumped off the plane. The chat said that now it was too late for him to remember morality. Someone suggested looking around. The hero looked around. Someone suggested finding his body and burying him. The streamer noted that it would be a little creepy if it happened. Suddenly, an animal appeared ahead. Furball was running to meet his owner. He happily stuck his tongue out of his mouth and barked. He began to spin around the man's legs, and the boy happily shouted that the dog survived. Jansa squatted down and noted that there was not a scratch or limp on the pet. The dog licked his cheek. Someone donated him 1 zen, pleased with such a sight. The streamer suddenly grabbed and pulled Furball forward. He looked at his dog in bewilderment. Furball smiled in confusion, pulling a piece of meat out of his mouth. It turned out that it had caught on a mayfly. Chansa smiled proudly and said that he had chosen such a cool dog. The chat reminded him that he wanted to dump him. The couple went forward and the streamer finally asked what the kid's name was. His name was June. The hero introduced himself in response. He offered to get along, since they would be together for a short time. June smiled happily in response and nodded. Several monsters flew high in the sky. The guy said that they would now move quickly and if he fell behind, he would dump him. Mayflies flew over their heads. They were not interested in people on the ground. Suddenly, a combat aircraft flew over the people. It opened fire on the air monsters. The chat began to discuss who this plane belonged to. It fired a signal flare. Chansa looked at the aerial spectacle in surprise. He realized that the monsters reacted to light. He should have sat there. But the chat wrote that it was much more interesting to watch the suffering of the streamer. The guy looked to the side and noted that there were no other planes in sight, so they needed to hurry. The couple moved forward. The hero thought that if this was Cheongju, then that military transport plane might have already landed. Meanwhile, at the airport, Jansu touched the door and everything vibrated. He went inside, not understanding what was happening. He looked ahead in surprise. Everything around was destroyed. The streamer ran forward. He was glad that they left those creatures, but he did not know what happened to the people. A crowd appeared ahead. Someone asked everyone to hurry, not to panic, and go down one by one. The soldiers walked around the wreckage. The chat noticed that the guys from the division were not visible. Jean looked at the hero in surprise and noticed that he landed safely. The guy pointed to the side and said that everything here had just collapsed due to the vibration, and it was unknown when it would collapse again, so they needed to leave immediately. The major turned around and called Byung-chul. The sergeant approached him and introduced him. The soldier ordered to lead the people out. The major tiredly grabbed his face. The hero asked if something was wrong. The man replied that behind this wall was the key to the car they needed. He looked at the hero and replied that other soldiers who were nearby said that they would leave him there before leaving. Everything became complicated. He turned and asked what happened to the plane that took off earlier. Because if they were alive, then there were probably other survivors. The streamer thought for a bit and replied that the plane crashed. He remembered how he clung to the body of a slowly falling insect and survived. Jean was taken aback and tried to understand if this was really possible. The guy pointed back and said that there was a child and a dog outside who were also lucky. The boy was sitting with Furball in the bushes. He told the dog that they would sit here quietly until they were called. The streamer looked at the man sternly and said that there were about 20 people in Major Jin's squad. Wouldn't there be anyone else from Cheongju? The soldier replied that there should be more. But he didn't know. He was certainly on guard after hearing what the hero was said to have conveyed and that they were with civilians. The guy remembered how he conveyed the message and noted that it had gotten through. He looked at the man in surprise and assumed that they had to take them anyway. A bead of sweat ran down the soldier's face. He assumed that something had happened since they hadn't flown here even though they had been put on other planes. He called it his mistake. No matter how critical the situation was, he had to find a better way. Jiangsu, he said in his mind that it didn't matter anymore, did it? He pointed back. They needed the key no matter what. He suggested that they first think about how to find the key. He looked ahead intently and asked, shouldn't the people here be safely evacuated first? The chat reacted violently to this. Jean nodded briefly. He pointed to the ruins and said that there was space there, but it would be difficult for him and the major to climb in. The hero thought about it and asked to wait a minute. A short soldier approached them and nodded. He tried to crawl through, but got stuck halfway. Jiangsu looked ahead carefully. The chat said that someone even smaller was needed. He turned around and asked him to wait. He brought June and Furball with him and said that they were the ones who survived the plane crash. The boy looked around with curiosity. The hero asked to indicate the exact location of the key so that he could entrust it to the child. The major doubted whether a simple kid could do it. The streamer looked sternly at the youth and asked if he could. He promised that he would try, because the Hyung said that he needed his help. Jean pointed ahead and began to explain how to crawl to the key, while the chat discussed the use of child labor. June confidently clenched his fists and said that he remembered everything, and he just needed to bring a box with car keys, so he would do it quickly. The boy began to make his way into the ruins. He shouted that he could easily squeeze through here. The boy watched him warily. He would be grateful to the kid. He himself would have climbed, but the debris was not going to fall yet. He turned around at the barking. Furball climbed after the kid. The streamer grabbed his face and shouted at the boy not to fuss and do everything right. June waved to him from under the ruins. Jean looked at the hero and asked if the kid could handle it. The boy replied that there was no other suitable person. They could only pray that everything would go well. He understood that this was just an assignment to bring the key. Nothing should happen. Suddenly a child's scream was heard. The young man turned to him in horror. He looked forward in fear and demanded that the child answer. Jean began to shine a flashlight into the ruins and ask what happened. He began to assume that something happened inside. The streamer clenched his teeth. Someone in the chat advised him to run away. Someone suggested that the boy just fell. Chansa looked into the ruins and asked himself, is there really something there? His eyes were shaking. He prayed for everything to be okay. There was another roar. The soldier shouted that there was a monster ahead, and the kid needed to get out. The hero looked into the darkness and shouted the name of his little partner. The legs of the dead appeared in the passage. The chat began to build their theories. The streamer stretched his hand forward and began to demand that June come out of there. The chat did not understand what kind of terrible sounds they were hearing. The guy froze with horror on his face. He thought that since June's scream was getting closer and then moving away, creating a sense of perspective, it meant that he had not been caught yet. He saw Furball bite one of the dead on the leg. The guy's eyes opened wide. A kid jumped out of the opening and pushed a box with keys forward. The hero caught the keys. The chat noticed that the child was being dragged to the zombies. Jansu gritted his teeth, not knowing what to do. One of the viewers noted the boy's incredible bravery. June crawled towards his young through the ruins, who hurried him. In a moment, the kid jumped out and fell on his back, breathing a sigh of relief. The streamer began to carefully examine every part of the boy's body, asking if he was okay. The chat began to laugh at him, as if he had come to a fish market. Everyone looked into the darkness of the ruins, not seeing the appearance of Furball. A moment later, the dog jumped out into the light. Jansu ran to meet him. His face was shining, and his mouth was throwing out curses. The beast looked back with admiring eyes. The hero examined him and noted that everything was okay and he was safe. The chat again did not miss the opportunity to laugh at the streamer's concern. The guy angrily looked at the chat and said that he did not want to deal with a zombie dog. The major looked at the young man and asked if he was really that brave, but he firmly answered no. He laughed and said that he was glad that he could help in some way. The streamer looked at the man and suggested that they move on, since there was no longer any reason to linger. The right car appeared in the parking lot. People were getting ready to leave Pohang Airport. Jean stopped at the white car and told them to get in. The guy asked if he could take his dog with him. Jansu turned to the boy and called him. The boy was already being courted by the military. He ran up to his young, who asked what he was doing there. The kid replied that there were people there with whom he had been before, so he talked to them for a bit. The hero looked at him carefully, and then told him to go and get into another car, since he had a lot of acquaintances, so he could choose which car to get into. Chansa looked away at the chat. They noticed how confused the kid was. The streamer asked not to get him wrong. It's just that June had her own group. The young man looked at his savior with excitement and asked if he was really leaving. The hero answered yes, but clarified that they were not parting yet. He waved goodbye. The chat wrote that he left him. The boy ran to the military and waved goodbye. Jean closely followed him with his eyes. The streamer hurried him to get behind the wheel. The major closed the door behind him. Something caught his eye. The guy turned around in fear and screamed. The airport building continued to collapse. The man looked at the driver and ordered to leave as quickly as possible. The tires hissed, but the car moved. It left the danger zone at the last moment. The streamer looked back in shock. Just a little more and they would all have died. He suddenly felt a familiar vibration. Cracks began to appear on the road ahead. The guy assumed that they had witnessed an earthquake. Suddenly, something began to crawl out of the road. Someone called it an egg, and someone called it Big Body's head. The column began to go around the obstacle that had appeared. Jean took out a radio and shouted that they were going to the port in one go. Streamer looked at him and asked if he knew where they were going now. He answered that they were going to the port of Ingik. The young man asked if there was really a ship there that could accommodate all their people. The military man looked at him with excitement and answered that there probably was, because the military who were here and left earlier said that they had prepared everything, and since they left the car, as promised, there should be a ship too. Jansu looked at the road and asked why they were considering the new port of Pohang. Jean looked at the hero in surprise and replied that there were large ships that transport steel. Even if there was a ship, it was difficult to get on it right away. He had a friend who worked there, so he had been there several times and knew. The streamer looked away thoughtfully. He assumed that the major was going to the port of Ingik for the first time. Is everything okay? He looked at the chat and asked the Henims if there was a way to deal with these creatures. The chat wrote that adults have a rather short lifespan, so it is better not to engage in battle, but to run away. The commander pointed ahead and said that they needed to go there. The car hit a rock. The driver screamed and began to turn the steering wheel to avoid an accident. Jean grabbed the steering wheel and ordered not to let go. The car began to skid. The major began to help in order to hold the steering wheel tighter, because they needed to pull themselves together to get out. A fork in the road appeared. People started asking in the chat if the major was being abandoned. Chansa decided that it didn't matter that they had pulled ahead, because if that happened, the major could have ordered them to leave first. The problem was whether he could survive. The hero looked ahead and shouted that they needed to hurry. The white head began to appear in front of the car again. The guy screamed and turned the steering wheel. The young man was thrown up in the back seat. He looked ahead angrily and ordered to drive more evenly. The car was rushing along the empty highway. The streamer asked where they were going. What about the other cars? The soldier straightened up and replied that a monster had appeared there and the road was blocked, so they were choosing a lane. Jean looked at the road and replied that they were going to the new port of Pohang. The hero looked at him carefully and reminded him that the soldier said that he knew him well. He replied that he knew, but it was impossible to say well. The car shuddered. The guy looked angrily ahead and shouted that the car was damaged due to the obstacle and it wouldn't last that long. The passengers looked at each other nervously and started laughing in the chat. Jean asked how much longer they could last. The sweaty driver stared ahead and shouted that he didn't know. Someone joked about the end of his service. The scared streamer asked him to drive as fast as possible. He turned around and saw a giant big body monster. Jiangzi gritted his teeth and looked at the road again. He dreamed of getting somewhere normally at least once, and after this they would still have to get on a ship. The car continued on its way. The passengers noted with relief that they miraculously survived. Jiangzi looked at Furball and said that he heard something from the boy, that some chief from the Air Force talked to the Corps commander. Jean turned to him and replied that he didn't know the details. The hero asked if he himself hadn't talked to him. The man replied that he only accidentally heard the commander of the communications battalion. The guy looked at him in shock and asked, "Can he find out what the conversation was about?" The soldier looked at him tensely and asked what he wanted him to tell. The guy looked at him carefully and said that he was asking because he said that he had contacted the Corps commander. If the military structure was still alive, then maybe there was some protection from this situation. The man looked at him and replied that in fact, there were no secrets there. It was difficult to act according to the current system, but the point was that each army should cooperate with each other. The streamer was surprised and asked if the Corps forces were alive to any extent. It can be assumed that many military personnel were still resisting in this situation. The soldier did not know this, because everyone had suffered serious losses. He looked ahead and clarified that there were also encouraging moments, because the Capital Corps had contacted them. The hero looked at him in shock and asked again. Jean nodded and explained that the connection had been established quite recently, which meant that they were also holding on. The young man's mouth dropped open in shock, because the Capital Corps had not yet completely disappeared, and there was something else he had missed. He imagined the train, which he considered just a decoy. The chat suggested that it had another purpose. Chansa smiled excitedly and thanked the major, because he calmed down after learning that many of the military were still alive. But could he tell him all this? The man smiled and replied that they help each other, they can share such information, and in general, it was not the Air Force that contacted. The streamer laughed nervously. The driver straightened up abruptly and shouted that they had arrived. Chansa looked out the window. In front of them was the new port of Pohang. The guy opened his mouth and turned to the major. The military man looked ahead in shock and said that he had seen it too. A huge liner was sailing towards them on the sea. All the passengers had gone out onto the pier. The guy looked ahead and asked if the dog could see it too. The liner slowly cut through the waves. The hero, of course, dreamed of someday riding on a luxury cruise liner. The streamer smiled slyly and asked how the beast felt about it. He himself thought that when a cruise liner appears in a game about survival and horror conditions. The major came up and said that things were bad. He asked to take a closer look at this ship. The guy agreed and replied that this was a very dangerous ship. The military man said that he was talking about where it was moored. The soldier pointed to the water surface and explained that the ship was too far from the pier. The subordinate behind assumed that there was someone on the ship. Furball began to bark. He looked at the ship and barked endlessly. A small man appeared on the deck and waved. The military began to rejoice, seeing that there were people on the liner. The man stood silently and watched the survivors on the shore. The streamer tensed up, not understanding what the man was doing. In the chat they began to say that they were scared. Shorty noticed that the stranger stopped waving. The major noticed that it was somehow strange. He asked what the guy thought about it. Chansu turned sharply and everything shook. Everyone began to look around anxiously. The soldier said that there was little time. He was going to look for his friend. He ran forward and said that if he was not there, he would find another way. The subordinate looked ahead anxiously and asked what they should do now. The hero looked at him angrily. The guy looked back at him with worry. He was panicking. The streamer assumed that they were the same age or even the younger soldier. They began to warn in the chat that a big body would soon appear here and those guys from the division who were chasing them would also arrive soon. Chansu began to warm up. He did not understand what to do. He thought that they could hide or board a cruise liner. There were only two options. There was a pile of containers to the side. Even if the big body had a short lifespan, they would have to hide for several hours and there was no guarantee that if they hid and got out, they would be safe. The hero looked at the liner. One way or another, they needed to sail away. But if a monster appeared then, provided that the ship was moving, they would most likely have to swim away from it, and even if they hid and returned to the port of Ingik, it was unknown whether the ship would be waiting there. Jansa smiled irritably and cursed. The chat was discussing the fact that there was no other choice. Suddenly, Jean appeared in a forklift. He was driving a truck and shouting that he had brought what they needed. The hero looked at him in surprise and recognized the car as a port crane. The major ran up to him and said that this should be enough to get to the cruise liner. The hero asked where he got it from. The man in the crane cabin was an acquaintance of the military man. He had been waiting for him to come all this time. It seemed that the military men who were here had let it slip before leaving. The guy looked at the worker in the cabin in surprise and was surprised that he had been waiting all this time. He didn't understand what was going on at all. The ground around the liner began to shake. The streamer decided that since this man was waiting for the major and even prepared the crane, it meant that the cruise liner had been standing here for quite a long time. It seemed to be not de-energized. But what if he was just afraid to bring the ship to the pier? The crane began to control the suspended cradle at the end of the boom, from which it would be necessary to move to the cruise liner. Chansu turned around in fear. Shots were heard from afar. In the chat they began to guess that the military from another port were now also coming here. Someone wrote that this was definitely certain death. The guy looked nervously at the major and asked if he had a gun, but he replied that he had run out of bullets, and the weapon had started to rust for some unknown reason, so he had to abandon it so as not to have problems with the plane. Chansu gritted his teeth in anger. He said that those who were coming here were most likely the enemy division he had spoken of, and it was better not to clash with them. They needed to hurry. Jean just nodded tensely. The passengers climbed into the cradle. The military man pushed his friend out of the cabin and told his subordinate to leave so that he could catch up with him later. He looked at his friend and said that the angle was set, so if he pressed the lever, the boom would extend, so he should climb in too. He planned to get there on his own, so his friend should climb in, because he was waiting for him, so he shouldn't anymore. The man looked at his friend with excitement. He said that they needed to hurry so that he could survive faster. Chansu watched this scene tensely. He understood that it was impossible to extend the boom, and then crawl tens of meters along a metal structure himself. Comments on this matter appeared in the chat. The streamer extended his hand to the port employee and said that they needed to sit together, because if they did not go together, they would only disgrace the will of the major. The guy angrily looked in the direction of the sounds, hurrying the man. A black car drove up to them. The division captain got out of it. The soldiers followed him. They ordered to stop and wait. Suddenly, the captain's subordinates were hit by a white car. The hero looked at this sight in shock. The people who got out began to pick up machine guns from the bodies of the dead. The bus driver screamed furiously and took aim. They recognized him in the chat. The captain looked at Changsik in fear, who asked him how many people he killed to get here. Fire opened, which inflicted several tangential wounds on the soldier. He managed to hide behind the truck. He started to beat on the door and ask for help. He started to complain about the crazy civilian. Jean gloomily opened the door. It hit the soldier in the face. He fell unpleasantly to the ground. The streamer waved to Changsik and called him to the cradle. The hero shouted that now they would move to the liner. Chansa shouted and hurried the old man. He looked at him in confusion and asked if there was really any way out. The chat noticed how much his face brightened. The driver looked away in fear and asked to wait. His shadow fell over the captain. His finger pulled the trigger, but the machine gun ran out of bullets. The man looked at the soldier with displeasure and began to swear. The hero began to rush him again and say that they did not have time. The streamer looked into the forklift cabin when the driver climbed up to them and gave the signal. The arrow began to stretch forward. Jansa looked back in surprise. The chat noticed that the cruise liner was sailing away. Circles were spreading from the ship on the water. People were shouting that not all was lost and they needed to get ready. The cradle was approaching the edge. Speed was important. The guy opened the store window and found a rope. He pressed by. The rope appeared in the air and began to fall down. Jansa caught it with an unperturbed face, but the bus driver was shocked. The hero smiled and said that he did not know where it came from, but it was very convenient. He asked Changsik to give him that gun.